2025. It's nice to see a full crowd in here. We're glad you're all here. Look forward to hearing from you. We will open this meeting with the land acknowledgement. The land that Eureka rests on is known in the Wiyot language as Jirojiji. Past actions by local, state, and federal governments removed the Wiyot and other indigenous peoples from the land and threatened to destroy their cultural practices. The city of Eureka acknowledged the Wiyot community, their elders both past and present, as well as future generations. This acknowledgement demonstrates the city's commitment to dismantle the ongoing legacies of settler colonialism. And with that, if we could get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Castellano.
Here.
Councilmember Moulton.
Here.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Here.
Councilmember Bauer.
Here.
Councilmember Contreras-Deloche.
Here.
Mayor Burgell.
Here. And would all who care to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And City Attorney Black, was there a report out of closed session? City Attorney Black, was there a report out of closed session?
No final actions are taken in closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move to our first proclamation for Pride Month with Councilmember Castellano, and I believe Julie from Career Humboldt is here. If you want to come on up, Julie, welcome.
I believe it's Councilmember
Pardon
Moulton
me. It was Councilmember Moulton.
reading this one.
Hi.
Welcome. Thanks for being here. I'll read the proclamation. City of Eureka Proclamation in recognition of Pride Month, June 2025. Whereas our nation was founded on the principle of equal rights for all people, but the fulfillment of this promise has been long in coming for many Americans. Some of the most inspiring moments in our history have arisen from the various civil rights movements that have brought one group after another from the margins into the mainstream of American society. And whereas, in the movement toward equal rights for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex allies, LGBTQIA people, a historic point occurred on June 28, 1969 in New York City with the onset of the Stonewall riots. During those riots, LGBTQIA citizens rose up and resisted police harassment that arose out of discriminatory criminal laws that have since been declared unconstitutional. In the 4 decades since, civil rights for LGBTQIA people have grown substantially, and LGBTQIA pride celebrations have taken place around the country every June to commemorate the beginning of the Stonewall riots. And whereas California has been a leader in advancing the civil rights of its LGBTQIA citizens, and while further progress is needed, it is important to recognize and celebrate the substantial gains that have been achieved. And whereas the City of Eureka recognizes and celebrates the steps forward our nation has made, but understands that the challenge and struggle for full equality continues for Eureka residents and visitors, including those in its lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual community. Now, therefore, I, Katie Moulton, on behalf of Mayor Kim Burgell and the Eureka City Council, hereby proclaim June 2025 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer, Intersex, and Asexual Pride Month.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Julie, and I use they, them pronouns. As the Arts and Resilience Program Lead at Queer Humboldt, I help build connection within the Two-Spirit LGBTQIA plus community and help create queer joy. Our role as an organization at Queer Humboldt is to bridge supports and resources so that all local queer community members have access to what they need to thrive. We have had our center open into the community for a year, where we host events, provide mental health services, and provide a safe space to be in. Pride Month is more than a celebration, though we know how to have a great time. It's a time for us to honor our queer and trans ancestors who paved the way for us. It's for advocating and continuing to fight for rights and for more love and acceptance of Two-Spirit LGBTQIA+ people. And it's a way for our community to connect with each other and uplift each other's identities and journeys. The Two-Spirit LGBTQIA+ community is currently being under attack nationwide. More than ever, it's crucial that the queer and trans community be supported during this political moment by our allies and by our people in power where we live representing us, so that all people are able to be safe and be who they are. I want to thank the City of Eureka for all their support and continual work for making this city a safe and welcoming place. Thank you and happy Pride Month.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you. And our next proclamation is for the Golden Rule Peace Boat with Councilmember Bauer. Come on up.
Here?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. This is in recognition of Proclamation for the Golden Rule Peace Boat, June 17, 2025. Whereas the Golden Rule Peace Boat, a vessel dedicated to promoting peace and understanding through the principle of treat others as you wish to be treated, is a symbol of hope and goodwill. And whereas the Golden Rule, a universal moral principle, is essential for fostering harmony and resolving conflict. And whereas the Golden Rule Peace Boat's mission aligns with the values of our city, which embraces inclusivity and peace. And whereas we recognize the Golden Rule Peace Boat as a symbol of hope and a reminder that peace and understanding are within our reach when we strive to treat others with kindness and respect. Now, therefore, I, Scott Bauer, on behalf of Mayor Kimber Gell and the Eureka City Council, do hereby proclaim June 17, 2025 as a day of recognition for the Golden Rule Peace Boat and its crew, recognizing their dedication to promoting peace and understanding.
Please say a few words. Yeah. Welcome.
Okay, hi. Thank you for having me. My name is Michelle Marcinet, and I'm here from Eugene, Oregon, and this means a lot to our program. We are a national project of Veterans for Peace, and we wanted to show up in this community for June 14th events, and so we were so honored that you guys would take the time to do this. It also falls on our 10-year anniversary of the restoration of the iconic historic peace boat that attempted to sail into the Marshall Islands in 1958 to stop the atomic bomb testing done by the U.S. military. So I'm going to continue to sail this boat this summer in August to San Francisco, and on behalf of the crew, the donors, and volunteers that keep this boat running, we would like to thank all of you for your support within the city and county of Humboldt Bay, especially the city because it lives right here and it sails around this bay and around your city. So we really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Thanks for being here. Okay, and our final proclamation for this evening is the Juneteenth proclamation. And I believe we have Lexi here to receive this, and that will be read by Councilmember Castellano.
We've got Mo Harper Desir here to receive it. Good to see you, Mo. This is the City of Eureka proclamation in recognition of June 19th, 2025. Whereas President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, declaring the slaves in Confederate territory free, paving the way for the passing of the 13th Amendment, which formally abolished slavery in the United States of America. And whereas word about the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation was delayed some 2.5 years to June 19, 1865, in reaching authorities and African Americans in the South and Southwestern United States. And whereas Emancipation Day observations are held on different days in different states in the South and Southwest and other parts of the nation. And whereas June 19th has a special meaning to African Americans and is called Juneteenth, combining the words June and 19th, and has been celebrated by the African American community for over 150 years. And whereas City of Eureka offices will be closed Thursday, June 19th in observance of Juneteenth, and whereas Black Humboldt will be hosting an event celebrating Juneteenth on Saturday, June 21st, featuring a variety of Black curated events and projects. Now, therefore, I, Leslie Castellano, on behalf of Mayor Kim Burgell and the Eureka City Council, hereby declared Thursday, June 19th, 2025, Juneteenth Day in Eureka, and urge all citizens to become more aware of the significance of this celebration in African American history and the heritage of our nation and city.
Thanks, everyone. My name is Mo Harper Desir. I'm the co-founder and co-chair of Black Humboldt. Thank you, members of the council and the City of Eureka, for your ongoing partnership in our annual Juneteenth Festival. It's a significant day of remembrance, resistance, and resilience. We deeply appreciate the recognition, and we also invite all to remember that a proclamation is not the end, but an opening. And that Juneteenth is not just about marking the end of slavery, but it is also a call to action to dismantle the systems that continue to harm Black lives today. Here in Humboldt County, where Black residents make up just 2% of the population, the need for pro-Black initiatives is urgent. We cannot build an inclusive community without first acknowledging how white supremacy culture continues to shape access to land, safety, economic opportunity, and cultural representation. The emotional, mental, and physical vulnerability that Black people carry in this region is not abstract. It is real and it is local. One of the most pressing needs we hear from our community year after year is the call for safety and autonomy. That means having not only protection from harm, but also power to gather, to build, to own, and to thrive on our own terms. We must begin to move conversations about equality into tangible action. That starts with land, that starts with buildings and facilities dedicated to Black use. Black Humboldt is 8 years old this year and has yet to find suitable, affordable, accessible space to convene our team and community. This conversation starts with real reparative strategies, where reparations aren't some far off idea, but a framework for returning resources to historically excluded communities, especially as we watch farms be abandoned and storefronts and city buildings stand empty. This week, Black Humboldt will host our 6th annual Juneteenth Cultural Festival, running from June 19th to June 22nd, with events in both Arcata and Eureka. With partners like the NAACP, the Umoja Center for Pan-African Excellence, HC Black Music and Arts, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, Central de Pueblo, and Pathways of Purpose, we are collectively taking the space to represent ourselves, our cultures, and the intersections we hold with one another. Our all-day festival at Halverson Park will take place Saturday, June 21st from 12 to 9 p.m. And this isn't just celebration, it's education, it's economy, and cultural restoration. We uplift Black joy, we celebrate Black revolution, and we hold space for Black futures, because American history includes moments we're not proud of, but our commitment to truth, healing, and progress requires us to face those moments head on. As we continue this work, we ask you to join us, not just in word, but also in action, to keep learning, keep listening, keep adapting as leaders, and above all, help us shape a Humboldt where Black life is visible, valued, and liberated. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will have the U.S. Coast Guard change of command, recognition of Commander Powers and his family.
I'd like to ask my Coast Guard friends to join me, Commander Baird and Commander Powers, and Kimberly, if you want to join us. So good evening, Mayor and Council. I'd like to start with a quick story. Over the past few years, we've begun hosting a welcome night at the Eureka Welcome Center for new Coast Guard families during Friday night market. 2 years ago, a couple stopped by. They were humble and they didn't say much about themselves, but they stayed for quite a while. And while they were there, the wife had this way of making everyone around her feel completely at ease. Even our concierge working that night, she asked all about him, made conversation, and truly lifted the room. Half jokingly, I asked if she'd ever be interested in working with us. And a few days later, she reached out to ask if I was serious. I hadn't realized it at the time, but she was the wife of the new Coast Guard commander. And that's how Kimberly Powers became part of our team. And she's been such a gift. She has helped deepen our connection with the Coast Guard, and she is just magnetic. We joke that when Kimberly's working, everyone has FOMO. She brings joy and warmth wherever she goes. And much like Kimberly, Scott has made a genuine and lasting impact on our community. He's been approachable and accessible, from attending events like Chief Stevens swearing in, leading the roadie parade, sharing videos his team created about choosing Humboldt, to even gifting us a framed photo of Coast Guard helicopters flying over the area. More than anything, he's fostered a sincere connection with his team and our community, and we are truly grateful for his leadership, and we're going to miss having him here. While the Powers family plans to eventually retire on the East Coast to be closer to family, I hope you'll always consider your Eureka your West Coast home. We've truly enjoyed having your family here. And finally, I'd also like to extend a warm welcome to the incoming commander, Captain Mike Baird. We look forward to working with you and continuing this strong partnership. Kimberly, we have some flowers for you as a small token of our appreciation. And if Commander Powers or Commander Baird would like to say a few words, please feel welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Captain Scott Powers with the United States Coast Guard. I'm the sector commander for the next day, and then I'll be turning over the reins to Captain Mike Baird, who will take over for me tomorrow. I just want to say thank you so much to the city of Eureka. The people of Eureka have really welcomed us deeply and brought us in and made this feel like home since the first day we arrived over 2 years ago. We've been able to jump in right in and put deep roots down in this amazing community. And everywhere we go, we're surrounded by amazing people who welcome us in and make us feel a part of this amazing community. The Coasties that we all work with have incredible deep ties to this beautiful area and feel honored to be able to serve all of you and to make sure that we provide safety on the maritime area as well as deep inland as we go in and help do search and rescue cases with our partners all across the area. So I just want to say thank you for welcoming us, and we've had an amazing time, and we'll always call Eureka home.
Evening, Captain Mike Baird with the U.S. Coast Guard. Really honored to be here tonight. I'd really like to thank the city of Eureka for the warm welcome as we start this transition at the sector. Captain Powers has done a great job building these partnerships and relationships with the local communities and our local partners, and I really look forward over the next 3 years to continue forwarding and building those partnerships and relationships. Thank you.
And next up, we have our Zoo Request fundraiser announcement with Social Services Supervisor Wood and Social Services Coordinator Parrish. Welcome.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council. We'll wait a moment to pass out a couple flyers to you all. All right, so my name is Sierra, and this is Sienna. I'm the Homeless Services Supervisor, and Sienna is our Community Outreach Coordinator for the City of Eureka's Cape and Uplift programs. We'll be talking about our upcoming fundraiser tonight. Next slide, please. Do you go to the next slide? Mhm. Perfect, thank you. All right, so we work with the Community Access Project for Eureka, or CAPE, a program within the City of Eureka's finance departments. And our mission is to provide access to quality of life programs for all members of our community, regardless of their living situation or income. Thank you. All right. And we're really fortunate to have the opportunity to provide a variety of programs that serve families experiencing housing and or financial instability. We partner with local shelters and agencies that work with underprivileged families, and through the support of our community, are really able to put on events providing fun and also necessary resources for families.
Alrighty. On June 28th from 5 to 8 p.m., CAPE is going to be putting on our first annual Zoo Quest fundraiser in partnership with the Sequoia Park Zoo. We created this event as a way to raise money for necessary programs within CAPE and promote wildlife education and community partnerships as we head further into the summer. The event is family friendly and will feature activity booths, local food and drinks, along with opportunity drawings featuring items donated by a number of local businesses. Activities geared towards families will include face painting. We'll be doing a fun project on the skywalk involving conservation work, as well as other fun games. The Barnyard Pollinator Garden and I believe the Raptor Aviary will be open for a majority of the event, with fun trivia taking place in the barnyard. So all admissions will be processed at the door of the event, and all tickets will be $5. Drink tokens will be available inside, and alcohol will be available for purchase inside for those 21 and over. Non-alcoholic options will also be very readily available for those under the age of 21.
So proceeds from the event will go to support a lot of our fantastic programs through CAPE, supplying the Grab and Go Pantry at the Uplift Eureka Community Resource Center, supporting our Little Bottoms program, providing emergency diaper supplies for families in need, as well as a lot of our annual holiday programming, like our Halloween costume drive and giveaway, our winter holiday gift programs, our birthday wishes program, and other initiatives that CAPE hosts. Additionally, a percentage of the funds will be going towards the Sequoia Park Zoo to support their incredible programs as well. We're super thankful to our community members and businesses that have already contributed towards the events via donations or their time. We're really excited to see this happen, as it is the first annual event. Again, it's going to be family friendly. We're excited for everyone to show up and have a lot of fun. And we're really thankful to the City Council for your continued support of our programming. So we hope to see you all there on the 28th. If you do have any questions after this, you can direct them to Sienna. She's available Mondays through Thursdays at the information on the screen there. But thank you so much. If you have any questions about the event, we're happy to answer.
Do we have any questions about the event?
Yeah.
I'll see you there. I'll be volunteering.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
All right.
That moves us to presentations, and we will have our Humboldt Economic Survey results with Economic Development Manager Asbury and Executive Director Olson from the Chamber, Eureka Chamber of Commerce.
Okay, this evening I'm joined by Nancy Olson, President and CEO of the Eureka Chamber of Commerce, Amanda Kruschke, Executive Director of Eureka Main Street, and Grace Belt, Youth, Families, and Communities Advisor with UC Agricultural and Natural Resources. Before we dive in, I just want to take a moment to recognize Grace. Some of you may remember that she once worked with us as our social media coordinator, and it's been a joy to watch her grow in her career, and we're proud to now collaborate with her in this new capacity. And we're here tonight to revisit the results of the Humboldt Economic Survey, which we first shared with you in April. The Economic Vitality Committee of Eureka Main Street began working on the survey back in February. From the start, they decided to collaborate with the Eureka Chamber to ensure we were all working from the same data set and to avoid multiple surveys going out to the same businesses. In March, Sue McIntyre, chair of the Eureka Main Street Board, sent out an email sounding the alarm. She shared what many of us had already been hearing, that local businesses were struggling and needed more support. In response, the survey scope was expanded to include the entire county, allowing us to gain a clearer picture of the challenges faced by businesses throughout Humboldt. I'd like to thank Eureka Main Street for driving this project forward, and I appreciate Nancy's leadership in helping us bring it to completion. We're going to keep our presentation to about 10 minutes, but we're happy to provide the full results after for your review. And as we go through the findings, I've asked Nancy and Amanda to share more about what they're hearing directly from the business community. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nancy to kick us off.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Nancy Olson, CEO of the Greater Eureka Chamber, and I'm glad to share this data with you. It really has been a team effort to put it together, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that in just a moment, in addition to what Swan shared. So, again, joint survey with Eureka Main Street, City of Eureka, and we actually asked chambers countywide to participate in this and send it out to their members. A couple of other business serving organizations sent it out as well. So it went out literally from Oric to Garberville, Willow Creek to Manila, and every place in between. It really went all over the county. The survey took place from April 2nd to 28th. And we had 214 responses total across the county of that, and they are all unique businesses and organizations, so there weren't any repeats in there. 169, so a significant data set, have a Eureka presence, and that's who we'll be reporting on tonight. I want to thank also Grace and her colleague Alec, who are both with the UC Cooperative Extension, Humboldt Del Norte. They volunteered their time to do the analysis for us and to put together these amazing charts that you will see, and more to come. And just as another point of what's next for this survey, I'll be writing up, or we will be writing up, putting together all of our points for a summary report, along with all of the charts and data that are available for Eureka, for Humboldt, and then for a couple of the different localities that had significant data sets. So that's to come. Some highlights from the Eureka set of data, and I should qualify that it's not confined to the city boundaries. It's really the greater Eureka area. 88 respondents of the 169 have annual income of $300,000 or less, so that's about half. So these are really truly small businesses. 43 have annual gross income of $50,000 or less. Very, very small businesses. Nearly 80% of respondents have 10 or fewer employees. As we were talking earlier today, these are micro businesses. These are not just small businesses, they're micro businesses. The biggest challenges that they called out: cost of goods and services, decreased sales, high cost of rent and operations, and attracting and retaining qualified staff. 54% shared that safety concerns affect their ability to do business. We'll share a little bit more about that in a moment. And then in light of policy shifts at the federal level, 59% expect increased costs, and 41% expect fewer customers as people kind of hold on to the finances that they have in light of rising costs. In a bright spot, 87% of respondents share that they feel very or somewhat connected to other businesses in their area. It really is that kind of small town feel that we enjoy here. And then another point of interest is that 79% said that their primary customers are local residents. And this really speaks to the fact that they need all of us to shop local and to support our local businesses if we want them to thrive. So those are the highlights. I'll breeze through the bigger detail, the slides and such, but you'll all get a copy of it, and we'll be making this information public. At about the same time, NORCAN, the Northern California Association of Nonprofits, conducted a survey with nonprofits, and I thought I would bring forward just some highlights from their results. I don't know if they've presented to you or not, but I thought it would be important to share it. Leslie, I see you smiling. You know this data. 52% of nonprofits in our area rely on state and federal funding. 68% reported having no alternative funding plans should this funding be lost, or were unsure whether any existed. 2/3 of the nonprofits expect layoffs in the near future, and their staff, of course, was already stretched thin. Core services in education, environmental programs, health and mental health services, and community and civic engagement are experiencing significant disruptions. Some, such as women's shelters, are at risk of being eliminated. And these organizations serve tens of thousands of Humboldt residents annually. I wanted to include this data because nonprofits are small businesses, and they need to be included in our accounting of what we're sharing today. So here's the business data. Again, thanks to Grace. I'll breeze through this. So business type, we asked them, are they brick and mortar, home-based, mobile, remote, web-based, or other? The vast majority, as you can see, are brick and mortar. I didn't include this slide for Main Street, but you'll see that we have slides for all of Eureka, and then we have some slides for Eureka and for Main Street, kind of that data pulled out. Eureka Main Street was very similar to this, and they were almost all brick and mortar, and then some of them had a web presence as well. How many years has your business been operating? We have a lot that have been around for a good amount of time, and then we have about a third that have been around for 10 years or less. Number of employees, again, this speaks to our businesses being very, very small. In Eureka, we have a little over about 80% are 10 or under employees, and a whole lot, 28% solo businesses. In Eureka Main Street, the numbers are fairly similar, but they actually sway even more in the small business sense, 10 or fewer employees. Annual gross income, again, about half of Eureka businesses are under half a million, and a very significant portion, almost 18%, bring in less than $50,000 a year. And again, this is similar to Eureka Main Street, but they tend to be a little bit more on the small business side. What industry best describes your business? Similar for both data sets. Retail, of course, was huge, and then professional services was pretty significant across the board. Restaurant, food, and healthcare were significant as well. There we go. And then we asked nonprofits what kind of services they provide, because nonprofits could also respond to our survey, but we wanted to pull out what they do. So education is a huge sector in our nonprofit community, as we know. Arts, culture, training and professional development, and many of these nonprofits did more than one of these, provided more than one of these services. Here again, as we mentioned earlier, local residents, they really depend on local residents as their customers, their primary customer base. About 80% said that is their primary customer base. Tourists and visitors, just under 40%, and local businesses, about 40%. Here's where it gets a little funky, and some people say, hey, 2/3 of our businesses are thriving and stable. But we're not paying attention to more than a third of them are struggling or at risk of closing. So we really need to come behind our local business community and provide any assistance we can to help them thrive. And in Eureka Main Street, the statistics are even stronger, 9% at risk of closing, and almost 40% are struggling. What's their business outlook for the next 12 to 15 months? So looking into the future, about a little over a quarter, expect to decline or possibly close. That's significant. And then what are the top challenges they're currently facing? Very similar across both data sets: increased costs, high rent and operations costs, decreased sales, attracting qualified employees. Yeah, so we'll give you this data so you can dive in a little bit further, but those are the ones that really stand out. And what are the most substantial opportunities? Because we didn't want it to all be doom and gloom. And they want to be able to serve more people in the years ahead. And they want to increase their sales, not surprising. How do you expect to be impacted by federal changes? Again, this was in April. We're still going through uncertain times. Things were very uncertain during that time as well. They are expecting to have increased costs, fewer clients and customers. Those are the two that really jump out. So how can we support our local businesses through this time and help them become more resilient? And then safety concerns. Met with a couple of the city council members and staff this morning, and we spent a lot of time on this topic. 56% of our businesses said that they are somewhat or significantly impacted by safety concerns such as vandalism, theft, or loitering, and that it affects their ability to operate successfully. I think that this data right here is incredibly important for us to understand that this is very literally impacting our local businesses and their ability to be successful. Then we get into a couple questions about the Chamber of Commerce. About 60% are chamber members, another 8% are not, but they want to be. So we're following up with them to join. And then of those businesses that are chamber members, they have significantly more gross income than those who are not part of the chamber. That's not surprising. A lot of the smaller businesses find chamber membership can be a little cumbersome, although we have options for them too. But it does tend to be a more high income set of businesses that are part of the chamber. And another good thing is that chamber members feel more connected to each other and to the community than non-chamber members do. So those are some specific things. We're going to jump into a couple of questions that were open-ended. I'm going to ask Grace to come in and talk about those. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm just going to go over a couple of the open-ended responses. And so for these questions, they didn't have categories that they chose from. Instead, they wrote down their responses. So the categories you see today are ones that I created along with Alec, my colleague, and we used a bottom-up approach. So instead of deciding what the themes or categories would be, we looked at the data set and saw what categories were naturally arising. So for this first question, if you could change one thing about doing business in your area, what would it be? Overall, most folks responded with homelessness or houseless solutions. Following that, we had parking and bureaucracy, laws, and taxes. I included the three of these into one category, but to get more granular, there were 5 responses that mentioned bureaucracy explicitly, 2 that mentioned taxes, and 3 that mentioned laws. Following that, we had beautification and ways to increase community buy-in, and this included shopping local, as well as folks who wanted to see their community more aware of their businesses and where they're located and things like that. And the second question is, what additional support or resources would help your business thrive? So our top response was grants and funding. Following that, we had homelessness or houseless solutions, safety, and marketing and social media support. And then following that, we also had promote buying local and the other category, which includes 4 responses that were not related to any of the other categories or to one another. So yeah, that's what I have, and I'll pass it off to Amanda.
Okay, so I don't think we made it clear that Eureka Main Street is in downtown and Old Town Eureka. We're A to I, waterfront to 8th. So that's the area that is being addressed when a question is specific to Eureka Main Street. For the level of involvement, we have about 37% are involved at some level, somewhat active or very active. So this shows that we have a pretty good rate of activity, but we have more room to increase that activity of the businesses. How often do you participate in events? The majority of Eureka businesses broadly participate in events, especially monthly events, and I think those would include, mixers, Arts Alive, newsletters that we disperse to the community. So we have a pretty active business community. We have a lot of events that happen through the Chamber, Main Street, and Humboldt Made, and the businesses are always happy to participate. For nonprofit or for-profit businesses, how has tourism impacted your business in the past year? So the majority of businesses in Eureka and Eureka Main Street both expressed a positive impact. The interesting part is that you have over a quarter of respondents in both Eureka and Eureka Main Street that feel that they are not tourism dependent, which means they're local dependent. So again, we need to push to shop local and emphasize those programs. How do you expect tourism will impact your business in the coming 12 to 15 months? These are very similar graphs as far as we have about 33 and 35% are expecting a positive impact. And for the non-dependent is about the same size. They are the same size. So positive, and they're expecting support from local business or local consumers as well. What type of marketing support and resources would assist the businesses? The highest response is collaborative programs with other businesses and organizations, and those followed up by grants for marketing and social media. And so what they're really wanting is to be connected with others and have higher visibility. So we're developing programs, and other organizations also are developing programs to get more collaboration and visibility. Did I go too far? What events or initiatives would help the businesses? Strongest is a shop local program, followed by foot traffic initiatives. Those will be things that drive traffic right into the business, and followed at that by promotion. Promotion campaigns. So that's what we'll be working on, developing more programs to support those.
So like we mentioned, we're going to be putting together a summary that we'll be sending out along with all the detailed results. And then our next item is going to be Humboldt Made is going to be talking about Choose Humboldt. We're already working on a regional shop local campaign, and we're going to be bringing things to you to kind of address what this is asking for, and continuing to do surveys so that we can be responsive to what the needs are as they're happening. Happy to answer any questions.
Do you have any questions? Councilmember Contreras-Deloche?
Yeah, I was curious. So I'm trying to recall if it said that this was 169 or 179, something like that. 169. Okay, thank you. How many of what percentage of that are nonprofits? How many was it? I know it kind of toggled through the slide, but I didn't remember.
I don't know the answer off the top of my head, but I will get it to you. It's pretty low.
Okay.
Okay,
thanks. And then I think there was one other thing that I wanted to ask, but I'm looking for it. Oh, one of the issues that was listed, there was homelessness, parking, and bureaucracy, laws, and taxes. And I was wondering, was that local specific? Was that broad bureaucracy laws and taxes, or it was that local bureaucracy laws and taxes were problematic for them?
So would you be willing to come up to the microphone so people can hear you online? And
So most people gave one word answers, so it was just bureaucracy or just taxes. So we really don't know specifically if they're talking about in Eureka or if they're talking broader.
Okay, all right.
Those are the open-ended questions, yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, thanks so much.
Councilmember Moulton?
Thank you. I didn't have a question so much as a comment. First, thank you so much for the report and for gathering this data. It's incredibly important to have good information going forward when talking about these things. So thank you so much for that. I do want to encourage people to shop locally, as we all do, of course. I just wanted to point out that a lot of businesses will offer the same price as online. A lot of businesses offer price matching, and some folks will even order things specifically for you if you find something online and they don't have it in the stores. And you're just never going to get that level of customer service as you will if somebody has a one-person business or a 5-person staff that's been open for decades here in the city. You can't get that kind of community engagement when you're ordering from out of the area. But I also like to encourage local businesses to aim for nimble as the economy changes and as generational spending habits and priorities change. Our businesses also need to change because they're meeting different needs. And so if we can have local businesses that meet more basic needs of local people, then local people will have more reason to shop in those local businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fernandez?
Thank you. You touched on safety, and the 3 points that were up there were vandalism, theft, and loitering. And vandalism and theft already seem like you can have the imagination of what that might be or what that might entail. And I'm not asking for a legal interpretation, but what is it? Do you have any sense of what they mean by loitering? Is someone just sitting in the shop, or like are they taking up space? What is it that's going on in that sense?
My sense, my understanding of by loitering, they mean people who are loitering outside their shops, or who are, it's what a lot of businesses experience, folks who are camping out on their doorsteps or hanging out outside their stores, and sometimes creating challenges for the businesses themselves.
Okay. So in that sense, just being in that space, but maybe bothersome, maybe not, but taking up that space. Okay. And then going to another issue, or not issue, but a point that you'd highlighted was that 79% said primary customers are local residents. And so going to what Councilmember Moulton was saying, can you once more enlighten us to what the economic impact of dollars spent are locally? If I spend $1 here, what does that equal in our community?
Well, I have a chart back in my office I will be glad to share with you, and we will be certainly incorporating that in our Choose Humboldt campaign. But the more you spend locally with a local business, the more likely they are to reinvest that locally. If you go to a big box store, they're kind of that middle ground of, they're employing local folks, they are paying taxes, they might sponsor events or programs, but more of the money is going out of the area. And then, of course, if you shop online, almost none of it comes back to our local area. So there's kind of 3 tiers of shopping.
Yeah. And we see that somewhat locally too, just from businesses buying from other businesses locally to fill their shop or get their supplies, correct?
Right. Yeah. And also local businesses that turn around and invest. They sponsor a sports team, or they're using local services that then in turn support other local services. It's kind of a virtuous circle. So,
yeah. Why shop Amazon when you could shop the Redwoods? So
there you go. Like it.
Councilmember Bauer.
Yeah, I know the community loves Friday night market. I mean, the last one was thousands of people there. But what is the feeling amongst businesses in Old Town? Do they see it as a positive thing, or is it kind of? I know in the past there was some concerned that it really wasn't generating foot traffic.
So we have surveyed them after the previous year's season, and the majority of them are happy to have it in Old Town. It makes it vibrant, and there's people there. But the one problem that we face is that they're doing such a great job. Humboldt Made is doing such a great job of focusing the energy into the street that people aren't turning out and looking at the brick and mortars that are right there. And so we do have some businesses that love Friday Night Market and they really thrive, and it's like their customer. And then we have other businesses, it's just not their customer and people aren't coming in, and so there is a divide in the consensus, but the majority like it. But we do want to encourage people to also turn around and go into the brick and mortars that are open.
Thank you.
And on that note, I'd say with each season of Friday Night Market, we fine tune it a little bit more, and we're compromising a little bit more to find middle ground, limiting it to the 3 months or the 12 markets. It's kind of the best of both. It's accommodating the businesses, but also showcasing Friday Night Market. So we just keep trying to check in and then fine tune as we go.
Councilmember Moulton?
Since I run a business in Old Town, I just wanted to sing the praises of Friday Night Market, even though it doesn't bring people directly to my door. In my opinion, what it does is it brings people into Old Town that might not have ever gone there before, and they have to walk past my sign to get there. They have to see Old Town as a vibrant, interesting place with lots of shops that they didn't even realize were there. So I'm grateful for the Friday Night Market, and of course, Eureka Main Street and the Chamber and all the work that all of you do.
Thank you. Anything further? Thank you for that presentation. And as a point of order, I did want to let folks know that item E3 will be pulled and not discussed this evening. So if you are here for item E3, you're free to go. All right, that takes us to our next presentation, which is the 2025 Friday Night Market Seasons and Choose Humboldt campaign, which with Economic Director Asbury.
Okay, finally, I'd like to introduce Rosa Dixon. She's the new Executive Director of Humboldt Made, and Rosa has been involved with Humboldt Made since the very beginning, and it's been a pleasure to work alongside her and to see her leadership in action. I invited Rosa here tonight to share an update on this season's Friday Night Market. The city has a funding agreement with Humboldt Made to support the market, and we've worked closely with both Humboldt Made and the North Coast Growers Association to make it a success. And thanks to our new Placer AI software, we can now track attendance more accurately. At the first market, we saw over 7,300 visitors between 5 and 9 p.m., with 50% from Eureka area codes and 50% from outside the city. The average visit lasted 57 minutes, which speaks to the strength and draw of the event. And in addition to Friday Night Market, the city is also partnering with Humboldt Made to relaunch the regional Shop Local campaign, Choose Humboldt, in direct response to some of the economic trends that we just talked about with our survey. So with that, I will turn it over to Rosa.
Thank you so much. Great. Well, I was perfectly set up to start now. This was great. Good evening, everyone. I am Rosa Dixon, and I'm the Executive Director for Humboldt Made. I have been involved with Humboldt Made from the beginning, over a decade. Not only have I been on and off the board, I'm a local business owner, and my company has grown beyond the Redwood Curtain. Our products are now available in over 7,500 stores across the country, so I truly understand what it means to start in the Redwoods and grow beyond. Tonight, I am here to share some updates about Friday Night Market season and to express my deep gratitude for the City of Eureka's partnership and the ongoing support. This year's market season is nothing short of amazing. From the first note of live music to the final artisan packing up their booth, the energy in Old Town every Friday night has been truly transformative to what is even possible, and we are so thankful for the investment in our community from all of you. The data that Swan just shared, 7,300 visitors in a 2.5-hour period on a Friday night, is just remarkable. It's 1,200 more than the first Friday night market from last year. So that just shows that people want to come down. They want to celebrate us. And it's time supporting and shopping our local businesses, discovering new favorites, connecting with neighbors, and falling in love with Old Town over and over again. This event is more than just a market. It's a catalyst for economic and cultural growth. It draws people down and revitalizes local businesses, supports job creation, and enriches our overall quality of life in our community. Thanks to the City of Eureka's support and our strong partnership with North Coast Growers Association, we've been able to expand the market this year while collaborating closely with Eureka Main Street and the Old Town businesses. So when I came on in October, there was a lot of discussion about the businesses in Old Town and how they were benefiting or not benefiting from Friday Night Market. And that was probably the first 3 meetings we had as a team, is how do we support our local brick and mortars in Old Town? So one of the ways we did that this year was we brought in half as many food trucks. So that was the first thing. So the restaurants had the opportunity to be able to still sell their food, still have people coming in the door. The other thing we heard was there was a generator problem and people couldn't open up. We changed that. We strategically placed generators on the ends in the streets, and we encouraged and allowed food vendors that didn't have generators in first. So we really tried to work with our the local Old Town stores and restaurants. And so this event, sorry, I got lost there for a second. We also have over 150 vendors this year, which is awesome, which was a little less than last year, but still incredible. And we have woven the Choose Humboldt campaign into the messaging. So the importance of shop local and celebrate what makes our region truly unique. Speaking of Choose Humboldt, I'm excited to share that we are relaunching the regional Shop Local campaign to address some of the economic challenges we face. Choose Humboldt isn't just a slogan, it's a movement. It's about recognizing that our dollars are powerful and where we spend them shapes the kind of community we live in. And right now, that matters more than ever to all of us. Our goal with the relaunch is clear. We want to strengthen community loyalty to our local businesses, inspire pride of place, and foster collaborations between city, chambers, and economic partners. And most important, build a resilient economic community that reflects Humboldt's values, sustainability, creativity, and community. We have also been partnering with the SBDC to work with the local businesses to help them with some of the stuff you guys addressed. And we just did an economic summit where we had 60 businesses there, and we talked to them about what's coming, how can we change what we're about to experience, and what do they need and how we can support them. And that's going to be an ongoing project. We are currently finalizing an 18-month marketing plan, and we're developing messaging that will roll out across the radio, print, social media, video, and in-store signage throughout the region. The truth is, Humboldt doesn't need to look elsewhere for greatness. It's already here. It's in our downtown. It's our farmers. It's our storefront, and it's our people. And on behalf of Humboldt Made, thank you. Thank you for investing in Friday Night Market, for backing local businesses, and believing in the power of our place. Together, we're not just creating an event, we're creating identity, memory, movements, and community. For the love of this place, choose Eureka and choose Humboldt.
Thank you.
I'm happy to answer any questions about it.
Do we have any questions? Councilmember Contreras-Deloche?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I had mostly just, I was curious how you guys are gathering data because I'm not familiar. How are you counting the number of people? How do you come up with that head count?
So we have a new software. It's called Placer AI, and it utilizes aggregate cell phone data. So like I can't look up an individual that's in an area, but we can kind of gather attendance to events. Like we were able to look up how many people attended the protest this weekend, things like that. You're able to look at, you can put up like geofences and kind of see how many people come to an area during different time periods, where they're coming from, how long they're staying, things like that. But it's very broad. There's nothing specific about the individuals. It's just generalized information.
So piggybacking on that, my other question I think then is related to that. Is that how they're tracking area codes?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's based off where the person spends the most time, not necessarily where their cell phone is registered to or like their
That's what I was
contract
wondering
is.
because
Yeah.
about half of people don't change their area codes
Right.
now, and myself included. And so I was wondering how we're able to determine that those are people coming from out of the area, not that they have out of the area cell phones. So it's able to kind of sift through that.
That based on where you spend your majority of your time, and it can tell if you're a resident or a visitor or an employee. It breaks it down, and we're still getting the hang of it, of how to get all the details of it. It gives us a lot of information that we're trying to get the hang of, but we're getting better at it, and we're working with them weekly to learn how to use it better.
I'm curious, and maybe this isn't known yet, if the out of the area, if there's, if that's locally kind of like McKinleyville, Arcata, Fortuna, or if that's, what percentage, if we know that yet, is really significantly out of the area.
It does break it down by area code, and so we can see kind of by specific, like even in Eureka, you can tell where in Eureka, like by area code. I'm not
Any
sure
kind of
I-
patterns or
zip
anything
code?
interesting emerging? Like, hey, in July we have more people coming from, further away in the state.
I'd say we're still getting the hang of it, of understanding how to use the software. I'm sorry. Did I
Sorry.
miss something?
I don't know.
No, Member Moulton had mentioned, are you meaning zip code or are you meaning area code?
Oh, zip code.
Thank you.
It pulls it by zip code.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. I'm interested to find out more as time goes on and you guys are able to learn more about it. Thanks.
Yeah, it also, one other note, it tracks foot traffic as well. And so, like, as we're looking at this data for our businesses, the foot traffic in Old Town has gone down by 1%, but it's gone up in some of our big box retailers by 6 and 11%. So people are still spending in Eureka. They're just changing where they're spending. And so I think that kind of highlights the importance of the Choose Humboldt campaign, of where your spending matters right now, that our small businesses really feel it, and it's amplified. Like that fear and uncertainty is amplified just with that small drastic change in foot traffic and change in spending.
That change, that period of time change, what was the period of time that covers in the last year or months or?
January through April.
January through April of this year.
Okay,
Was it part of any of the surveys or anything like that do we have any idea what might be motivating that, or we haven't asked people what might be motivating a shift?
I mean, I think that's part of the survey is like we have these multiple sources of data. We have our sales tax, our TOT, our Placer AI, and then we have the survey. And so we're kind of trying to marry this all together and make sense of the different pieces of it. So like we can hear what the businesses are saying in our survey and then match it to our foot traffic and what is actually happening and kind of find what the reality checkpoint is and give people that information so they can make good decisions for themselves.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I'm curious about that is that I know for myself personally, like I try to find something here locally first, but oftentimes the hours don't permit me they're closed before I'm finished working. And so that often leaves me with, other things, or I can't find what I'm looking for. And, so I would like to know maybe down the line if we are able to dig more into not the business end of it, but the consumer end of it and find out what is motivating habits a little bit. I don't know how we would do that. I don't know if we can have some kind of if we could have a survey or something maybe on the city where if we could kind of find out a little bit what might be motivating that end of it so that we could know how to target that or maybe, change that.
Right now, our only insight on that is sales tax and information. And yeah, I think it would have to be a survey.
Okay.
I have something to contribute to that too. I'm doing a lot of reading, and I don't have Eureka specific data, but what I'm reading kind of on a national scale is people are holding on to their dollars, or they are, they're watching their pennies.
Yeah.
And oftentimes a big box retailer can offer things at a lower price than a small locally owned business. I love the idea of going in and getting price matching. I think that would be brilliant if businesses are willing to do that. But another thing, and Rosa has heard me say this, that shopping local is awesome, but it also sometimes requires a certain level of economic privilege.
Yeah.
And we are in a county that is has a high degree of poverty. So how can we present shop local as shop local on a budget? And how can we kind of have a next layer of that messaging to meet the needs of our neighbors who maybe aren't as economically privileged?
Well, and that's part of the Choose Humboldt campaign, exactly what you said, because it's two parts, right? So it's the consumer and it's the retailer. And I have the exact same experience. I have 2 full-time jobs. Making it to a store between 9 to 5 is completely unrealistic for me. And so that's part of what we're partnering with the SBDC, because there needs to be support for the businesses, and with the chambers is like, how can the businesses succeed in an environment that caters all? And I always use if you say on Google that you're open on a Saturday between 12 and 5, and I go there twice and you're not open, I'm not going back. And that happens all the time.
Yep.
And it happens with restaurants too, when they move and they don't put their new address, or don't say closed. And so I think there's so much about this, and that's why this is a county-wide project that I inherited as executive director of Humboldt Made started it in 2020. And the whole idea is that we're going to collaborate with everyone, all the chambers, SBDC, all the cities, the county, to get the messaging out to the consumers and the support for the businesses, because it is 2 parts.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I know I can hear all the passion. I know 2/3 of you are really passionate and dedicated to this, and I hadn't met you yet, but thank you. I really appreciate it.
Awesome. Councilmember Moulton.
I actually just had a nuts and bolts suggestion, which you mentioned generators, and batteries are getting very cheap and very good, and they're a more expensive outlay. But when it comes time to replace your generators, I recommend replacing it with a battery, especially if you've got some solar panels to plug it into, because by the time you calculate ongoing fuel costs, that more expensive battery is going to be much cheaper than a generator in the long run. And quieter. Yeah, anybody that needs electricity, you just get a battery and charge it up. And especially if you have a solar setup somewhere to charge it off of, then that's going to be a significant savings in the long run for a slightly more expensive generator. Sorry. Yeah.
Councilmember Castellano.
Well, firstly, thank you, all of you, for your leadership in economic development, really, and the person-centered approach, that you're taking. And in terms of the Shop Local campaign, I really hope to see some toolkits so that it can be really adopted and used by many different people. I think many of us here were part of those meetings during the COVID with the Economic Resilience Consortium, and during that time, it seemed like one of the things that really made it effective was that it was really championed by a wide variety of people in the community who were really lifting it up. And so, and we saw a lot of success with it then. So, I look forward to kind of seeing that happen again. It seems like there's some great opportunities too for, and I know some of this ties into, the Placer AI data ties into our tourism development efforts and things like that. And so I can imagine some opportunities to hire photographers for some of these bigger events, just so we can really use that as part of the story of Eureka, is that how we're centering local, how we're centering the people who live here in terms of what economic success looks like. So yeah, I look forward to more, and just thank you for all of your efforts.
Yeah, we had a videographer and a photographer, each different at the last two markets, and we'll have them there every week because we're collecting all of that right now to put together a bigger campaign.
Great. And are those shared photos, or are those for Humboldt Made?
They'll be for the Choose Humboldt campaign, and they will be shared. It will
great.
Yeah, it will be open to all the collaborators.
Super. Thank you.
Well, I would just like to say thank you. It's great meeting you. I look forward to working with you. And I really appreciated you highlighting how rich our community is on so many levels. I share that passion, and I appreciate you sharing that tonight. So again, look forward to working with you.
Yeah, I've been here
Thank you.
for over 20 years, and I love it. It's my home, and I've been in business over here for 15 years. So I'm excited to get to lead this. I'm passionate about local business, and I'm passionate about us shopping local and supporting each other. So
wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thanks, everyone. Okay, that will take us to council reports, and we're going to start with Councilmember Bauer.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I want to take my time and dedicate it to not giving a report, but to Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark, and Minnesota State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, Yvette. As you all know, I think it was June 14th. Mr. and Mrs. Hortman were assassinated, and State Senator Hoffman and his wife were critically wounded in an assassination attempt. And I think I owe this largely to the political discourse in our communities. And we often, I've been here for 5 years now, and we often experience some really harsh language, and some of it's over the top. A couple have been threatening. And I think of these poor people who were just doing community service. They're public servants, right? And their lives are taken, and they leave behind 2 children. The Hortmans do. And I just think, so much of what happens in our community, in this sphere, in the community sphere where we make decisions, we do it because we believe it's what's best for our community. And, we have lots of people in this audience that I know we have political differences, but we agree to disagree all the time, and we used to do that. It used to be more regular, right? That, both political sides, we can disagree and we can walk away and be mad, or we can try and transform whatever decision was made, but we didn't do it through violence. And so I just wanted to recognize that the discourse at the federal level, we can't do anything about that, right? The political discourse, but we can within our community. And it's okay to be harsh to us. We're used to the language. It happens pretty often, but people need to be aware that language and rhetoric affects certain people in a different way. They don't have the mental acumen to discern language, and it becomes something that leads to violence. And I just been thinking about this every day, and thinking about the 2 children that don't have parents. And the only reason is because somebody didn't believe in her political beliefs, right? And it's got to stop. We can't control the language that happens at the federal level, but we can within our community. And so I ask that people remember that we're all in this community together. We all are just trying to make it better, and you may disagree with what happens up here and with your friends and neighbors. And I know people that are forgoing their relationships with their families because of politics, and it's got to stop. We got to learn to get along and respect opinions and not have it lead to violence. So with that, I'd like to take 30 seconds to just recognize Melissa and Mark Hortman and wish a speedy recovery for State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, and hope that we don't see this anymore. And hopefully our community can treat each other with respect, and we don't see something like this. So 30 seconds. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fernandez.
Thank you. Earlier today, myself and Councilmember Moulton met with the Chamber of Commerce in our 2x2 discussion, led primarily with the survey that was presented just a little earlier today, and it was a very robust discussion about the previous ordinance, Bill 1040, sitting, lying, and camping. Much they would like everyone to know that they are not vilifying nor expecting an ordinance to solve homelessness, but they've expressed a willingness to meet with advocates and local community organizations to foster and find solutions. And coincidentally, about 2 weekends ago, there was a forum at the Labor Temple discussing homeless issues. A large portion of it that I was able to be present for was primarily about the folks that are affected by being homeless or looking for a sense of agency and determining how to move forward, as well as the resources available to them. This past weekend, I had the privilege of attending the No Kings rally, and I'm grateful not only for the gathering of folks from around our community and here in Humboldt, but also the camaraderie, the music, the art, the speeches, everything conducted in a very peaceable fashion. But most surprisingly, for the police response in shutting down the streets and diverting traffic in what is most likely that I've seen very non-confrontational displays and engagement that I've witnessed.
Thank you. Councilmember Moulton.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Councilmember Bauer, for bringing up your statement. I appreciate that. I have no travel to report, but I did attend, since the last meeting, a Humboldt Bay Fire Joint Powers Authority meeting. It's budget season, so that's always fun. And we had an opportunity to acknowledge the hard work and transition of Fire Chief Tim Citro and the good work that he's doing. So cheers to Chief Citro. I unfortunately missed the penning ceremony on Friday with the folks being, and I should have their names in front of me, so sorry. But a ceremony where they acknowledged not only advancements, but the entire crew that was on duty the night that there was a large structure fire. And our firefighters acted with professionalism as well as incredible bravery and skill. Yesterday, I got to attend the ribbon cutting of Kinfolk Beauty Supply up in the 2nd Ward. Inspiring to see new businesses opening in Eureka, especially in my district, especially a woman-owned business, especially a Black-owned business. Delighted to have Rochelle, and they're serving a really important need in our community. Did attend the chamber meeting this morning with leaders of the business community and Councilmember Fernandez. I'd like to echo the sentiment that we have such a compassionate community, just up and down. Everybody's looking for compassionate solutions for everybody, for all of our community members, whether they are running a business or experiencing homelessness. I see that drive for real humanitarian solutions coming just from every corner of the city, and it's really good to see. I also attended the No Kings protest on Saturday. Again, inspiring, peaceful, so many thousands of people out singing and building community. And it feels good to know, if you are frustrated about what's going on or feeling powerless, that here's at least all of these folks that you can stand with and feel connected with. I'd like to encourage that passion and that dissent to turn into positive actions, and specifically perhaps the positive action of volunteering at St. Vincent's dining facility. They are suffering for not only funds right now. St. Vinny's, in case you don't know, has been they've been offering free food every day for decades to anybody that needs it, but also they kind of serve as a hub for people experiencing homelessness or people experiencing extreme poverty or just people who need more support. And because they're there feeding folks, other organizations are able to go out there. The city programs to help people are able to go out there. Health Outreach is able to go out there and find people who are in need. And they are in danger. They need money for help. They need money for food. They need money for facilities costs. But they also just need volunteers. And maybe if you are out at the No Kings protest, or maybe if you're just a compassionate person right now with a few extra hours a week, I recommend you go to the St. Vincent website or their phone number, SVDP, that's St. Vincent de Paul, svdp-redwoods.org. They could really use some help just filling trays with food. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Castellano?
Thank you. Likewise, thank you, Councilmember Bauer, for your comments. I do think about what is it to stay with the trouble, stay in dialogue in hard places with one another, acknowledging that often, we all want community and connection and safe places for children, and, we want to take care of the environment. And so just recognizing that we are here to dialogue with you and to sometimes disagree, right? Or sometimes question together and learn together. And that we are, building a community is not a solitary act, but an ongoing process and ongoing series of relationships. The things I've been up to have been, I attended a nonprofit forum put together by Cal Nonprofits, Boulder Advocacy, and NORCAN. One of the interesting bits of information that came out of that was they shared a map by the Center for American Progress that shows Department of Government efficiency cuts by congressional district across the United States. That there's 435 congressional districts in the U.S. and our congressional district is in the top 5 of those that have experienced cuts, not by percentage, but by number, which is interesting. And these are, cuts to grants and federal jobs, federal projects. So just something to think about when we think about economic development. I attended the Humboldt Transit Authority meeting, the Humboldt Waste Management Authority meeting, the meeting on homelessness that AHA put together at the Labor Temple, the Live Well Humboldt Steering Committee meeting. I served as vice chair for the Cal Cities Housing Community Economic Development Policy Committee meeting. I attended a couple Pride events, the No Kings Rally, Friday Night Market, Arts Alive, and had a theater performance by Taboodi Theater on disability advocacy, and had quite a few conversations on trails, bikes, sculptures, and homelessness, and renters with community members.
Thank you. Councilmember Castellano? Oh, I looked at her. Contreras Deloach.
I'll answer to whatever.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
I attended the Dockside Market ribbon cutting. That was congratulations to Ashley Velis and everybody who's been working on that. That was really exciting. It's just getting started. They sold out in 30 minutes, so it's going to be every other week. I highly encourage everybody to go. It's down there at the foot of sea, Matticat. You can get fresh fish, fresh crab, and there's other things going on there. So it's kind of a farmer's market, but for the fishermen. So go and support them. I also attended Friday Night Market, and I also had a Harbor District 2x2. I got to go to the Humboldt Bay Fire badge pinning and see the new recruits and the firefighters. Just want to express my gratitude and appreciation each time I've heard the story about some of the stuff that they've gone through. And this was one of those instances of a particularly awful fire that they were there on scene with. I'm very grateful to them for risking their lives and certainly their mental health to make sure that the rest of us are safe, and just want to thank them for that. And Chief Citro, I believe, got his 25-year pen. I think it was 25 years. And then I also attended the housing forum at the Labor Temple that was hosted by AHA, and made some contacts with members of the Hoopa tribe and Trinidad Rancheria. I got to go out and look at a building that's using alternative materials and talk to them about Conestoga huts and some other things that I'm really excited about, potential future opportunities for the city and ways to address not only homelessness, but also how to build some home ownership and get some more housing in place. And then I also attended the Know Your Rights People's Assembly that was hosted by the City of Arcata and Central del Pueblo. And that was really what it says it is. Their city manager and along with their mayor and some members of the council were up there talking with people as a community event to really help people understand what their constitutionally protected rights are, how that looks, and how to interface with members of their community and law enforcement.
Thank you. And as for me, I had the privilege this morning of meeting with Commander Powers and Commander Baird. They gave me a wonderful gift, and it was just, it's both and, right? It's very sad to lose the Powers, and it's very exciting to have Commander Baird in our region, and looking forward to going to that changing of the guard ceremony tomorrow. I did 3 ribbon cuttings, one at Kinfolk that Councilmember Moulton had attended, which was wonderful, one at the blood bank this afternoon with their new blood mobile, and then one with the Dockside Market, which, that one particularly was so inspirational. Ashley Vellis has been working on that project for many years now, and to watch her dream come alive is very inspirational. And I would encourage you all, if you get an opportunity, whether you eat fish or not, go down and meet them and see what they've got going on, because that's the gift in the community, is that pretty much if you have a dream that you want to accomplish in our region, there are ways to make that happen. There's a lot of support, and it takes a lot of work and a lot of vigilance, but there are opportunities here. And so that was especially moving for me. I did go to the Empty Bowls for St. Vincent de Paul. That was a fundraiser for them. Always a wonderful event, and I appreciate so much, Councilmember Moulton, you bringing forward the idea of volunteering and donating to them. They've been hurting for a while, and they're really struggling with getting volunteers. So even an hour of your time, once every 2 weeks, or what you can do. It also is very eye-opening to be around different folks that maybe you're not used to hanging out with. You might be surprised. You might really enjoy yourself. And for me, it's a gift. Friday night markets, I went there. That was absolutely off the chain. Beautifully fabulous. Great to see our community out there enjoying themselves. And then lastly, there's probably more. But I went to the HCOG meeting last night and wanted to let you know that the SLU bridges, there are going to be some improvements happening. And in July, there's not a date certain yet, but there will be some public meetings coming forward with that. And then lastly, I missed the No Kings rally. I was down in Santa Cruz with my daughter, who just graduated from college with a double major. And I know I'm very proud of her, but I was in the middle of the No Kings rally there, where 10,000 people crowded the streets in community. So what a blessing to have these opportunities in this very challenging time to work together and to be together in community, in kindness, and in respect. And again, thank you, Councilmember Bauer, for your words. I think they're so critical, especially in this climate. You know, we don't have to agree, but we can certainly be respectful. We learned that in kindergarten. Many of us, you know, it's not that challenging, really. And it really makes a huge impact on our community and how we interact with each other. So that being said, thank you very much. That moves us to public comment. This is the time for members of the public who wish to be heard on matters that do not appear on the agenda. City Council policy is to limit each speaker to 3 minutes. Such time allotment or portion thereof shall not be transferred to other speakers. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not take action on an item that does not appear on the agenda. So the time allotment for public comment on non-agenda items is a maximum of 30 minutes. Shall be allotted to receiving public comments in the initial public comment period. If necessary, an additional period shall be allotted to public comment after city manager reports, but only if the first 30 minutes of public comment period was not sufficient to allow all those who wish to speak to do so. So if you are here to comment publicly on a non-agenda item, please come forward. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you. I will keep my comments to my 3 minutes. 3 things I want to report on. One, Special Olympics in Humboldt County is having our torch run event tomorrow. And for those that aren't aware, Special Olympics is the charity of choice for law enforcement across the globe. We can't say how grateful we are to have enjoyed the support of the Eureka Police Department and the entire law enforcement community. This will be our 4th year. That kicks off tomorrow at 11:30 at the amphitheater next to the Adorney Center, and we'll do a loop through the Old Town area. And for those that aren't familiar with Special Olympics is a program internationally for folks with intellectual disabilities. It's broken into sports competitions, social inclusion, and healthy living habits. And so we have focused on all 3 of those. And lastly, I would just say that we are very grateful, and we would like to come back at another time to really appreciate the support. It's not easy being in the law enforcement community these days, obviously, and we've had nothing but support from the community and from the broader community here. As you know, we experienced a break-in on New Year's Day this year, and the EPD and county sheriffs were able to retrieve a lot of the items that were stolen. So we've had the Rotary and others have come forward within the community to help backfill some of those losses. So we feel the love, and we want to really acknowledge that and say thank you to everyone. So for those that are out there tomorrow and just for coming up events here, those that are have family members or friends that are potential Special Olympic athletes, our next sports coming up, we're just wrapping up swimming, track and field, and bocce ball. We're about to do our summer games at University of Santa Clara. That's where the torch run culminates. But our next 2 sports will be softball, and we're shifting bowling to the summer months this year. So contact Humboldt at sonc.org, Special Olympics Northern California, for more information. And if you can get out there. And lastly, all of our athletes that do this walk will receive a free ice cream cone from Living the Dream. And we really appreciate Dina's support. She's been there for us every year. So thank you.
Thank you for being here. Sorry to miss tomorrow. Come on up.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
My name is Misty Dawn Clapp, and I came up here in light of Pride Month. I guess I didn't even know that we were celebrating or making a proclamation about that. But I personally used to be a member of the LGBTQ, I guess IA now community also. And that experience in my life caused me a lot of heartache. And I became suicidal, like almost half of the people in that community do. And today, that's not my story. And I just have a couple of things that I wrote to kind of tell you about why. She is we. I have a word for a woman, but I won't say her name, because we all probably feel this way. If her outsides looked like her insides did, she'd look a whole lot different. Her fresh face would be replaced by worry lines and frowns. Lord knows this world tries to bring her down, but she doesn't ever let it, because she knows because of him she's got a hope and a future with him forever. If you could see the scars from the battles she had to face along the way, just to get this far, you wouldn't even recognize her. But she's got a glorious smile because she has a glorious God shining his light upon her. So what's her name? Does it really matter? Because if she's got the Holy Spirit living inside her, then Jesus Christ, Yeshua the Messiah, that is the only name that really does. Nevertheless, can you guess? She is me. She is you. She is her. She is we. Because in him, all we really are is one. Thank you.
Thank you, Misty. Okay. Is there anyone else in chambers who wants to comment on non-agenda items? Seeing no one, we'll bring it over to Zoom. Ellen?
Good evening, City Council. I am going to stay focused on my prepared comment and not go off on the absolutely ridiculous nonsense I've been hearing in this chamber. And I'm going to do that to talk to you about CalPERS. I want to keep this at the forefront of your mind. A big thank you to Councilmember Castellano for sending the letter to the CalPERS Board of Directors, demanding they divest from companies supporting Israel's genocide of Palestinians. Thank you also to Councilmember Moulton for requesting a staff report on CalPERS investments in genocide. I wanted to let you know I actually received the 2024 investment report earlier this afternoon, so I'm going to be reviewing that and looking forward to reading what your city staff report includes. I noticed in the proposed budget, which I'm not going to comment on later, but I saw that over $50,000 are allocated to CalPERS contributions by the city. And so with our city sending tens of thousands of dollars to CalPERS every year, I think we deserve to have a say in how this money is invested. Also, as you know, this is urgent. The situation in Gaza has been escalated by Israel and the US such that it is now more appropriately referred to as a Holocaust. In other words, we are seeing a systematic industrial scale extermination of the Palestinian people with the declared intent to erase them physically, culturally, and spiritually from the Gaza Strip. By naming this as a Holocaust, we ring the alarm bells that should move us to immediate action. Just yesterday, the Israeli military again fired at Palestinians seeking aid at our US-backed so-called aid distribution center, which has actually resulted in over 338 people killed and over 2,850 injured since May 27th. So please send the drafted letter now, and then we can follow up again with CalPERS once you have the city report in hand. This is urgent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen.
Alice?
Good evening. Tonight, I'd like to talk about pinkwashing, which refers to when a state or organization appeals to LGBTQ plus rights in order to deflect attention from its harmful practices. In the case of Israel, pinkwashing is done to salvage its abysmal global reputation of being a colonial aggressor through exploiting and even encouraging anti-Arab racism and Islamophobia to present itself as a comparatively modern cosmopolitan haven. While pinkwashing frequently operates as a propaganda or public relations strategy, a deeper understanding of how it functions regarding Palestine and Palestinians reveals that pinkwashing is also the inevitable manifestation of the homophobic and Orientalist nature of Zionism, which itself is a manifestation of European colonial thought. As Palestinian queer rights organization Al-Qawas has explained, pinkwashing is the symptom of settler colonialism. Settler colonialism is the root sickness. The pinkwashing of Israel relies on the false belief that the East remains stubbornly backwards regarding homosexuality because of a refusal to learn from Western progressivism. So I'm asking tonight that you see the intersectionality of our queer community here in Humboldt County and our queer community in Palestine. If we recognize the vital importance and significance of the Stonewall riots, we can recognize the vital importance and significance of celebrating, honoring, and protecting the lives and rights of our queer community globally and at this very critical time in Palestine. Queer Palestinians are beloved, just like our queer community here. Queer Palestinians need protection from Israel. There is no greater threat to their safety than Israel. If we fly a gay pride flag at our courthouse, it makes no sense that we would not do everything we can for the LGBTQ plus community in Palestine. We must divest from Israel. Thank you to Leslie and Mario for sending in your divestment letters. Thank you to Katie for requesting the staff report looking into CalPERS investments in genocide. I'd also like to bring to your attention Assembly Bill 715, which was introduced on May 14th and passed the Assembly despite deep reservations from teachers, students, school boards, and community members. AB 715 is designed to dismantle pro-Palestinian advocacy and activism within the United States through the weaponization of false charges of anti-Semitism. The bill's authors are seeking to censor any criticism of Israel and any education about Palestine and Palestinian stories and perspectives. We must do everything in our power to stop AB 715 and identify and stop anti-Palestinian racism, which is so prevalent in our own community and our country. Thank you so much for your time. Free Palestine.
Thank you, Alice. Do you see anyone else on Zoom?
I see no one else on Zoom.
Okay, well, that will bring us to our first public hearing. Public hearings are scheduled for a time certain of 6 p.m. unless noticed otherwise or as soon as possible thereafter. And this is the Lease Revenue Bond Series 2025 with Finance Director Millar.
All right, good evening. Tonight's first public hearing is about the 2025 lease revenue bonds. So tonight's presentation is to give you a high-level overview of why we're issuing debt and the mechanisms behind this process. So the first question is, why are we issuing bonds? Next, I'll go into what are lease revenue bonds, followed by who's involved, what are the financial implications, and then what are the next steps. So why are we issuing bonds? The best explanation about why has to do with our capital improvement program, or the CIP. The purpose of these bonds is to finance certain projects. These projects can be found in this document. They include the courtyard or operations complex, municipal auditorium improvements, and city hall improvements. These projects are large relative to our typical annual list of projects. In fact, starting with the first one, the new ops complex is estimated to cost around $21 million. City hall improvements, about $5.5 million. And then the municipal auditorium, another $5.5 million, for a total of $32 million. Typically, our projects are funded as pay-as-you-go, meaning that the cash we have on hand or that we're going to generate within the fiscal year goes towards financing projects. But in this case, given this dollar amount, we have to look for outside financing. And that brings us to lease revenue bonds. So there are two types of municipal bonds. There are general obligation bonds, or GO bonds, and there are revenue bonds. General obligation bonds are backed by tax revenues and require a vote. Revenue bonds are typically financed through specific revenue streams, whether that's water or sewer revenues. But in this case, it's through lease payments. Lease revenue bonds are a type of revenue bonds. They are unique in the sense that it requires the agency to work with another government agency. In this case, it's the Eureka Public Financing Authority, or the EPFA. This is a JPA that was formed back in 1988 by the city. It was done because at that time we had the redevelopment agency, and in order for the redevelopment agency to issue debt, they had to work with the EPFA to issue that debt. So what's going to happen is the city will provide the EPFA with some public assets, in this case facilities such as City Hall or Dias Park or EPD headquarters. Those public assets will be used essentially as collateral, as well as a way for the EPFA to generate revenue. The EPFA is the entity that will issue the debt, and then the money raised by the debt or the issuance of the bonds will provide cash for the projects the city wants to do. So this describes the debt issuance process. The way the debt payments are made is because the city will then begin paying rent payments to the EPFA or lease payments, and then those lease payments are revenue for the EPFA, and they will be used to make the debt service payments. So who's involved? Typically, and we've done this in the past as a city, actually many times. So we first have to have a financial advisor, then we look for bond counsel, and then underwriters. So our financial advisors, PFM, they help the city do financial projections. They help us prepare for our rating with S&P, and they make sure that we don't overextend ourselves. The next group that assists us is our bond counsel, ORC. You may have noticed the long list of attachments associated with this item. Those are all legal documents. ORC helps us produce those documents, as well as to minimize any potential risk associated with issuing the debt. And then finally, our underwriters, Oppenheimer. That's the group that will go and sell the bonds. Typically, this is to other financial institutions, and they also help us price it in terms of interest rate and term and the structure of the bonds. Tonight, we do have PFM on the Zoom. So at the end of this presentation, if you have any questions that I can't answer, they will come on and hopefully answer those questions. So what are the financial implications of the lease revenue bonds? So the most current estimate as of June 11th, we know how much debt we want to issue. That's $32 million. We're assuming a interest rate of about 5%. This is a conservative estimate. We're hoping that it comes under this rate. We expect the proceeds of the bonds to be about $29.7 million. Typically, that's because we are required to hold some of the proceeds to the side as a reserve. So about $2 million might be set aside, and then at the end of the term, that money will come back to the city and can be used for additional project work. The term on these bonds are 30 years, and over the course of those 30 years, we expect those bonds to cost the city about $63 million. So what's the impact on the city budget? So the annual debt service payment on the $32 million is about $2 million a year. That's going to be broken up and paid for by 3 different funds. The general fund will capture about 44% of that debt service payment. That's because the general fund has operations in all 3 facilities. So the ops complex, City Hall, and the Muni have a large portion of employees that are funded through the general fund. And then the remaining amount will be paid for by the water and wastewater fund. They will both contribute about 28%. And that again reflects the ratio of employees working at each facility. So what are the next steps? We have to elect EPFA officers. We still have to receive our bond rating from S&P. We expect this by the end of June. Once we have a rating, the underwriters can go out and market the bonds and get a final price. Hopefully that's done by mid-July. And then by the end of July, we hope to go to market and raise $32 million. So the EPFA, here's a screenshot of the original resolution adopted back in 1988. It included 5 different officers. So I'm hoping tonight we can select an individual to fill each role. You want help? No, we can just vote.
So are you open for questions, or how would you care to proceed?
If the city clerk can help me with the process, but typically it's something like when we fill any type of board, like the Humboldt Bay Fire JPA, typically you guys vote up at the dais, and that would be an appropriate process for this as well.
Great.
So we need 2 council members and then 3 city staff to fill the executive director, the secretary, and the treasurer.
So with this resolution was original to 1988. I've been using the roles, city manager role, mayor role, and city clerk role in the past moving forward, but we would like to designate not names and positions, or just positions?
Names and positions.
Names and positions. So I would recommend like Mayor Burgell for the chairman or the chairperson, our mayor pro tem right now, which is Leslie Castellano, and then city clerk is the secretary, city manager is the ED, and the finance director would be Director Millar.
Before we move forward, will we, after this potential or this election, will we be able to have council ask questions about the actual, or can we do that first, or how would you like to, again, how would you like to proceed?
Either way will work. This is really just a something we have to do as part of prior to issuing the bonds. Just for your knowledge, the EPFA meetings run concurrent with the city council meetings. So there wouldn't be any separate meeting for EPFA business. It would simply happen during a regular council meeting. So we just have to establish current officers. We can either do that before or after questions, whatever you feel comfortable with.
Okay. And then would we do the election after public comment, after we open the public hearing for comment, or after? It's
Again,
typical.
Because we don't do this very often, so I don't know what's typical. So
Let's
we can
take comment
First. Okay, great. So do we have any questions for Director Millar? Councilmember Contreras-Deloach.
Hi, thanks, Director Millar. I had a question. You said that, and of course we don't know this yet, about the potential 4.99%. Is the interest rate variable?
No, whatever rate that is assigned to these bonds will be the rate for the entire term.
Okay. And then you said the term is going to be 30 years on the bond?
Correct.
On the bonds. Okay. This probably isn't important, but are we able to pay that off sooner?
Yes. So let's say interest rates fall, and now the market is telling us that we could get a rate of, let's say, 3.5%. We will have the ability to what's called refund the bonds and essentially pay off this transaction with a new transaction and get a lower rate. We also have the opportunity to pay down the debt faster than those annual debt payments. So we could essentially contribute additional principal payments and pay that debt down even faster than that 30-year term.
Okay, and would there be any kind of prepayment penalty or any payment penalty for early repayment?
Typically, there's not. There might be some restrictions as to how quickly you can pay that off or pay that down. But a lot of times, we could do it as soon as interest rates change.
Okay. Lastly, any ideas on anticipated bond rating? You want a dartboard?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't want to jinx it, but AA- or.
I was just curious. Yeah.
Which isn't bad.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Castellano and then Fernandez.
Sure, thank you. And I know we've been talking about this for a while, so thanks for continuing the work on it. I tend to be rather debt averse and know that bonds are a kind of normal process of the city, and we're certain and it's not the first time the city has engaged with this process. Can you just talk about any potential risks that we might face in terms of if we can't? Yeah, are there risks? Could you mention them? What should we be aware of in terms of moving forward with this?
So the risk, and I hesitate to call it a risk, once you issue debt and you have to make debt payments, those are non-negotiable. You can't cut a debt payment. So once we're committed to $2 million a year, those payments need to be made to avoid default. And in this case, if you were to default on a lease revenue bond, the facilities that you put up for collateral are at risk. Given the fact that it's going to be about $900,000 per year for the general fund, and currently the general fund has an annual revenue of over $40 million. We would have to experience some serious pain in the budget for us to not have any ability to pay that debt. The debt should be seen as one of the first priorities because defaulting on the debt is a big deal. I don't think there's any significant risk to this transaction. It's really just kind of what a city or an agency needs to do when we're funding projects of this size.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Thank you for that question. Councilmember Castellano is very much in the same vein of what I'm considering. And so, I don't think there's anybody up here that says yes, let's take on more debt. But again, that's the reality of governance, unfortunately, in the system that we have. And so I'm curious, if only because the outliers that we've experienced here in the last 2 decades, whether it's the recession or whether it's COVID, it's just one of those things to keep on mind, which is, so if we were to default or if something were to occur, that I believe City Hall is one of the properties that's listed for lease. So what happens in that scenario then if something were to occur? It's not going to be Eureka City Hall brought to you by Pepsi. What happens? That's what I'm trying to imagine here. So help me with that, please.
Maybe I should request that PFM attempts to answer that question.
Please, thank you. Yeah.
I don't believe there's many real life examples of this, and that's why it would be difficult to kind of speculate.
Yeah, if they can help fathom, I would appreciate that. Yes.
And I'll say one of the things that help us with our ratings, and we're having discussions with our financial advisors on, and trying to establish the best bond rating, is they want these facilities to be essential, to let folks, elected officials that come in later, to realize that this is important, and that is going to be the recourse if you don't pay this. I think that Director Merlau's done a really good job of ensuring that even in a really bad financial crisis, that we would still have the ability to pay this $900,000 a year. It's really helpful that we can mix this with our enterprise funds to help offset those costs. If we weren't to be able to do that, if we had facilities that were specific for just general fund stuff, so if we were to build a new police station, we wouldn't be able to do this. The ability of having engineering, water, wastewater crews as a part of this allows a lot more flexibility. But I think Jaime can answer the question about what happens in worst case scenario.
And let me formally introduce PFM. So on the Zoom, we have Jaime Trejo and Eric Heidel, and they've been helping the city throughout this process. So.
Good evening. Jaime Trejo with PFM. Unfortunately, I can't start a video here, so it'll just be me by voice, but nice to meet everyone. And to answer your question here, the consequences of default, you do have time to remedy the situation. Typically it's about 60 to 90 days to remedy a default. And there are a couple safeguards we have in place. One is, if the bonds receive bond insurance, we will have a surety, or we will have some sort of debt service reserve that can make payments in the event that the city is unable to make a debt service payment in 1 year. So that's kind of the first option. The safeguard for bond investors is that there is some form of debt service reserve fund that covers 1 year of debt service. And as the city manager mentioned, the facilities that are being put up as the lease assets are essential, or seismically stable, or pass the seismic test, and have sufficient value for bond investors that match the par amount of the bonds. But typically in these documents, the recourse for a bond investor or investors would be to relet the properties, which means they'd have the ability to essentially rent it out. I don't know of a situation of that ever happening, that they would actually do that. You could potentially eliminate that from a recourse in your documents, but that could have a negative consequence in the market when you're marketing the bonds to investors. But that's kind of the typical. You have the ability to remedy situation within 90 days. You have a debt service reserve fund to make debt service payments, or investors as a collective could relet the property. But I've never seen that happen before.
Okay, no, I'm appreciative of that answer, so thank you. And again, this isn't saying that there's anyone up here who, wants to take on more debt, let alone default on anything. It's just having an understanding of what's occurred in the last 20 years of unknowns. So thank you for that.
And if I could just point out that you pointed out financial risk here, and a big reason why we're relocating the carp yard is because it's vulnerable to natural disaster. So in a lot of ways, we're replacing that type of risk with a financial risk to avoid, having a usable courtyard in the, if we were to have a large tsunami or earthquake. So
right, and I think you touched last time on just the inefficiency, the energy use of City Hall. So I understand the need for upgrade. I'm just trying to prepare the next generation of elected officials for what we might be putting them through.
And to take that a little bit further, even with sea level rise, that is in the area that we're going to have sea level rise issues in the, not so distant future. And it is an investment in the long term.
Okay. Any further questions? Councilmember Contreras-Deloche.
I just wanted to have, I guess I have a procedural question really quick about the, if we do it the way that it's laid out, where it's mayor pro tem, clerk, that kind of thing, and it's as part of our meetings, is that just the kind of thing where they do like a report out, or is it that there's actual business being conducted and the rest of the council interacts, or are we just listening?
The entire council is part of the financing authority. So the chairperson and the mayor pro tem, they are just there to execute the documents.
Okay.
So if, for instance, the budget always has a financing authority resolution that goes along with it. And it's invisible really to you as a council, but we've been operating the Public Financing Authority annually with the budget and with previous bonds that we issued.
Okay.
And redevelopment.
Redevelopment was separate, but similar concept.
And then this was just a procedural question, or different. Under section 4, where it talks about the establishment of issue of price of the bonds, it says the underwriter agrees to assist the authority in establishing the issue price of the bonds. So that's Oppenheimer would be the one that came up with the price on what the bonds would be issued for.
Essentially, they monitor the market to come up with a rate that will be acceptable to purchasers.
Okay.
So, and that's done after the S&P gives us the rating, and then our official statements are released. They use that information to essentially gauge the tolerance of investors, and at that point, they'll set a rate appropriate for our risk profile, I guess.
Okay. Thanks so much.
Councilmember Fernandez?
And then I'm just curious, I know we said that we'd get back, we'd get the bond rates back, or at the end of this month, correct? June?
Correct.
We'd reassess from there. Is there a particular rate that we would just say we can't do this at this time? We would have to reassess?
There could be a scenario like that. We don't assume that we're going to get something that's outside of our estimate, but certainly if the rating was low enough and the rate was high enough, we might look for other options.
Well,
Even other types of debt. We don't necessarily have to go out to the public market. It's likely to produce the lowest rate, but we could also find financing through private institutions or banks. So there are different routes.
Yeah, I believe you'd covered that last time we had this discussion. And so I'm not asking for a hard metric, but I'm just trying to imagine that if we're looking at 4.99 conservatively, if it's 5.01 or 5.5, is it like we need to bring this back to council and have a conversation? So
if it exceeds the estimates that I believe the budget can accommodate, then we would absolutely bring it back, because that would, we would have to look at additional appropriations in the budget. So right now the budget can accommodate that 5%. If it were to, get upwards of 6, we might have to come back and come up with a new plan for the projects.
yeah, thank you.
And if that happens, Jaime's fired.
So, are there any further questions? Seeing none, we will open this public hearing for public comment. Is there anyone here to comment on this item? No. Do you see anyone on Zoom?
I see no one on Zoom.
So we will close this public hearing and bring it back to council for a motion and a second, and then comments. Councilmember Fernandez.
Can I move staff recommendation on this one, or? Okay.
You have to read it. Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Are there any comments? Seeing none, please vote.
5 yes votes, motion carries on the resolution.
And I assume your recommendation would be the mayor to serve as the chairperson, and the mayor pro tem as vice chairperson, city manager as ED, and myself, the city clerk, as the secretary and Lane Millar as the treasurer.
Councilmember Fernandez?
I think that was the intent.
Okay.
If anybody did not believe that, I believe that's the recommendation I was moving.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, with that, we have had a request to move the Greenways and Gulches ordinance forward. So I would need a motion to move that forward.
So moved.
Second.
Of course. So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Five yes votes, motion carries.
Great. So we are going to take a few minutes for a break, probably 5 to 7, and we will see you back in here. Thank you so much for your patience on this. I do want to announce that due to the length of the meeting, we will not be discussing the Avello item this evening. I want to let you know early so you didn't kind of hang around. We'll get that on our next agenda, and you'll be able to find it there. So we appreciate you coming, and we'll see you next time. Take good care. Okay. All right. And this, smile, everybody. Can we stand up for this, please? Oh, must I? Well, I'll be.
I was like, well, can I do one of these for my boots too?
Well, I'll be dead. Have a seat. This moves us, thank you all for staying. This moves us to our Gulch and Greenway Overlay Zone and associated municipal code updates. I will be recusing myself as to the location of my home. And I think there will be a couple of other council members that will be speaking out. Mayor Pro Tem Castellano will be presiding over this portion of the meeting.
Yeah, and I have to recuse myself too. My property is within the overlay, so my apologies.
And I think it's best to recuse myself given how close I am to the affected properties.
Are the rest of us fine? No, I mean, we're sure that the rest of us are not in a spot where we're not. Okay, thanks.
Okay, everyone. Here we are in a reconfigured rainbow and ready to move on to the Gulch and Greenway Overlay Zone item. And I will turn it over to Director Kenyon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And because we have 3 recusals on the Gulch Greenway overlay portion of this, we are going to be separating the 2 bills. So the first bill, public hearing, is going to be for Bill 1044, which is the Gulch Greenway overlay zone, which applies specifically to a subset of parcels in Eureka, resulting in the recusals. The second bill, which is bill number 1045, there was looks like a typo on the agenda. They're both called 1044, but the second bill is 1045, and that we will separate out. And it is associated municipal code updates that apply more broadly to portions of the code that apply either citywide or to the whole inland zoning code. So that's why we're separating that out. And if the first ordinance doesn't get introduced, then we'll just take the second bill off the table, because we'll have to adjust language since it does reference the first bill.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so right now we're just talking about the Gulch Greenway Overlay Zone Bill 1044. Gulch Greenway is a vegetated area around a valley or ravine that varies in size and topography. These vegetation corridors contain wetlands and watercourses that eventually flow to Humboldt Bay. If you look at an aerial image of the city, the gulches and greenways are the green fingers cutting across and disrupting our urban street grid. This map shows the city boundary in a black dotted line and the coastal zone in light blue. This planning effort is focused on the portion of the gulches and greenways that are located inside or inland of the coastal zone boundary within the incorporated city of Eureka. These include Cooper Gulch and Second or McFarland Gulch, as well as the gulches of Martin Slough. So what is the goal of this planning effort? This ordinance helps implement a variety of general plan policies included in the Planning Commission's staff report, which is included in attachment 4 of your agenda packet, including policy NR 2.2, which specifically calls on the city to adopt Gulch Greenway preservation and management guidelines that identify and protect sensitive species habitat and the hydrologic capacity of Eureka's gulches and greenways. In other words, so the general plan our general plan looks forward till 2040, and it was adopted along with an environmental impact report that analyzed city population growth through 2040, and it relied on implementation of these policies for a finding of no significant impact of planned growth on wildlife movement, riparian habitat, sensitive species, and biological resources. This ordinance is also timely because of 2022 state Senate bill, which gives cities in California until January 1st of 2026 to update their open space provisions of their general plan to ensure it includes opportunities to preserve, enhance, and expand an integrated network of open space to support beneficial uses such as habitat, recreation, natural resources, historic and tribal resources, water management, and aesthetics. We will be reporting to the state that our existing general plan policies cover this, and the policies we will be pointing to are implemented by this ordinance. And the more immediate reason staff is prioritizing this initiative now is because City Council set a goal of adopting a Gulch Greenway ordinance in their 2023-2024 strategic vision as a 2-year goal. So why adopt local standards? This map shows that the majority of the land in the city's gulches and greenways is zoned residential, mostly single-family residential or R1. In residential districts, only building permits are required for residential structures, and development is allowed by right if it's consistent with objective code standards. And the current inland zoning code does not include any standards that afford special protections to wetland streams and riparian habitat, and there's no standards that limit development on steep slopes. There is no discretionary review, no public notice, and therefore no environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act. Without environmental standards in our code or discretionary review, the city has no regulatory tools to prevent further fragmentation from development. The idea of adopting a Gulch Greenway ordinance is not new. One of the major proposals of our 1965 general plan was retaining gulches in their natural condition because they are among the most important contributors to Eureka's desirability as a residential community. NR 2.2, which I quoted earlier, that's in our current general plan that was adopted in 2018, was also in our 1997 general plan, and it was supposed to be implemented in fiscal year 97-98. And we've been going through boxes in the municipal auditorium to clean it up, and I found there was an effort in 1990 to study the gulches and greenways and adopt an ordinance. And then there was another significant effort from 2003 to 2009, which looked at the time they got to a draft ordinance, but it never came to City Council for a vote. And at that time, that draft ordinance looked a lot like Humboldt County Streamside Management Ordinance, which was adopted in 2002. Oh, this was supposed to be going. Okay, so in 2022, the city began the process of preparing a Gulch Greenway ordinance. The city conducted a virtual workshop in March of 22 and completed a public survey in April. The city published a draft ordinance and mapping methodology, which was reviewed by the Open Space Parks and Recreation Commission and the Planning Commission. 554 people took the 2022 survey, and because we mailed notice of the survey to Gulch Greenway property owners, 225 respondents, or 41%, ended up being people who reported living or owning property on a Gulch Greenway within city limits. The survey included a list of benefits provided by the city's gulches and greenways, and people were asked to select the benefits they found most valuable. The most valuable benefit was fish and wildlife habitat and passage value, both for all respondents and for those who live along gulches and greenways. The survey also included a list of gulches and greenways hazards and risks, and people were asked to select the ones they found most concerning. Concerns about fragmentation and loss of the gulches and greenways due to encroachment from development was the second most popular choice at 73%. The other two big issues, illegal dumping and encampments, and crime and public safety can't be effectively addressed through development regulations and need to be addressed through other means, such as through EPD and code enforcement staffing. The 2022 effort to adopt an ordinance stalled because that draft ordinance at the time did not allow for residential development in the Gulch Greenway management area, and 65% of the parcels had been identified in our housing element as being available and ripe for housing development to meet our regional housing needs allocation. This caused us to pause and rethink the ordinance to ensure it doesn't reduce residential capacity inconsistent with state law. The effort began again when City Council adopted the ordinance as part of their strategic vision, and the city hired a consultant, Ben Noble, and then Ben and I presented to City Council at a special study session on October 1st, 2024, on a new direction for mapping in the ordinance. And a revised ordinance was published in March of this year with notice mailed to implicated property owners and emailed to the Gulch Greenway mailing list. And then the ordinance was presented to the Open Space Parks and Recreation Commission in March. And there was a noticed Planning Commission hearing on May 22nd. So getting to the ordinance, accurate mapping of gulches and greenways at the citywide scale is difficult, and site-specific stream and wetland investigation is infeasible at a citywide scale. So at the October 2024 study session, City Council gave the go-ahead to instead create an overlay zone that applies to parcels. The overlay will be added to the Inland Zoning Code map and will be used as a screening tool to trigger site-specific evaluation of Gulch Greenway features once development is proposed. So a GIS consultant mapped 20% slopes, areas below the break and slope, and then a uniform 100-foot buffer upslope of the break and slope, and any parcels that intersected with this mapping were included in the overlay. While the mapping overlay applies to parcels, the ordinance includes a textual definition of the Gulch Greenway Management Area, or GGMA, which is a subset of the overlay where additional permitting requirements apply. The GGMA is defined as slopes 20% or greater, wetlands, stream channels, riparian habitat to the edge of the riparian drip line, and a buffer of 100 feet from wetlands and 50 feet beyond the edge of riparian drip line or break and slope, whichever is greater. So in this picture, the break and slope is greater, so the 50-foot buffer would start there, and that would be the Gulch Greenway Management Area. However, there's a huge caveat on it that exempts the Gulch Greenway Management Area does not include an existing improved outdoor area or the footprint of a legally established structure. So even though the GGMA is defined to include a 50-foot buffer, there's a lot of places in Eureka where there's development up to the break and slope, and in those cases there wouldn't be a buffer. The improved yard areas would be outside of the Gulch Greenway Management Area, and the Gulch Greenway Management Area would start at the break and slope or wherever the improved yard area stops. So outside of the Gulch Greenway management area, but inside of the overlay, there's no additional permitting requirements. The difference is that any permit submitted, so if you need a building or grading or planning permit, it will be reviewed and referred to the Department of Fish and Wildlife to confirm that the Gulch Greenway management area will not be impacted. And we call this a zoning clearance when we refer building permits and grading permits to the planning department, which we do for all building and grading permits. So it's nothing new. The new part is codifying the referral process to California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And then any development in the overlay must follow the overlay standards, which are mostly just alerting folks to existing citywide standards for construction site erosion control, stormwater drainage, outdoor lighting, tree removal, dumping waste, and planting invasive plants. Okay, so then within the subpart of the overlay that's defined as the Gulch Greenway management area, it's the same standards and Department of Fish and Wildlife referral, but the difference is that there will be additional permitting requirements for most activities. This is critical. There's no new restrictions on what residential structures can be developed in the GGMA. There's just additional review when development is proposed. So you could, tried to write my notes. So most development would require either a minor or conditional Gulch Greenway permit. Both involve staff reports and notice to surrounding property owners, and the conditional one requires a hearing before the Planning Commission. The minor Gulch Greenway permit does not involve a hearing unless a neighbor who receives notice requests a hearing. The staff report, writing, noticing, and public hearing all add cost. A minor Gulch Greenway permit application is $865, and a conditional permit is $1,155. Because they are discretionary permits, they also trigger a review under the California Environmental Quality Act, although the project may qualify for a CEQA exemption for something like an accessory structure that avoids direct impacts to wetlands and streams. So issuing a discretionary permit is a quasi-judicial action that requires written findings of approval explaining why the proposed project is consistent with the regulations. Here are the proposed findings that the city, in the draft ordinance, that the city would be required to make to approve development in the Gulch Greenway management area. The project complies with applicable standards. It minimizes and mitigates impacts to fish and wildlife habitat and movement corridor values to the extent feasible. It minimizes risk of damage to development, both on and outside of the subject property from erosion, flooding, and fire hazards. And it protects the water quality and hydrology of Humboldt Bay and its tributaries. While a conditional or minor Gulch Greenway permit is required for most development in the subpart of the overlay known as the GGMA, some activities would be allowed without a Gulch Greenway permit. Removal of invasive vegetation would be exempt from any city review. So would removal of native plants that are less than 12 inches in diameter and less than 1,000 square feet of area, as long as there was no herbicide use or just spot application and no construction equipment driving into the GGMA. The other things are with less potential impact are listed as only requiring a zoning clearance. A zoning clearance means staff reviews what is proposed for consistency with the ordinance. If the work needs a building permit or a grading permit, like a remodel would, the building permit is the zoning clearance and there is no additional cost or application. This is the same process that happens now citywide. Someone wants to remodel their house, it requires the building permit, and that permit is referred to planning staff for review for consistency with the zoning code. That is known as the zoning clearance. Same for the grading permits. So things that need a building or grading permit that would continue to need one under the ordinance are repairing, maintaining, remodeling, demolishing an existing structure, reconstructing an existing structure destroyed by earthquake, fire, etc., an accessory dwelling unit, new or replacement buried utility lines not crossing streams or wetlands, and grading less than 5 cubic yards or 500 square feet of disturbed area on slopes less than 20%. And then there are certain things that don't require a building or grading permit. And if you don't need a separate permit, then the zoning clearance is a distinct thing that you have to apply for. And that would be wildlife-friendly fencing and tree removal that's hazardous, solar access easements, or CAL FIRE-approved THPs, where they would have to come in for a thing that's called a zoning clearance. And it wouldn't just be that the building permit would count for it, because no building permit would be required for those things. And a zoning clearance application currently has a fee of $165. So there's a lot of questions about the vegetation removal bits of the ordinance. So if you're in the overlay zone, but you're outside of the GGMA, so it's just your improved yard area, for example, right now, city authorization is required for removal of protected trees over 24 inches, and the ordinance would not change that. In the GGMA, things would change. You would now need city authorization for removal of protected trees over 12 inches diameter, grading 5 cubic yards or more, or 500 square feet or more of disturbed area, removing 1,000 square feet or more of native vegetation, and wheeled mechanized equipment or heavy herbicide use. And all this seems like, oh man, I need to go in every year and do some of this stuff. You could come in once and get vegetation management authorization for a 25-year period or whatever was proposed, so that you wouldn't have to keep coming back for 1 million permits if you have a lot of activity happening in the gulches. So Planning Commission, they voted 3-1 with 1 recusal to recommend adoption with 7 suggested modifications. They heard both bills at the same time, and 5 of their suggested modifications had to do with the Gulch Greenway overlay regulations. And 21 members of the public spoke, mostly concerned property owners, and there's more of a summary of that in your agenda summary. So in response to Planning Commission suggested modifications, city staff made some changes to the ordinance. We added a reference to the city's existing regulations prohibiting dumping of yard waste and other debris in gulches. We added an allowance for rebuilding of legally existing structures damaged or destroyed by earthquake, fire, flood, or other calamity with a zoning clearance, which is a building permit. If the footprint does not increase in the Gulch Greenway management area. We added an allowance for installation of wildlife-friendly fencing with a zoning clearance. And it's defined to be sited and designed to avoid risk of entanglement and injury and preserve habitat connectivity and migration routes. So it would look differently depending on if it's being proposed on the outside of the gulch, then it's not going to have an impact on habitat connectivity if it's a solid fence. And it would be more like worrying about not having sharp things that, or too small of holes but large enough for things to think they can get through it. Whereas if you were proposing a fence across the gulch that could disrupt migration routes, then you might need it to be open fence for wildlife to actually pass through it. So what wildlife friendly means depends on where it's proposed. And then we removed a second column, so it was clear that in the permitting table to make it clear that there's no additional permitting outside of the sub part of the overlay that's labeled GGMA. So some questions I just wanted to touch on that have come up a lot is, do I need additional permits to maintain or remodel my house if my property is in the overlay? No, as long as you are not expanding the footprint into the undeveloped Gulch Greenway management area. Any required building permit will be checked for consistency with the ordinance, which is the same permit requirements as now. Does this mean I need a permit for my existing fence or to maintain my existing yard? No. Existing improved outdoor areas, which include yards and perimeter fencing, are exempt from the definition of GGMA and its additional permitting requirements. What happens to this exemption for existing houses, yards, if I sell my property? The exemption runs with the land regardless of change in ownership. If your yard exists now, it's grandfathered in. Will the overlay be recorded on my property's deed or title? No, the overlay will be adopted by amending the city's zoning map. That's where it will live, on the zoning map. My property includes GGMA. Does this mean I can no longer develop my property? No, it doesn't. The ordinance does not prohibit anything. It says you're still allowed to develop anything residential that you could now. The difference is that there'll be additional permitting. Your neighbors will be noticed, and you'll have to evaluate and think about minimizing and mitigating your impacts. How does this affect property values? This is something I went down a rabbit hole with and looked at a lot of studies that occurred after other cities adopted hillside and streamside and Gulch Greenway management ordinances. And these types of environmental regulations have three different types of impacts. There's restriction effects, which is where if you're restricting the use of a specific property, it could be a disincentive to development because you're adding additional permitting requirements, and this could hurt the value of the property that's foregoing that additional development. There's scarcity effects. If less development occurs, that could decrease the supply, and so that raises the value of existing homes. And then there's amenity effects. People will pay more to live near environmental amenities like streams and forests, and will pay more if they know their neighbors cannot remove those environmental amenities by right without notice. That raises property values. And how this plays out differs depending on the specific context. And so from empirical studies, property values have been raised or lowered by environmental regulations, depending on how restrictive they are and how much an amenity is valued and all these very specific, context-specific questions. And then just quickly getting back to the County of Humboldt, they have a streamside management ordinance. I mentioned it got adopted in 2002. People often call us thinking we're the county, or they call the county thinking they're the city because the boundaries are not logical in a lot of places. And so I think it's important to understand what their regulations do. They define the area of concern as 100 feet from perennial streams and wetlands and 50 feet from intermediate streams and wetlands. It requires a special permit in those areas. They do not allow new residential development in the mapped areas. So they have provisions that say you're limited to this development, and they restrict new residential development in those areas. And then they have the same 12-inch diameter trigger for permitting for trees, but they allow more square footage of vegetation removal without as an exemption. So they have a 6,000 square foot or less than 2,000 square foot of exposed soil exemption. Okay, so CEQA, because adopting this ordinance is a discretionary action of the city, CEQA is triggered. However, CEQA has these exemptions that apply for regulatory agencies taking actions to protect natural resources in the environment. And as long as what you're doing does not involve construction activities or a relaxation of standards allowing for environmental degradation, it qualifies for the exemption. There's the common sense exemption is more about the second ordinance and some just cleanup, non-substantive stuff. So the notice for this was in the newspaper and the Time Standard. That's required. We put it on the website and bulletin board. We have an email list, and then we mailed postcards to property owners in the overlay. And our recommendation is to hold a public hearing, find the project exempt from CEQA, and introduce the bill 1044 for Gulch Greenway Overlay Zone mapping and ordinance. And then I have a motion when you're ready.
Thank you, Director Kenyon. I'm going to open up for questions from City Council members. Councilmember Contreras-Deloche.
Hi, thank you, Director Kenyon. I am curious. I've saw a couple of times in there it says other non-residential structures, and these were getting minus signs in the symbology. So, what is a other non-residential structure that isn't allowed? What is that?
Commercial structures. So if you couldn't develop a new commercial structure.
Why does it not just say that?
It could say that if you thought that was clearer.
I think that would be clearer. Okay. That was one question I had because I wasn't sure what exactly that meant. I wasn't sure if that meant sheds or I just wasn't really clear on what it was. But it's just commercial structures?
Correct. That was the intent.
Okay. Hold on, and then how long do you think that these permits will take? How long do you think it'll take for people that are applying for permits?
It'll be similar to our minor and conditional use permits because it's the same process for those. So minor ones we can do in 1 or 2 months, and conditional ones with a noticed hearing will take us 3 to 6 months to do, depending on how complicated the project is.
And if it needs to go, I saw some need to go before the Planning Commission.
That's the one.
Okay, that's what you're referring to right now.
Yeah.
Okay. And then wheeled mechanized equipment. I know we had talked about this before. What is...
The intent was for that to mean construction equipment that's heavy and could in itself be cause destruction of, impact the soil and destroy vegetation by driving it through the gulch. So it wasn't meant to be like a wheeled lawnmower. It was meant to be a backhoe or something that is like major construction equipment.
Okay. Yeah, not a lawnmower.
Right.
Okay. I have so many questions. Do you want to take turns?
I only have a few, so
okay.
You want to go ahead, or
so I will continue. In there it talks about not you're not allowed to do it if it's crossing a stream. How do we define a stream?
Is there not a definition?
I don't know. There may be. It's just a lot of pages, so if I missed it, you can direct me there.
A perennial, intermittent, or ephemeral water course, whether naturally or artificially created, identified by a qualified professional through site inspection or on U.S. Geological Survey maps.
So only if it's identified and cited as so.
Right. So we would, if it's not completely obvious that there's no stream, then additional site investigation may be necessary by a professional to demonstrate whether there is or is not a stream.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see here. So this only applies to new development, not existing structures, not existing things that are backed up to. This is if people continue to develop or if something new is built.
The intent is to grandfather in what exists now in terms of legally existing structures and improved yard areas.
Yeah.
And I can read the definition of improved yard area, or it's improved outdoor area, means an area that has experienced significant alteration from its natural condition as a result of legally authorized clearing, grading, paving, construction, landscaping, or other activities as determined by the director. Includes yards, gardens, landscaping, and perimeter fencing associated with the legally established use.
Councilmember Contreras-Deloche, go ahead and ask one more question, and then we'll turn it over to Councilmember Moulton.
Did you need to piggyback on that question though?
Oh, just my first question is related to that. So I thought
Well,
I'm
then
going
why
to
don't I
interject when I can do it now.
Why don't I pause now, and that way it can go over to you, and then I can start
Go
again.
ahead, Councilmember Moulton.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentations. I know it's been a lot of work has gone into this for a really long time. So the question is about exemptions for existing structures. It sounds like, and it reads like, that the exemption is permanent. Is that permanent to the property or permanent to the structure? I'm wondering if somebody has a structure that is in the zone where a structure would not be allowed, but it's grandfathered in, and they take that down, would the ordinance then apply to that area, or would they have the ability to rebuild because of an exemption on the property?
Right. That is a good question. Our non-conforming provisions, it's no longer existing if it gets removed, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if it was removed, so if they remove it and then want to rebuild it, then they'd have to come in for the Gulch Greenway permit, or if it was because of an emergency situation, it would be a zoning clearance with their building permit.
So would that count then if it was, and I see the part about, if it's destroyed or damaged, but what if it's just remodeling or something else that requires a building permit, but it's on an existing structure?
That would be outside of the GGMA. The only time that it would be inside the GGMA is if they were expanding into the GGMA.
Got it. Thank you. And just I only had one other question, which is actually just to reiterate out loud, these permitting costs, that they are reflective of the actual cost to the city, like all of our permitting costs. Is that correct?
Yeah, we look at how much staff time costs, and we estimate staff time, and then average noticing costs, average conducting the hearing. It adds up quickly.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. And I appreciate that streamlining and efficiency it sounds silly when we're adding bureaucracy essentially, but I understand that is a priority of the building department. I'm appreciating that out loud. Thank you.
And another part of it is that when you do quasi-judicial decisions with subjective findings like minimize, you have to write a staff report justifying how it's consistent with the finding, and that takes a lot of time too.
So can I just clarify one thing? So if we're talking about an existing structure inside the GGMA, and somebody goes in and they have a repair and maintenance issue and they want to come in and they're not tearing it down to have it go away and then some later date coming back, if they come in there and they're saying, I got a bad roof or I got a structural issue or something like that, they're able to go in there, tear it down, rebuild it, and it's just a building permit to do that, correct? As long as they don't expand the footprint.
Right.
Okay. Just making sure.
Councilmember Contreras-Deloach.
Thank you.
I feel like maybe it shouldn't have been in the table to begin with, the remodeling, because if it's an legally existing structure, then it's outside of the GGMA anyway. And so it's a redundant, unnecessary part of that table.
Could you help me understand what an open fence is?
Open means you can see through them. So
not the metal fence that you showed us a picture of, or the metal fence?
That is an open fence.
That's
but
considered an open fence.
But that one is not wildlife friendly because you don't want to be just a little bit open, but not enough open to let.
That's why I'm asking what's considered an open fence that's wildlife friendly. Like,
so
what would an example of that be?
It would be like a split rail fence.
I'm sorry. What is a split rail fence?
Split rail fence is similar to what you see at Sequoia Park on the picnic area there. It's basically wood that's split, and it's kind of like a 3x3, 4x4 that's just a post with two crossbars.
Picture like an old timey Western fence.
Gotcha.
Yes.
I guess my concern with that is, and with respect to wildlife, as a parent of a disabled kid, fences serve the purpose of protecting my property, my child. So I think that's a concern for me.
So if the fence is just around your playground or around your yard, then it's not blocking wildlife passage in the gulch, and you could have a solid fence. It would be wildlife friendly because it wouldn't be blocking the migration route that is the stream channel gulch. You know, it's like what wildlife friendly means would depend on where you're siting the fence. So if you're siting it around your play area, it could be solid and that would just prevent wildlife from getting caught in it, but it wouldn't need to be open because wildlife doesn't need to get in and out of your yard. It needs to get through the gulch, right? So
yeah, no, I understand. I just, real examples, in the city of Eureka, there's a number of people that I know who have properties that run down and they don't want to fence off their property from their gulch. They can, they want to have access into their trees in some of those areas. And so this would prevent them from putting the fence inside that area where they would perhaps.
You wouldn't be able to do that with just a zoning clearance. If you're going to be developing a fence that's not wildlife friendly and could be blocking migration or whatever, then you would have to come in for the minor or conditional gulch greenway permit. You could still build it, but you would have to evaluate and mitigate impacts.
I guess I'm wondering, like, in that kind of a scenario, how that would work, I mean, are they going to be able to do something like that, or would they run into an issue and they'd be like, no, you can't do this because this is going to, be in this wildlife area?
Ultimately, it would be up to the decision maker. So planning commission and then appealable to city council.
And it would be depending on the situation. I mean, if you're trying to put a fence in the middle of a stream, you're likely not going to be able to do that.
Yeah, sure.
Or in an ESHA or wetland or something like that. But it's up to the professional. Then that would be a recommendation for the director to consider, and then it would go on to planning commission and potentially council too. Okay.
So I had a question about, it says during bird nesting season, March 15th through August 15th. And I guess that one, and that's A, and then B right below it, it talks about tree removal, needing to comply with requirements of bird nesting sites, and that special approval would be required for those. I'm concerned, I guess I'm wondering with these, if we have any. I didn't see it in here, and I apologize if I missed it. Some people are getting, notices from their insurance company. You need to remove shrubs, you need to remove trees, and, to continue being insured. And so I guess one of the questions I have is, do we have some kind of a process so if somebody's getting a notification that says you need to remove these things, because the people that are getting these are given a very narrow amount of time to remove anything that's like within their structures, and I'm thinking it's going to be more likely people that are backed up potentially to trees and that kind of stuff. It's not going to be me. I'm in the middle of the part of the city that was deforested 100 and plus years ago. So do we have a way to address that if somebody's getting notices that says, hey, this stuff needs to be removed, like, quickly?
The bird nesting survey requirement exists now in our tree removal ordinance, and the requirement to get a zoning clearance for removal of hazardous trees with a report by a forester, that all exists now in our tree removal regulations. So nothing's changing on both of those fronts in terms of what is required for hazardous trees or what is required in terms of bird nesting. But you raise a good point. Like, do we need some sort of emergency provisions or something to add to our code for these circumstances?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't, right now I'm like, how likely is this? But I know that people are starting to get noticed in Rio Dell. And so it's coming in closer because of the expanded fire season combined with now their new updated fire ember travel map that they've come up with reaches essentially to the coast. And so I think it's going to be more common for us to have more of this occurring where you're going to get, remove your trees and shrubs or else, kind of situations. So even though I don't think I don't know if that's happening yet or not, but I feel like we maybe should plan for that so that we have some kind of like this is an emergency or this is a situation where this needs to be
Let's keep it
addressed
to
quickly?
questions for right now, and we can get back to those kinds of
And
comments.
so just to add to that, to correct me if I'm wrong, Director Kenyon, but if there was an emergency situation and a property owner was looking to remove a tree because they have an insurance issue, there's a provision that would allow for a bird survey to go in there and make sure that there is no bird nesting in there and be able to remove that tree, both
Correct.
now and under this ordinance.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any other questions?
I'm sorry, I did have one more.
Oh, go ahead.
You said the 25-year period permit. I was curious, like, how that works. If you could explain it a little bit more.
We've done these permits in the coastal zone where we have a site that needs ongoing vegetation management, and we permit, instead of them having to come back every year, we do a permit over an extended period of time, like 15 or 20 or 30 years. And then you're authorized to do what's in that permit for that amount of time, and then we'll set parameters on it, you know? So when we've done vegetation management plans for properties, we've worked with CDFW, and they talk about what time of year you want to do your work, and like how much removal you're doing and what limbs you're leaving, and then it's part of your plan, and you're permitted under that plan to move forward.
Would the permit stick with the property or with the owner in the case of a sale?
Permits stick with properties.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for both. Thank you both for your questions. I have just a couple of questions, and then we will open it up to public comment soon. I know many of you are here to comment on this item. Let's say I have a property in near a gulch, or approximate to a gulch, and I want to expand the GGMA. Would that be possible? To basically restore. Let's say I have a developed yard and I want to restore my yard to being more of a natural habitat.
Oh man, and let's think this through. What's the question? Does that then become GGMA?
Right.
Oh, well, GGMA does not include an improved outdoor area or the footprint of a legally established structure. But if that area was removed, it could return to Gulch Greenway Management Area if you restored it.
Great. And then I think just a follow-up question is there a periodic review, let's of kind of updating, like let's say there was a movement of people who wanted to, like I have known some neighbors in other areas that want to get together and kind of restore a wildlife habitat, as a neighborhood project. Then, in several years, would that be updated to reflect the expanded GGMA?
Yeah, I was anticipating that this is something that we update regularly because we do get this really great aerial imagery and LiDAR. We pay for flyovers every 2 years. So we'd evaluate every 2 years.
Yeah, I would say that in those cases, you're probably going to be in the GGMA already and you have a developed area. And so let's say you have, a shed in a sloped area, and you decided to remove that shed, and that shed was gone for a period of time. That would be a part of the GGMA at that time, and it would follow those things. And so if you're restoring an area or doing something like that, it would revert. I don't see us, maybe with more exact LiDAR, really changing slope and topography and the other things associated with define the GGMA, right?
Yeah, I was thinking there could be an earthquake or something,
Yeah,
and
yes,
slopes
true.
change.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. And then let's see, could you share a few examples of impact mitigation for new development?
Yeah, so a lot of our gulches are impacted with invasives like bamboo and ivy, and so improving the quality of habitat is one way to mitigate your impacts. Another would be just how you site and design your structure, so limiting exterior lighting or eliminating it on the side that faces the gulch, creating some sort of barrier between your development and the gulch, like a split rail fence to indicate this is not where we go, or like a bush or something that'll prevent noise. And there's all sorts of there's a lot of different things that you can do. And then if you're really like filling wetlands to build a subdivision in a gulch, then you're talking about purchasing property elsewhere to protect, or compensatory mitigation if you're doing some like major damage to an area to develop.
Two more questions. Are there, I know I'm imagining there may be some folks here in the audience who, or in the public, members of the public who have had a project in the works, or something that they're thinking about, and they're like, okay, now there's going to be a slightly bigger process around this project and some extra fees. And I know that we're required by the state to charge fees for our services, so that we're not just spreading those fees on to members of the public who aren't involved with those projects. Are there any examples of like grandfathered, like a sort of a period in which no fees would be charged? Let's say for the next 8 months, anyone who has a project in the works might have a sort of grace period around those fees being applied, or is that actually counter to state law?
I think this may be a good question for Attorney Black, but my assumption would be that would be a city council decision.
Okay.
Because we waive fees for historic preservation review and things, so it would be something that you'd have to adopt as a fee waiver.
Okay. So.
And I would assume you could do some sort of moratorium for a certain period of time.
So as part of that process, we could kind of say for the next 12 months, we're going to have fee waivers, kind of readily available or something like that. And then the final question, I do see that, and thank you to the person from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, I assume who's here related to this. I'm just curious if you could share a little bit about the review process from your perspective. Sure, if you don't mind, since you've been here this long. Thank you.
The lights in here are rough. Anyways, yeah, so we routinely, in our trustee role for the state's Fish and Wildlife Resources, receive project referrals from cities, counties, everybody. And we, each city, county has a set time limit, usually, let's say 30 days. I don't know what the cities of Eureka. Katie's the one that's actually doing this right now, and she's going to speak later. And then in that time period, we screen it, usually do a desk review, just like anyone else does. We look at the project, we look where it's at. We make a call on whether it's something we care about or not. We do site visits if it's something we do care about. And then we start working with applicants and the lead agencies to decide, what outcome might be best.
Great.
So it's timely and we're responsive. And in particular in Eureka, because we're here. So if it's deep Del Norte County or something, there's logistics involved, but we are very responsive. We try to look at everything if it's if it's affecting habitat in our jurisdiction.
Great, thank you.
Does that help? Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Moulton.
I didn't have a question. Actually, I had kind of an answer for one of your questions, which is about emergency removal of trees when we're considering how to make changes on page 12 in the changes tracking document. There is a list of emergency reasons to remove a tree that looks like it's outside of needing the zoning. Getting the wrong word. Well, I'll let you look at that.
I'm having trouble opening it up.
Derek.
Okay.
The
We're
great
going to go
and
ahead and
powerful.
open this up for public comment. Yeah, and y'all are welcome to line up on each side of the room, and that sort of helps us go faster if we kind of ping pong back and forth from one side to the other. Thank you so much for being here.
Council, my name is Larry Kluk. I'm here to make a record and to exhaust administrative remedies. I'm an owner of 6 properties along the golf course. Their AP numbers 18301 058, 059, 064, 061, 062, and 063. About 9 acres total. I've harvested this property 3 times over 30-some years and intended to keep harvesting the trees. They grow at 10%. And if you adopt this overlay on my property, you'll take all of the value for timber harvesting. A greenway designation is going to hinder or prevent further subdivision. My parcels are up to 2.5 acres, and they're all zoned R1. And with this overlay, I'm going to lose significant value. It's going to hinder building permits. The city's taken the fair market value of our properties without paying damages for the taking. They're not doing an EIR to determine the economic effect on our properties. We're being forced into a greenway designation, which in effect is forcing us to put our properties into a conservation easement and without paying us. I ask that you allow us to opt out of the greenway designation if we choose to do so. I think you should allow everybody to be able to go to the city and try to argue why that particular property should be opted out. 'Cause all the properties are different. Our property is not on a gulch. It's just along the golf course. There's no gulch there. I think that this overlay is arbitrary and capricious. It's just set, and like I said, all properties are different. I think the council should continue this and allow each property owner to go in and try to convince the city why their particular parcel should not be part of the overlay. Thank you.
Thank you. If possible, let's hold applause so we can keep the meeting moving forward since it is rather late. And before our next member of the public comes, no, you're great, you're great. We may want to go ahead and extend the meeting since we're getting really close to that time. Is there a motion to extend the meeting?
Mayor Pro Tem, I will make a motion to extend the meeting to, how many more items do we have? 10:30?
Second.
All in favor?
3 yes votes, Councilmember Bauer, and who else? Fernandez, absent. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you for your patience. Go right ahead.
Prior to speaking, may I ask, will we be allowed to speak on both issues, 1044 and 1045? All right. I'm Stephen Strawn. I received the recent notice, and I have had some correspondence verbally with members of the council and some of the staff, and they've been very friendly, very helpful, but I'm still opposed to the primary restrictions. I've lived in the property for 48 years. I've never cut a single redwood tree, and I have quite a few. One thing that I do want to keep in mind for someday, if I ever get a dog, I'd like to be able to have it in a fence in the backyard somewhere, all right? So we can do that, I think, without getting into the gulch on my property. Just have it a few feet away from the house. But that's one thing that may happen with age, okay? I've noticed in the notice it indicated that something to the effect that if you did not speak on these issues, and particularly be in opposition to any particular thing, you did not have any legal rights thereafter to take lawsuits and things of that nature. And perhaps later, not on my time, your council could tell whether or not that's factual. If people that are not here tonight speaking on the issue, if they feel violated in some way later, that they can or cannot take legal action. Essentially, the biggest thing that I think that I have against it is all of the restrictions that I've lived without for so many years and life went on. and the costs, of course. And I do believe, I'm someone that believes that your value of your property can be negatively affected. And that is something that I'd like to point out to you. Most of the comments that I had for tonight were to 1045, the other issue. But essentially, I think a lot of the audience would be interested in knowing, if they do not speak tonight, does that end any legal action that they might take in the future? It would make a big difference for someone that just sitting there and thinking, oh, I attended, I listened, and that's enough. The other issue, I wondered, how about those members who recuse themselves? Are they listening at least to our comments? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Bill Barnum. I live on Pine Hill in the city. Made my notes, but attending the meeting changes my presentation. Rhetorically, will there ever be a time when there's too much regulation? I think people in the room here agree that this is the example. I would pitch it to you this way. City of Eureka was founded in 1850. We're 175 years in. The gulches and greenways that are gulches and greenways are gulches and greenways. They don't need this regulation. The two major developments in the gulches and greenways that are mapped are the city's projects, mainly in Cooper Gulch, which converted that area into ball fields, and the golf course that my parents and Fred Lumblade donated to the city in 1960, which is the most popular park in town. All the rest of the Gulch Greenway areas are Gulch Greenway areas, and they just don't need this sort of regulation. It would be duplicative because we have Fish and Wildlife regs, we have Regional Water Quality Control Board regs, we have Army Corps of Engineer regs, and anything that's going to affect the streams within the Gulch Greenways is already regulated at the federal and state level. Where they have staffing, they don't need to put together this sort of bureaucracy. It's too broad a net. Looking at the mapping tonight and hearing about the exemptions, why don't we just take 1,600 developed home sites out of the whole damn project? Why don't we just focus on the areas that are not? Let's map the areas that are not occupied tax-paying areas. Let's limit the scope of this thing. It's poorly drafted. It's unintelligible. And if you do open up and read the whole thing and you read the charts, I practiced law for 43 years. I can't make sense of these charts. Your citizens are not going to understand it if they read it. In my career for 43 years, I never had one person come in and ask me to interpret the Eureka Municipal Code. It's not going to be read. It's going to be violated. Then we set up all those parcels for exposure to violation claims by the city staff based on LIDAR. It just isn't a respectful ordinance. Had a lot more to say. Point this out to you. Eureka is 10.7% smaller in its population today than in 1960. We're shrinking. The average house in Humboldt and Eureka is older than I am, and I'm 71. It's disrespectful to the people of this city to be put under this level of regulation when we all would like you, the city council, to regulate the homeless problem, which does affect the gulches and greenways. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and allow more members of the public to speak.
My name is George Clark. I live in Eureka. Thank you, City Council staff and the Planning Commission for your extensive efforts, and the Council for your extensive efforts for 3 years reaching out to experts and the public in establishing this long neglected ordinance. An impaired Martin Slough Creek flows behind my home. It no longer supports annual salmon runs, and it's unclear how the permitting of any additional subdivisions within the GGMA would be compatible with this ordinance's proposed policy guidelines to preserve open spaces and wetlands. While not perfect, I support this nascent attempt to protect and preserve what remains because over 90% of California's wetlands have been lost to development, despite federal and state regulations, and because the pace of biodiversity collapse is alarming scientists. Like schools, hospitals, and public transportation, trails, parks, and greenways attract tourists, new residents, and their businesses. This increases property values based upon the quality of life, which conflicts with the development industry agenda of maximizing profits within Eureka's remaining riparian greenways and their steep slopes. The most significant losses in local property values recurs with every collapse and bailout of a corrupt housing market's overstock of high-profit subdivisions, which requires the collusion of local governments to ignore their own annual housing need assessments decade after decade. Each collapse leaves local families victimized by the development industry's lucrative cycle of foreclosure and resale. Decades of irresponsible growth was recently bailed out by the $40 million Martin Slough Interceptor that has mostly mitigated 45 years of raw sewage flowing into Elk River and Humboldt Bay during winter rains. However, mitigating sprawl's impact on Eureka's streets is more problematic, rated by the Highway Patrol as being among the most deadly in California for pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists. Sprawl undermines everyone's daily public safety and emergency evacuations. This ordinance and Eureka's successful transfer of inner-city property for affordable and accessible housing together begin to address a local legacy of irresponsible growth that is once again being mischaracterized as too slow. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe.
Joe Bonino, City of Eureka. I just wanted to once again say that I think this ordinance is complete overreach. If California Department of Fish and Wildlife has to look at these things anyways before we do them, why do we need this? You say you're just codifying, it's really nothing new. Well, they're already controlled by by the Fish and Wildlife, so you really can't make any really egregious changes to the gulch. I wanted to also say that this is a taking. I've mentioned this when I was on the Planning Commission. A lot of people have property in these gulches. They don't have any intention of developing it, but they use it as collateral for loans so they can make investments in other areas. And then, profit from that, then they pay off the loan and their property doesn't go anywhere. So if you're going to be devaluing these properties, that is basically a taking. And a lot of people don't realize that, but that's how it works. Sometimes if you have vacant land, you can get a loan on that and, invest in something you can make money on. Once again, I did want to also point out that it's kind of odd that this is coming up just before the Beta Zoo Trail condemnations are going to start up in the behind McFarland, when people don't want to sell their property. All of a sudden the city's going to be able to say, oh, well, your property's not worth much anymore because you can't develop it. So it seems to me a little, the timing is odd that you're getting in with this right now. And finally, also, I just wanted to mention that, once again, the 24-inch limit on cutting trees is too little. And I compromised on that when I was on the Planning Commission, but 12 inches is just insanely small. As you all know, you've all got trees there. And usually you don't want to cut down a tree because it's beautiful until it does get bigger than 24 inches. So that's why I object to that. And finally, also no construction equipment. That's preposterous. How are you going to do any sort of maintenance in those kinds of areas without letting construction equipment down there? Sometimes you have to have something like that. And also, finally, you'd mentioned some areas you can't disturb, no more than 500 square feet. That's just 20 by 20. That's not even as big as this part of the room. And likewise, a tree with a canopy of 1,000 square feet, that's 30 by 30. That's not a very big tree around here. So these things are just definitely unnecessary, and I definitely object to this ordinance. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Let's go ahead and hold our applause. You can do the twinkle hands if you like, but thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Council, for staying late tonight. Mark Pardo, I live in the Greenway, and I think you're asking us to take two big hits here. For those of us who are in the Greenway, the business presentation tonight and the survey from 2022 pointed out safety, homeless, houseless impact, and bureaucracy. First, you're asking us to take on the Bay to Zoo Trail. I think we've all seen the chaos behind the Office of Education. I think there was a big fire there today. Basically, that chaos is going to be extended. I just think that's going to be a big hit for us, and I think you need to acknowledge that trail right now, we just don't have control of the homeless, houseless situation, and we know that it's going to come into our neighborhoods, and I think that's important to acknowledge that. Number two, bureaucracy. You know, I think all of our worst nightmare as a homeowner is to wake up and have a new homeowners association putting a lot of restrictions on you. And all of a sudden, I think all of us in this room realize that, hey, you know, our homes are taking on a much different situation here. You know, you're putting restrictions on us, you're adding significant cost to us, you know, you're adding significant misery to homeowners who've had plans, who've done things for years. And so I think it's really important that the council acknowledge that you're asking a lot of us for those of us who live in the Greenway. And you know, I'd like to think that, you know, we could make this less restrictive. I'd like to think that we can look at the impact of the homeless, houseless, and our safety for those of us who live in the Greenway, because I think right now the way we're doing it, I do see a lot of frustrations, a lot of negativity coming from those of us, and I'd like to see it done better. So I'm hopeful you can relook at this ordinance, change some of the things, and then last of all, I want to make a shout out to the tree removal experts. I've had some trees removed in my homeownership days. It's probably the most dangerous job out there. You're telling them they can only take trees down in the winter when the wind is blowing, the rain is coming down, it's dark out, because you're going to save some birds. I'd love to hear from our fish and wildlife expert how many birds are killed by the cats every year. I'm sure it's hundreds, if not thousands, in Eureka. And here we are telling the tree removal guys, hey, sorry, you're going to end up losing a few birds. You guys got to work in the winter. I mean, that's just craziness. I mean, that's government at its worst. So I would like to take their safety into account here, and I would really encourage you to change that part of the ordinance. Certainly, I think every tree removal guy who's worked with is concerned about wildlife and safety, and I would love to see that change so they can work in the summertime when it's light, when it's not windy, when it's not raining. So I think that's a specific population who has a very dangerous job that I think would be worth reconsidering. So thank you. It's a tough job, but I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead and come up.
Hi guys, Gina Caldwell. I live at 15th and M in the Greenbelt. I would kind of like it if you guys could be as inclusive with we heterosexuals who are legal, law-abiding, tax-paying, which is your wages and all the money you waste, private property owners in the Greenbelt. All I've heard, and I'm tired and I just want to go home and go to bed. All I heard is a lot of gobbledygook, and everything that Dr. Pardo said is spot on. We don't need you being invasive, all the while not liking invasive things growing in the gulch that's been there forever. You had no problem with all the squatters who left garbage, filthy garbage, in the Cooper Creek all over. I got videos of it. Since 2002. Hauled 2 tons out of the gulch. Somebody hauled it out. And then the rats came up in our walls. You know what it's like to have rats chewing in your walls at night? Your bathroom walls and your plumbing? It's not fun. Nobody cared. And yet I have the black-tailed deer sleeping under my redwood tree every night because they love my yard. They feel safe. So I don't need an invasive, stupid ordinance telling me what to do. I'm just tired of people trying to tell me what to do. I'm not going to put up with it. We take care of the property. Our property, we take care of it. You guys don't. We pay taxes on it, and we keep it up. And we just don't need to be bossed around because it's called invasive human behavior, and it's totally disrespectful to we the people who you don't seem to care about. But you care about people if they're gay, and you care about protest rioting. You care about a whole bunch of things, but you don't seem to care about us. And you know, that's just sad. So all I gotta say is there actually is one King. His name is Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. All glory be to Christ. Thank you.
Next commenter or next public comment.
Hi, my name is Katie Rion, and I'm a biologist with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. As the trustee agency for the state's fish and wildlife resources, the department supports the Gulch Greenway Ordinance. The areas protected by this ordinance are more than just steep ravines. They contain wetlands, streams, and sloughs, the only remainder of what was once a complex network of riparian areas and wetlands connecting Humboldt Bay with adjacent watersheds. Although they've been constricted by development, Gulch Greenways still provide essential habitat and wildlife movement corridors for fish and a variety of wildlife. Fish habitat and enhancement projects have already made significant progress in improving habitat connectivity, bringing coho back into an urban landscape. This ordinance would protect these investments and make the city more sustainable for fish, wildlife, and people. Gulch Greenways provide habitat, and they support important ecological functions, such as reducing stream microclimate and contributing to habitat complexity. Ecological benefits aside, Gulch Greenways support essential ecosystem services that are going to become increasingly important with climate change. Wetlands and riparian areas improve resiliency to flooding by attenuating stormwater runoff and recharging groundwater. In addition to reducing erosion and stabilizing banks and slopes, Gulch Greenways trap and filter sediment and pollutants that would otherwise be discharged into streams and ultimately Humboldt Bay. Although there are existing regulations to protect streams and wetlands, their limited scope does little to support broader functions. Riparian buffers, such as the Gulch Greenway Management Area, are a well-established means of tempering the effects of development. By reducing encroachment, they increase the capacity of these habitats to absorb stormwater and trap sediment and pollutants. Poorly sited development may be prone to flooding, erosion, and slope failure, with cascading impacts to water quality. It also undermines ecosystem services, thereby increasing vulnerability to climate change. Discretionary review, such as that proposed by this ordinance, would give the city the opportunity to evaluate these risks and disclose them to the public while still providing a clear permitting pathway. Similar ordinances have been adopted by Humboldt County, Arcata, Fortuna, and Ferndale, among others. Given the significance of the Gulch Greenways, the department encourages the City Council to adopt this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Eureka City Council members and staff. My name is Michael Van Houten. I'm a senior environmental scientist supervisor with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. While I do not live in Eureka, I've worked in Eureka for the past 20 years, 18 of which for the department at 619 2nd Street. In my professional capacity as a wildlife biologist, I have been in all of the gulches and greenways of Eureka at one time or another, and in some cases to single parcels multiple times over the years at the request of prospective buyers and developers. We do this for free in our office duties, in our official duties, and are always available to the public, city staff, neighbors, or anyone for that matter to discuss a development plan, idea, or cleanup. The idea of gulches and greenways, the idea of a gulches and greenways ordinance is not a new idea. It has been foundational to reducing the impacts of development in the current and past City of Eureka general plans, the city's CEQA determination on those plans, and it's also been 20 plus years in development. City staff, with our assistance, have drafted a thoughtful ordinance that specifies parameters, includes definitions, and sets forth a reasonable approach to the management and future of Eureka's remaining gulches and greenways. In my experience, what people, the public, most want is certainty in how to proceed with development and or management of a given location. They want to know what the setback is. They want to know where the setback starts. They want to know if studies are needed or required, and they want a callback or a site visit. The Greenways and Gulches ordinance will also give the City of Eureka discretion over development proposals, which is currently lacking. Without a lead agency, proposed projects face an uncertain path. The ordinance establishes that certainty. The City of Eureka has made great strides in recent years towards repairing the past when things like biological resources, wetlands, streams, and riparian habitat received less or no consideration. Projects like the City of Eureka's Elk River Estuary Project, bringing back lost estuarine habitat while providing use and enjoyment by the public, the latest chapter in the Martin Slough, the Martin Slough Flow Enhancement Project, work within the municipal golf course, and the first Slough Fish Passage Floodplain Restoration and Connectivity Project, which also replaced vital infrastructure at 14th N and M Streets, to name a few. The City of Eureka is actively taking advantage of streamlined permitting pathways like our Cutting the Green Tape program, reducing costs and actively receiving grant funding. We now have coho salmon in the city's boundaries. Given the significance of the city's gulches and greenways and their direct connection to Humboldt Bay, the department encourages the city to adopt this ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Mike Miles. I'm a Eureka City resident, born and raised, born 1970. I've played in many of these gulches throughout my life, at least earlier on in my life, or recently now with my grandchildren. But yeah, I don't think we need this ordinance. There are coho in Martin Slough right now without the ordinance. The reference to steep slopes going into goalies is a mischaracterization of the ordinance, since it talks about slopes that are 20% in gradient. That's not very steep slopes. We live on the green belt, and we've had folks come up from the bottom and steal our trampoline out of the back of our backyard. We have dogs they want to keep contained. And so the idea that the city would tell me I'd have to go get a conditional use permit, or even any permit, to build a fence around my property to protect my grandchildren or to keep my dogs contained is difficult to swallow, to say the least. Yeah, I mean, if you want to apply that to the 40% of this area that's in public ownership, that makes sense, and that's the purview of the city. I think that's a good route to go if you want to go that way. In terms of just wetland and riparian setbacks, yeah, I think those are appropriate, and those can be readily defined. Mitigation can be put in place if you can't achieve those setbacks. But those are defined setbacks that are based upon Army Corps wetland delineation. They're very specific, and that'll give the protection the Fish and Game seeks in terms of riparian for fish and amphibians and whatnot. But this, I have to agree that this is a very difficult ordinance to understand. And whereas I know how to establish setbacks of 50 feet or whatnot, where this ordinance is going to take you is unknown as a landowner. So I did want to speak and get on the record as having spoke against the ordinance. I don't believe in the ordinance. I hope you reconsider it. It is taking away from my property and my rights. Also, the idea that I can't cut down trees around my property. I think you guys all live in Eureka, so you know the mold condition and whatnot. We need to have solar radiation if you live on the coast up here. And as you go further into the Great Pacific Northwest Forest, you understand that. And so I need to occasionally be able to trim around my trees. I don't want to go get a conditional use permit for a 12-inch and larger tree. I mean, that can grow in about 15 years around here. So again, I'm strongly opposed to that part as well. But thank you for your service. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Come on up.
My name is Alan Kepner. I'm a 40-year resident at 3461 K Street, which is where K Street dead ends just past Manzanita. And we've been there for 40 years, and we have so much wildlife. It's more than we can handle sometimes. Bear, we've even had cougar, certainly raccoons, possums, skunks, fox, lots of wildlife. And so we have been there for 40 years, and things have seemed to work really well there. I first want to start by congratulating the staff and commending them. And when I came to ask questions about this, they were extremely helpful.
They were polite. While they didn't have all the answers, they were certainly willing to try to give them what information they had, and I really appreciate that. I also want to commend the city at this time for solving a multi-decade problem at the end of K Street, which was a sewage lift station that caused nothing but trouble down at the end of that street for 30 years that I'm aware of. So we appreciate you taking care of that. In terms of this ordinance, as you look at some of the measurement points that are listed in one being a riparian drip line and the other being a break and slope, both of those are subject to change by nature. As trees grow, that riparian drip line is going to move out further away from the center of that tree. So with that, measurement is going to change. Therefore, this zone is going to increase just naturally. Same with the break and slope. As erosion occurs, that slope break is going to change. And therefore, these measurements from which you find out whether or not you're in or out or whether you need permits or not is going to change, which is somewhat difficult for us to deal with if that point is constantly going to change. So that would be helpful if we could find some way to deal with that. In terms of issues for me, obviously, you can't write provisions that cover all possible circumstances, but you certainly don't want to create a set of laws that create additional problems. So I consider, be sure you think this through very well before you adopt this. I certainly don't need any more changes in property rights. I certainly don't need increases in fees. I don't need added expenses in dealing with permitting or dealing with those issues. I certainly don't need jurisdictional expansion. I certainly don't need additional pruning processes. And so at this point in time, I would recommend, unless we change some of these issues, that we not support
hold our
this
time limits.
document at this point in time. And I would strongly recommend both on 1044 and 1045
Just
at this
in
point
terms of
until
fairness to
changes are made.
everyone, please go
not
ahead and
to,
wrap it up since everyone else only got 3
thank
minutes.
you.
Thank you. Next member of the public, please.
Good evening. My name's Kevin Pinto. I don't live in the city, but I have a property in the city. It's a building lot. And ironically, after the city bled me dry on a minor subdivision across from Zane School, I decided not to do any building myself, and I sold 3 of the 4 lots. Well, the 4th lot is, the 2 bottom lots actually are heavily wooded. In any condition, it would be called heavily wooded. There is a house below that lot, so I can't see that I'm actually in a waterway. They probably are. But the funny part is Fish and Game came out one day, a warden, and they're familiar with the laws and this and that and riparian areas. And he said, I asked him what he was doing there, and he says, well, I came out to look at your project. He says, but the city didn't require us to come out. They have a CEQA thing where in a minor subdivision, that's why it was a minor, they can exclude a lot of things. And one of the people that they excluded was Fish and Wildlife. Fish and Wildlife are here tonight telling you about riparian areas and everything, and I understand all that, but it just so, this was a while back, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago when I did this. The same people that, basically opened my wallet and dumped it out are here again to tell me that my last lot, I get to open my wallet and dump it out again. I don't know that I can build there. I have some people that are interested in it, but they've heard about this and their interests have gone down. It's not worth a lot of money. It's not my retirement, but it's the same entity that I had to go through to get it. And I don't know if you've ever done a minor subdivision or if you've done a subdivision or a lot split. It's not an easy feat. I've heard that the city's easier than the county. Well, I've done it in the county, and I don't think that that's true. I would strongly suggest that you put this off or put it on a burner that's far away from the back. And I did have a question, and I know you won't answer it, but there's 3 council members here. Can they vote on that? Can they? Oh, they can. Okay. So that answers that question. Anyways, I'd like you to put it off. Thank you.
Thank you. Next member of the public, come on up.
Good evening, and it's getting late, and I know we all want to go home. But my name is Charles Stoneman Forestry Services, RPF 2375, and I manage 5 parcels, 186 acres in the city of Eureka that are forest lands for my clients. These forest lands are being managed on a sustainable basis with a harvest reentry every 10 to 15 years, and they are zoned R1. The clients don't see any expectation to harvest anywhere in the near future, and these may be held as timberlands indefinitely. And as such, we are looking to continue managing these timberlands as forest lands. That said, all these gulches are considered a forest landscape. And a forest landscape comes under the purview of the state through the Forester's Law and the Zeeberg-Nedgley Forest Practice Act. So if you want to sell, trade, or barter any trees that are cut within a forest land, you have to have a permit from CAL FIRE. I appreciate what has been done with regard to THPs. They're being exempt, and I just need to get a zoning clearance once my THP is approved on these lands. However, there's a number of other permits that CAL FIRE has. They have forest resilience exemptions, they have emergency exemptions, they have a less than 3 acre conversion exemption, and all of those would require a conditional use permit under the ordinance. And the problem I see is if something happens on my client's property, we burn 2 acres, and I got to get in there and get those trees out quickly. Under the CAL FIRE process, I can do it within 15 days. I cannot wait 3 to 6 months for a conditional use permit to get in there and get that burned timber out of there. And there's another number of other examples I have that I can give you, but that will wait for further time and maybe further conversations with your staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly, come on up.
Hello, City Council, what's left of you? I'm Kelly Martin. I'm born and raised here in Eureka. I thank you for the changes that the Director of Planning has made for all her work, and she's made a lot of adjustments since the last meeting I've been to. And it seems there's a few other things that came up tonight that I didn't know about. One of them was about the insurance for your house. We just got a letter from my mom's house, and I had to go over there and cut the trees all the way down, or she was going to get canceled within like 2 weeks. They flew a drone over it, and I guess they told me if I didn't get it cleaned up, if they fly over it again, it wasn't there, she was going to be canceled. And she's 92 years old. So I think that's important that you address that tonight. I appreciate that, Miles. The other one was the fencing. I live on the Martin Slough, no relation to me. But I do have a house there, and we had to put up, my neighbor put up a fence because we had guys living in the stumps. He had a wood stove in there and a battery operated solar system, and he was even selling drugs out of there according to what they did some research on him. So I'm a little bit concerned about the fencing issue. There has to be some kind of of an agreement there somewhere that a guy could put a fence up to keep the homeless out, because that's the big white elephant in the room that we know we all have problems with, especially with my big family that I have lots of grandkids. The other issue I had was I talked to quite a few of the people in the planning department and your director of planning about, I have a lot that I've been waiting to build on for 30 years, and it's in this area. So I want to get my plans in, and I already have the plans. I'm having the engineering done, and I want to get that in to build on as soon as possible, because I've owned it for 30 years, and it's not going to be used for anything if I can't build a house on it. It's not even good for a parking lot because it's in the wrong area. So I was wondering about that, if I put the plans in, because I know once you hit July 31st, if I don't have it, I'm not sure how that works, if it's not approved or if it's put in, but I wanted to talk to you further about that, and I'll do that later. So other than that, thank you for your adjustments.
Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Nick Hansen. I live inside the city of Eureka. And again, I want to say the same thing. I appreciate some of the changes that have been made. I do see some good things that were made. A few things I wanted to touch on. I know a lot of people have talked about the additional incurred costs, especially for development, and especially in this time where people are asking for affordable housing and additional housing that people can have. I think that really can cause issues for some people, maybe that were wanting to build their first home, or maybe wanting to make changes to their property. Second was on the fencing. I think that split rail fences, we know, like at Sequoia Park, we have the split rail fences. Anybody can step over one, right? And so when referring to, I've got 3 small children and a dog, and my fence is to keep them in, for one, but also to keep people out. And I don't live backed up to where the trail is going to go through. But if I did, I live backed up to Sequoia Park. But if I did live there, I'd want to keep people off my property, because I know in today's time and age that we see is someone gets injured on your property, someone jumps over the fence and just takes a step over a split rail fence and gets injured, and then you're opened up to a world of lawsuits yourself personally if someone gets hurt. And I think that split rail fences, again, doesn't keep people out, and without the ability to continuously watch, I can't be home all day making sure somebody's staying out of my property. And again, for something that I've purchased myself with my wife and that I pay taxes on, I want to be able to enjoy my entire property in its fullness. I think that on the entire topic of the protecting the greenways, why not go after the nuisance properties instead of blocking everyone? If we have issues with properties, again, I think that probably the majority of the people here speaking out against this probably take care and are good stewards of their land and their property. And I think that by putting this as a blanket over everyone that lives on it, it's kind of like adding breathalyzers in all cars, because to prevent people from drinking and driving. There's still going to be some instances that are going to have issues, and and maybe address those directly when those issues arise. I think that, again, like I said, your average homeowner wants to maintain their property, and the government telling us to do so ourselves, again, I think that's just, again, overreaching. I'm opposed to this. I think that about the property values, when selling something, your market is how big your market can be is what your value is. And if you add this to it, like a coastal commission or a historical, you really downsize the people that are going to be buying your property. And I really think that changes your value. And I think Mr. Barnum had a great idea about being able to opt out. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's allow our last member of the public here to come on up.
You can take 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you.
I had no plans to actually speak, but I've lived in Eureka for 50 years, and we're in the Green Gulch zone. We live across the street from a gulch, which I like a lot. And I just wanted to say that I think the efforts are good. It's obviously a lot of problems to work out to accommodate people's needs and their property values, but I'm in favor of it. I think something needs to be protected. Wetlands are important. Wildlife's important. To me, it makes Eureka more livable. So I hope this could all be worked out and really become a real thing. So thank you.
Thank you. Come on. No, you can come up. Anyone who wants to speak can come up. I just thought
I will be
were
quick.
finished, yes.
I'm just, as far as this ordinance that I do not support, I'm mostly concerned about my property. The value of that is pretty much now, because it will be under an HOA fee. I think I'm going to lose my property value, so that's really concerning. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Any other? Okay, come on up.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Chris Nelson. I am a fourth-generation resident of the city of Eureka. I spoke at the Open Parks and Rec Commission meeting. I spoke at the Planning Commission meeting. I do think this is overreach. I'm going to keep it very short because of everybody's time, but I just feel that there are just too many aspects of this that have not been thought out. I know it's been a long process, but I do think that there is more work that needs to be done. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Please hold your applause. We do want to keep the meeting moving forward and give everyone a chance to speak.
Thank you, Mrs. Mayor. My name is John Isert. I live at the corner of Wood and W Street. And if you think that's an actual street section, it is not. Wood would go down, or W Street would go down and join Wood, but it can't there. And in that area, there's a green belt to the, if I was looking at north, the green belt would be on my left. Okay, now my problem is not so much that you want to put it in a park situation or a zoning. Who's going to take care of it? I mean, right now, and for the last 3 years, I've had people living on W and Wood Street on that part off of Harris. And if you've driven by there, you've seen the garbage piled out there, and the sewage is now there, and it's just a total mess. I've called EPD twice. They can't do anything about it. They're afraid to, basically, because of lawsuits. I don't know. Anyway, that's what I'm concerned with now. And my wife would like to be sure that we're not going to get stuck cleaning it up. You know, and the whole green belt if something gets dumped there. And it's a good possibility it will happen around here. So I thank you all very much for hearing me out.
Thank you. Anyone else here in chambers wish to make comment at this time? Okay, we'll turn to our members of the public on Zoom.
Justin?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Justin Buller, and I live off of Vista Drive here in Eureka. This ordinance will simply lead to more degradation of property, as well as devaluing property in the city. It's also redundant, as Fish and Wildlife already maintains regulatory authority on wetlands and environmentally sensitive areas, and the county already has similar ordinances offering the same protections. The city needs to work on reestablishing waterways, such as the Martin Slough, and not just at the golf course, and to allow water to flow to prevent mosquitoes from proliferating and allow draining to avoid more swamps and land that becomes very difficult to maintain, which leads to degradation and homeless encampments. Without establishing waterways to flow and reinforcing the bed, bank, and channel of these waterways, we are only creating more uncontrolled runoff and flooding, which degrades land and harms the environment. Many of these runoffs are city-owned, which allows storm water runoff to protected waterways that have been unmaintained for years, like the storm runoffs on my property off of Vista Drive, as well as on J Street, M Street, and O Street that feed directly into the Martin Slough. Has there been any studies or data provided regarding complaints in areas subject to the Greenway Management Area? Private landowners want to keep their land in the best condition possible as environmentally friendly and sustainable, and I would imagine there have been little to no code enforcement actions or cleanup and abatement orders issued on privately owned properties in the proposed Greenway Gulch overlay area. I love my land, and I want to make it sustainable for the environment and enjoyable for my children. These regulations are simply duplicative and overly restrictive, as protections already exist at the state and county level. My property on Vista Drive used to be a horse ranch, and now, due to the uncontrolled storm drains and lack of maintenance of water runoff from city streets, my property is mostly a swamp as of today. As staff has pointed out, there are already restrictions in the code, like not dumping being allowed, and county and state wetland regulations still apply. CEQA is already very intensive for development, and this just adds another redundant layer that will end up costing the city more money to review permits and lead to less development, reducing the property tax base. So what is truly the need for this ordinance? As there does not appear to be any problem necessitating this additional regulatory hurdle. Where is the data that justifies the need for this ordinance? The statewide reduction of wetlands does not represent a problem in which Eureka maintains a significant wetlands already. Let's focus on providing resources to reestablishing waterways and improving storm and road water runoff systems, as opposed to creating more hoops to jump through for landowners attempting to maintain their properties at their own expense, as well as those trying to harvest timber on their properties who are already subject to significant state and county regulations.
You. Thanks for being here.
Amy?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so yes, thank you so much to the staff for presenting this and for the council to listening to all of the concerns. I also wasn't planning on speaking, but in a lot of the comments were from people who are long-term residents of the city, and I appreciate so much their experiences and their knowledge, but the idea that things have been working and so we shouldn't adjust or change them isn't actually factual. We know that climate change is coming, is here. We see it every day. And the focus on individuals' personal property instead of what is best for the majority of people in the area, and also the non-human beings, the animals and the riparian ways and the trees. I would hope that people could look past their fears and uncertainty around property values. That is very real, but your property isn't going to be worth anything if we can't breathe the air, if we don't have water. And so I would like to just encourage people to kind of zoom out and look beyond just what they kind of feel is their own little piece of the world. And as for the considerable complaints against the unhoused individuals in our community, maybe encouraging the city to continue researching things like authorized encampments and other transitional housing options for the increasing number of unsheltered people that we're not just experiencing here. Like, this isn't just a here problem, this is an everywhere problem. So yeah, maybe thinking of adding some solutions to the issue rather than just wishing to not see people struggling. But really huge thank you to the staff. The presentation was really good and explained a lot of things that were confusing, and it's clear that a lot of hard work has gone into this, and I appreciate all those efforts. So thank you very much.
Sylvia?
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Sylvia Van Roy, and I'm with Humboldt Waterkeeper, and I just wanted to express our support for the Gulches and Greenways ordinance. I also wanted to echo what Katie from CDFW said about Gulches and Greenways and this particular ordinance. Protecting them supports essential ecosystem services that are going to become just increasingly important with the impacts that climate change are going to bring to our local area, such as some of the services that Gulches and Greenways provide, like reducing erosion, stabilizing slopes, trapping and filtering pollutants, offering sponge-like buffers for intense storm and floodwaters, which will just ultimately protect residential areas that are adjacent to gulches and greenways. And we're also really excited to see some of the additions or edits that were made, like the inclusion of a prohibition on invasive plant species as part of new landscaping. It's kind of surprising how many local stores sell very aggressively invasive plants, so it's nice to see the city taking action to reduce the spread of those plants. Thank you.
Rachel?
Okay, now you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, I spoke at the Planning Commission meeting, and I appreciate that they did listen to some of our concerns. The only other issue that I would like to talk about is that the city itself does not have to follow this ordinance. And that is really my biggest issue, because I do support the idea of it. The Beta Zoo Trail goes against every single thing in this ordinance. There's a list of 12 that are in the ordinance. Changes to the area, quality of Gulch Greenway habitat, continuity of and connections between habitat areas, impacts on habitat quality and complexity, water quality, scenic and visual impacts, noise and light impacts on habitat, human and pet encroachment into habitat, erosion, runoff, flooding, and fire hazards, changes to the natural topography and existing landforms, changes to the natural course of waterways, impacts on slope stability. The Beta Zoo Trail does every single one of these. It's an absolutely destructive and horrible plan. And you can ask us to live to the very highest standards. You should live to the standards yourself. It's hypocritical. And that is my other comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on Zoom?
I see no one else on Zoom.
We will close public comment on this item, or close the public hearing for this item, and bring it back to council for comments and a motion. Councilmember Moulton.
Pardon me. I have several clarifying questions. Can I do those, or do I need to make a motion first?
You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Would one of the staff mind reminding us of the recusal rules in the Brown Act? Perhaps our city attorney.
And what part of it are you interested in?
One of the commenters asked if the recused members of the council were watching and listening.
Yes, my understanding is they are. I think they're allowed to be in the room if they wish, but I think they went to room 270 where they have a screen.
Yeah, 207.
207, excuse me, a big screen TV to watch the proceedings.
Okay, thank you. And then
they aren't, well, typically they aren't allowed in the room because of potential for them to influence.
Right, they could be making eyebrows at us about what they think. I understand, yeah. They're not supposed to influence this part of the process. That's the point of recusal. Can folks who disagree with the ordinance later or feel that they've been damaged by this ordinance, even if they aren't at this meeting, would they still have the ability to sue the city?
Far be it from me to give advice to people who are planning to sue the city, but I would say this. This is the introduction hearing on the ordinance, and there will be additional opportunity to comment at the adoption hearing. So if somebody feels like they missed this opportunity, I don't think it is foreclosed for them to make additional comments, either in writing or by appearing at that meeting.
And I think that what is being confused, and correct me if I'm wrong, Director Kenyon, is if you want to appeal a planning commission decision, it's not?
There's writing in our
planning commission, yeah.
Yeah, there's writing in our zoning code that says every notice it has to include this legalese about how you might not have standing to to sue us if you haven't participated in the local process, which means, writing in or putting yourself on the record that you feel a certain way and participate in the process. But I don't know where that language came from.
Seems weird. What if somebody buys a property that's affected by this ordinance, and then later on they feel like there's a reason why it has it's not a good law and should be sued about?
If in the future this ordinance results in a Gulch Greenway permit and that permit's denied, then you have and you participated in a process, then you could object to that, and you could say, you could make claims about that being a takings.
Okay, I understand. So all of these things are ask permission, and then you enter into a process, and that process has steps and appeals and potential along that. So simply not showing up at this meeting doesn't eliminate people's legal recourse or legal ability to protect their property. Thank you.
Yeah, I would say not at all. I don't think that's a significant concern. I think there are many entry points into the litigation complaint process that speaking at this meeting is only one of them.
Yeah, people sue us all the time. Would you mind, Director Kenyon, can you, I'm looking at the concern about overlap with state and federal regulations. I understand there's reasons to have things in-house so that we can, before people get to state and federal levels. Could you just maybe summarize if there is overlap with state and federal regulations?
Oh my.
No, it's complicated, right?
Okay. Well, we heard about CAL FIRE and
Maybe
commercial.
It'd be easier to talk about what isn't. No, go ahead. Finish your answer, please.
With CDFW, they have jurisdiction over alterations of streams, stream bed alteration agreements, 1600s, and also there's the state and federal Endangered Species Acts. So if you're messing with bald, I don't know what they are, bald eagle or whatever it is.
Salamander.
Yeah. And then there is the Regional Water Quality Control Board under the State and Federal Clean Water Act has control over the fill of wetlands or, the loss of wetlands. Those don't include, riparian habitat, as the SCDFW mentioned, if you think about the classic gulch situation on the northern end of the city where you do have a slopes on either side and you have redwoods and other trees growing there, they're shading the creek and they're really critical to the health of the creek, but they aren't protected by any, unless you find a protected species in there.
So while there's some overlap, this kind of extends the buffer around that, in which people would need to come and ask or come and have this, talk to a planner about what they're doing.
And honestly, the Regional Water Quality Control Board has no idea what's happening in Eureka. People come in for a building permit, we give it to them, they build, and they probably fill wetlands and nobody knows because there's no local staff that's going on site visits to check, and they're not getting a referral from us.
Okay. My understanding is that this ordinance is all about permitting. It's all about development. Is there a code enforcement aspect of it where we would be sending drones over properties to check and see if people are breaking the law?
No, our code enforcement is complaint based, and we're problem solvers. It's in my chain of command, but the building official and then the code enforcement manager, they both care deeply about sorting things out, and we have so many issues that we prioritize, so we're not coming after people for things that we don't feel are really important.
Well, I can assure you we would not be sending a drone to look over people's property. I will say that if there's a dispute as to whether or not, we talked about certain areas being developed, and somebody says that this wasn't developed prior to this, we may go back and look at GIS and say that at this point in time it's very clear that this wasn't developed, but we're not going to be going out, and it would be based on a complaint or something like that where they came in and said that my neighbor said this has been here for a long time, but he just did it the other day. And we would use that as a way of determining, what's what.
Okay, thank you. We discussed I think in a special meeting about this, the possibility of creating on the percentage of somebody's property that they are unable to develop, creating a property tax exemption. Is that a part of this? Am I missing it?
It's not included in this.
Is there, I'm also reading this like, it's not necessarily saying you can't do any of these things. It's always like, you've got to come ask. So is there anything up to and including building in the middle of the stream that is just strictly like totally not allowed under any condition without appeal or without question?
As as was talked about earlier, commercial development.
Yeah, but I would say building in the middle of the stream would not have, but
I know, probably
filling a
wouldn't
filling a wetland and being able to mitigate for that would be something that would be available.
I was thinking about how to create a tax exemption for land that you can't build on, but since there's nothing in the ordinance that says this kind of land can't be built on, period, that would be difficult to determine what that would
if
be
somebody wanted to, which they have, there's parcels all over the city that are 2 APNs because they've separated off the backside of their parcel and said, hey, I'm not going to develop this, and I would like to be taxed less on it. So there are ways to do that if you plan on not developing that portion of your parcel.
Okay.
I'm going to interrupt real quick so we can extend the meeting, and then maybe ask one more question, and let's give Councilmember Contreras-Deloach a chance to ask any follow-up questions.
I just have 2 more questions anyway.
Okay, then 2.
I'll move to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
Second.
All in favor?
3 yes votes, Councilmember Bauer and Fernandez absent, motion carries.
Okay, go right ahead, Councilmember Moulton.
Oh, I only have 1 more question. There you go. I know the Bay to Zoo Trail is not the question on the table right now, but does the positioning require the city to purchase anybody's residential properties?
So when we go through the alignment process, there will be purchase of easements on properties, and all those property owners have been notified of that.
Okay.
So that's what council awarded, I believe 2 or 3 months ago, was the agreement for the consulting service to go through that process.
Thank you for that clarification. Speaking of easements, I can get to my comment, which is that I live back up on a little green strip, which is actually an easement for the power company. And of course, most of the alleys in town are easements for the city, for neighborhood access, for the power company. And I don't think it's unreasonable for us to set aside an easement for wildlife. You only have to, someone pointed out there's a video of a bear running through the Winco parking lot. You only need to look at something like that to see how very close we are to wild land. And I want to continue improving the waterways in Eureka and protecting them and the wildlife that live there. So I would like to move the staff recommendation. If there's a motion I need to read, can I see it, please?
Thank you.
Thank you. I move that the City Council find the project exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15307, 15308, and 15061, and waive full reading, read by title only, and introduce Bill Number 1044 CS, an ordinance of the City of Eureka amending Eureka Municipal Code, Title 15, Chapter 155, the zoning code, to add Gulch Greenway Overlay Zone regulations as 155.224.050 and amending the inland zoning map to apply the Gulch Greenway Overlay Zone to various parcels within the city.
I'll second. Councilmember Contreras-Deloach.
First, thank you, Director Kenyon. I think this is actually really well researched and really well written, and I appreciate that. There's a few areas where I, would have preferred clarification, but generally speaking, I think that this is good. I grew up here. I was born and raised here, and I spent the bulk of my time traipsing around inside our gullies and gulches. And when I moved back, I was gone for 10 years, and I came back and raised my oldest children here and traipsing around in the gullies and gulches. And I'm sitting here kind of struggling with this because generally speaking, anything that is going to add layers of protection for the environment and for animals, I tend to favor. However, in all those years of walking through there, I've rarely seen, for the most part, people who buy these types of properties buy them for those reasons and like them and maintain them. And I just haven't seen, when I came back, was gone for a decade, but was visiting all my family here. When I came back, the only trails that really went through some of the wetlands actually were some of the trails that the city did, through Sequoia Park and stuff like that. Areas where, you had to decide if you were going to have a boot sucked off trying to get through it, or if, where now there's a nice trail that goes through some of those areas. But it sort of feels like this is addressing an issue that I haven't really seen in all the years that I've spent time walking around in all of this. So it's, again, well-researched, well put together, obviously a lot of time spent on this. And of course, I've seen some environmental issues, and those have been mentioned here, that have to do with us, needing to address and provide, help, to people that are in situations where they're, living inside some of our gulches and greenways. It feels a little like this is a solution to a problem that I don't think that we really have. And I think that there's other laws that are addressing these, and I think there may be pockets, but I don't think that we need this to address those pockets.
I have a few comments. We've had experts in the field here who say that this will help address problems, who are deeply familiar with gulches and greenways and with the opportunity that this will provide. And I do believe them. I don't believe they're up here telling us things that aren't true in terms of what this ordinance will do for us. So, I do support it. I think that, the legacy of development has shown us otherwise in terms of protection of natural resources. And I appreciate that many people here, present in the audience today and on Zoom may have great intentions and also may be doing really great things. And in that case, this will not provide any obstacles to you for continuing to do really great things in terms of stewarding your land. To Councilmember Moulton's comments, there are many ways of addressing development. If you're still interested in development, this isn't a hard no. This is a way of saying, well, let's let's then, if you're going to develop, deeply consider the environmental impacts of that development. And I think that's a good thing. We're here on City Council to think about the good of this community for now and for, many years into the future. And I do care deeply about the well-being of, folks who are stewarding their land, but also the community, the environment as a whole, and that we are part of a larger and interconnected ecosystem in which we do have a responsibility. And, I am here to exercise that responsibility and to continue to, the reason that this came up at strategic visioning was because other council members also thought it was useful and valuable, because they're respecting, their influence. They are not here tonight to vote, but I also value their input and their desire to bring this forward. This was not a casual decision by council, nor has it ever been during the very long years of process around it. And, I do think I want us to be a city that moves forward on innovation and change in ways that will perhaps be difficult sometimes at first. We'll perhaps add a layer of process, but ultimately will create a greater benefit. Many of the things that folks spoke to, in terms of in-process projects or houses that are in development, or soon to be, or fences that need mending or fences that need tending, I think that we can address them, and for sure, I want to recognize staff and that we are a city that engages with people. And many of you spoke to it tonight, and, will work with you to make adjustments in order to, as needed, while also tending to the environment. I have seen that over and over again with the city of Eureka and with the staff and with council. And so I do think it is important to move forward with this. And, honestly, we're in a really interesting and unusual situation in which, all of our votes matter. There's not the capacity to step aside and kind of not be with the discomfort, of it in terms of whether this is going to move forward or not. And so I want to embolden my fellow council members to lead this with the sense of the vision of all of council and with the sense of, what an ecosystem might look like in 10 years, in 20 years, in 100 years, and that we play a part in that today.
May I ask a couple of clarifying questions? Director Kenyon, earlier somebody had spoken about concerns over timber harvesting, and I'm just want to make sure I understand. If you have a valid timber harvesting plan, would this change that?
Right now, timber harvests require a conditional use permit. Not this ordinance that you're voting on, but the second ordinance amends our tree removal regulations to no longer require a conditional use permit for a CAL FIRE approved timber harvest. Now they would be allowed, if that ordinance was brought forward and adopted, they would be allowed with a zoning clearance. And the justification is that the CAL FIRE THP process involves noticing of neighbors and environmental analysis by experts. So in that case, our process wouldn't be necessary. And the point of the zoning clearance is whenever anybody removes a tree in Eureka, we hear about it and from neighbors, and that way we can say, yeah, they came in, they showed us their CAL FIRE approved timber harvest plan, and so we issued them a letter saying that they were good to go.
And just to be clear, when you're saying zoning clearance, it is that THP, that permit that they have from CAL FIRE, correct? There's not another.
They would come to us and they would pay for a zoning clearance, and then we would give them a city letter on city letterhead saying that they were approved and that
clearance, but the demonstration of the clearance is the temporary.
Yes,
permit.
That would be the basis for the zoning clearance.
The zoning clearance would be timeline and cost would be what?
It could be done in a day or less, and it's $100-something. 165.
Okay.
And we can change that in the future if we feel like that number is inappropriate. We can reduce the zoning clearance cost. And that is only if the thing doesn't already need a building permit. If it already needs a building permit, there's no separate cost. It's just that equals zoning clearance.
I don't know if this is a question for you or if it's a question for our experts from Fish and Wildlife. But I am curious, Councilmember Castellano, Mayor Pro Tem Castellano, had brought up, that we do have these experts that have spoken in favor of it. I am wondering if you guys could help me understand why Fish and Wildlife wouldn't be adequate and how this augments or how this resolves that inadequacy.
Thank you.
Well, I think the best way to think about it is that laws come with jurisdictions. You all have land use code obligation. That's what you do. So in this case, buffers from streams, wetlands, slopes, some of those things, they don't, like our jurisdiction on streams is pretty set, but that set jurisdiction can be degraded by something adjacent to it. And what this would do is provide buffering. And I think that in the discretion of the city, which you currently don't have. So it's actually looking at a bigger footprint than the defined wetland edge or the defined bed bank, edge of the stream, and it's adding setbacks. So for consideration of development. So that's what the county's SMA ordinance does. The other cities that have this is it creates an opportunity for discussion about development adjacent to. You can still fill a wetland in the state of California, but there's a no net loss law. So you can pursue permits under the Clean Water Act and other things to fill wetlands, but you have to replace them in kind under or at ratios. So I think what this does is it creates a bigger consideration zone for the things that ultimately have a narrower jurisdiction within that gulch. Does that make sense?
It did. Thank you.
Yeah,
I really
I was
appreciate it.
trying to explain that. So.
Yeah, no, that helps.
Yeah, and I'm happy to answer any other questions or Katie again. So if you have more, fine with that.
I think that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Moulton.
I realized that I meant to make a suggested change. Can I add that now as a friendly amendment to my own motion?
Yes.
First, I wanted to comment that we have an opportunity now to protect something rather than to fix a problem later, and that just feels extremely rare in government. Often we're more tasked with cleaning up other people's messes rather than preventing the mess in the first place, and I think that's a really good opportunity to take advantage of. But I would like to see, I am concerned about people who are being instructed by their insurance company to remove vegetation. And I don't see anywhere where that sort of thing is covered. If it's not an immediate hazard to the public, would it be possible to add language in the section on exemptions on tree removal to add something that says, if your insurance company says you need to do this or you're going to lose your insurance coverage, that is okay?
Do we want it to be, I think it would apply more broadly than tree removal because it would be vegetation management around your structure. So I do think it makes sense in this ordinance that we're voting on right now. And so we could add a caveat to the table for that.
Yes, that vegetation as well, because that's definitely, insurance companies are addressing trees as well as vegetation.
And then would we want them to have to come in for the letter to show us that their insurance company, that they qualify for this exemption because their insurance company sent them a letter?
Is that the process that could take a day or so?
Yes, that's the zoning clearance.
I feel like as long as it's timely within the sort of in the sort of timeline that an insurance company is likely to impose. So yeah, a few days or a week, then that sounds reasonable to me.
And I just want to, if we're in the bird nest, we still have to take that into consideration between March and August, that if there's bird nesting.
Oh, that is a good question.
Can an insurance company insist that you do something that's against state law?
With bird nesting, it's not that you can't do it during the bird nesting season. You're supposed to inspect for bird nests before you remove all the vegetation.
Okay, well, let's leave that one to the lawyers for later and just
I
put
mean,
in
what it gets down to is if they go to remove it and there is a bird nest in there, just
Then
because
that-
the
yeah.
insurance company told them to take it down doesn't mean that they can take it down.
And I'd like to bring the I'm sorry, I don't know your name, the person from the Department of Fish and Wildlife.
This issue comes up all the time. So the thing is, it's really important to realize that birds don't nest everywhere. So they're hard to find. There's a period where all the species that are here nest, and that's what this broad date is. But even within that, there's specific times for specific species, and they're just not everywhere. The reality is there are laws that, like Fish and Game Code, the Migratory Bird Treaty is often cited, but that's a different story, sort of, to some degree. But you can easily look at habitat and assess it for bird presence, and by somebody that knows what they're looking for. So there's, again, I think it's a kind of a fear that persists because birds really aren't nesting everywhere all the time. They're much more discreet and they're not everywhere. So I think it's too often a big deal. But large types of clearing, substantial habitat removal, you're going to probably run into something during that peak breeding season, which is typically around May. Hopefully that helps, but I think it's just often made into a really big issue that doesn't really necessarily have to be. And you can completely avoid it.
And the only reason why I brought that up is because if we're going to, if an insurance company comes and gives us a letter, it's not during that time that we can say, just go out and cut it down. Obviously, if it's a single tree, as Mike said, that you're likely, the odds of you finding a nest in that tree at any particular time is not high. But if it's a huge swath of vegetation that's in the middle of May and they got a letter, we would have an issue with saying, here you go cut it down without doing a bird survey to make sure that there aren't any nests in there. So it wouldn't be just that one day. And I have to assume that the insurance company, you would say, hey, there's a state law that says I can't kill birds, so you're going to have to give me some time.
And also, just to say that, state law may and will change, over the course of, any of these things, and we will adjust or update according to state law as things change. So I don't know that we need to necessarily I know that's not what you're doing, but just for the public, I don't know that we don't need to be predictive in terms of trying to guess how law might change or the, fire patterns might change. We can address those as they evolve.
And we do anticipate a zoning code cleanup amendment coming in early 2026. So we can address any issues that arise at that time as well.
Okay, is my motion and friendly amendment to my own motion clear?
Your friendly motion is to add a exemption language for a zoning clearance for vegetation removal required by an insurance company.
Yes, thank you.
I accept your friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Any other Councilmember Contreras-Deloche?
So the section that's in there, this one section A that I had referred to earlier, during bird nesting season, March 15th through August 15th. So that's mirroring state law language. Okay. And so, so that's no removal of vegetation or trees during that time, or it's no removal if there's signs of nests?
No, so we deal with this all the time with vegetation management. You can, if you get, as a matter of fact, Katie came down and looked at a property for us that we were looking to do some vegetation management 2 weeks ago. And so even Fish and Wildlife will provide that service and come and we'll say, hey, we're looking to do some vegetation management here. We approximately plan on doing it this time. They'll come down, do a survey, say there's no nests, and then you get the okay to move forward.
You need a qualified person to identify if there's nests, and if there isn't, then you're fine. If there is a nest, then you might need to wait until the baby birds have hatched to remove that vegetation and a buffer around it.
And that's existing now. I mean, I don't want to put, like Michael said, there's not happening all the time, but we had a peregrine falcon nest on our trail on the north end. It delayed our process significantly because we had to wait for that to go through its course. There's an issue at another project on Indianola that's had a similar thing. It doesn't happen all the time. I just want you to be aware that that's just because you still have to follow those provisions is all I'm getting at.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I want to make sure that we're not making things unduly cumbersome on the individuals that own these properties. And thank you, Councilmember Moulton, for adding that provision to address that concern that I had brought up earlier. I think the only other another concern that I would have would be I think we need to have some way for people to appeal what type of fencing that they need to put. There may be I think important or valid reasons why people would need a different type of fencing, and I think that would be my other. And again, obviously not the dramatic example you gave of some giant fence in the middle of a stream, but I could see there. I obviously gave an example that just kind of went off the top of my head because I'm always thinking about ways to make sure that my son is safe because he doesn't understand how to keep himself safe. And I would assume, I feel like there needs to be some kind of like, hey, we need to have a discussion about how I manage my property.
Well, I think there was a little bit of confusion by members of the public. When we were talking about split rail fence, that was only in those instances where we had a habitat corridor that needed to be dealt with. If you're looking at fencing, as Director Kenyon had said, your play area, and it's not at this habitat corridor, you don't have to have open fencing. You can put in a dog-eared 6-foot fence around that property there.
I'm not totally clear, and I apologize on what the on the difference, and the obviously a lawn or that makes sense to me. But what I'm not clear on is when somebody kind of goes a little bit down into like a forested area. I'm not clear when it kind of triggers that.
I think
you can't fence that.
Yeah, we could add a additional sentence to this caveat about wildlife friendly fences, and the clarification is if it's between your development and the gulch, then wildlife friendly just means like not something that will impale or trap wildlife. So if it's completely solid, that's wildlife friendly. But if it's somewhere that is horizontal, like if it's blocking the corridor and movement through the corridor, instead of being along your development line between your development and the corridor, instead it's across the corridor, then it needs to be open to be wildlife friendly because the wildlife need to move through the corridor.
I understand.
So maybe that's like an additional sentence of clarification of what that means in each case.
Thanks.
Do you need a change to the motion, or can you do that?
To bring it back. Not a change.
I mean, we can
Not
just
a change,
add
but rather a clarification.
Friendly amendment regarded to clarifying fencing.
So if the motion has adequate description of the change that you want to make and is thereupon adopted, the staff can make those changes and bring them to you in full final form at the adoption hearing. But you need to describe what it is you're asking. Doesn't have to be in legalese, but at least in layperson language that it can be translated into the formal ordinance. Does that make sense? Which I think the first amendment that Council Member Moulton proposed was sufficiently described that it could be put into language and brought back to you.
So that's a yes. We need an amendment in order to
For
add
what
that
Council
clarification.
Councilmember Contreras Deloach said, there would be an amendment that says a more clear definition of corridor fencing in corridors or something.
So right now, I think we're looking at 2 amendments to what was presented tonight,
Yes.
right?
One
And-
being a change and the other one being adding language to clarify the intent.
Yeah, that's a form of change. Yeah.
Okay.
So they're both going to result in changes being brought back to you. And I guess from a staff point of view, I'd ask Director Kenyon, does she have an adequate understanding to her own mind as to
Good question.
what is being proposed? Because I think the Moulton Amendment, we'll call it that, seemed to be sufficiently described. The Deloach-Contreras Amendment, or Contreras-Deloach Amendment, may not be sufficiently described yet. And so you might have to ask again what it is you want changed for clarification purposes.
Yeah, I think, repeating what I had said earlier, and you said maybe we could add like a sentence of clarification. I don't know if you have a suggestion of what that sentence of clarification would look like. I don't have a suggestion for it. It was more I was trying to address a concern that I had by asking a question.
Yeah, I have this idea that if it's fencing that's parallel to the corridor between the developed portion of the property and the natural area, then a solid fence is wildlife friendly. You're just worried about fences that are going to trap or impale wildlife. But if you're putting a fence in a perpendicular fashion to the corridor and it could potentially block wildlife passage through that corridor, which is the intent of this ordinance. And so in that case, it would need to be an open fence for it to be considered wildlife friendly. And I could add details on what that means. If that
Could I, Director, may I ask you, have you seen or have you worked with any type of handbook or a paper that describes different types of fencing and what's blockade? I call it blockage fencing versus penetrable fencing. Because if there's some reference point, that in itself could be incorporated into the ordinance.
Can we bring CDFW back?
Yes. Michael. Or Katie.
I asked this, and Katie got me
Thank you, Katie.
a guidance document, but it wasn't from here.
Yeah, I believe it's from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife or Montana. I have to look at it. But it is pretty thorough, and I can continue reaching out to other regions to see if they've developed any internal guidelines. This is not something that's written into Fish and Game Code. It's more risk reduction so that you don't have take on your property of animals that might be moving through. And like we saw with that deer, getting impaled or trying to leap over a fence. And I've personally encountered this situation, and it's very distressing for the public, and it's a shame to lose animals that way. And it is preventable. I think for developed areas, exclusion fencing is appropriate. You know, if you have a playground or a yard area, a garden where children play and dogs are, and you want to keep that contained and keep other people out, I don't see an issue with that. The problem becomes when, like Kristen's saying, fencing intersects with a stream or a forested area where we know that wildlife move, and there you're increasing the risk that you may end up trapping them or blocking their passage. So there is a guidance document. I think we can probably do some more research and reach out to other regions and see if they have any material as well. But there are standards about how far apart to place the wires, how much of a gap you need if you're doing a split rail fence. There are several examples of what a permeable barrier, or not permeable, but like a a way to demarcate your property without having such a exclusion fence, like a hedgerow or placing boulders along the edge of whatever you're trying to define, or a split rail fence. So those are examples of visual boundaries that aren't going to be an issue for wildlife. But exclusion fencing, if that's your goal, like a fence, a wood slat fence, chain link fence, that's fine for developed
So
areas.
there's nothing
Pardon
that
me,
says that Eureka can't incorporate an Oregon handbook by reference into its ordinance. And maybe we need to look at that. I think the problem is that just using words to try to describe what is an acceptable permeable fence or transit friendly fence for animals purposes is just difficult to do that in strict words. And so we need something that enables us to be more precise and more clear about what we're saying.
Pardon the interruption, but I need to make a motion to extend the meeting. We're still talking, sorry. I think.
Second.
I didn't say a time, but let's go with 11:30 and we'll do this again in a half hour.
Second.
So,
Please vote.
Councilmember Contreras Deloach, does that, do you think there's sufficient guidance now for what you want to see?
Sorry, City Attorney Black, let's just finish this vote on
I'm
extending
sorry.
the meeting.
3 yes votes, Councilmember Bauer and Fernandez absent. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Getting a little punchy.
I apologize. I'm not trying to belabor it. It's that, there was a number of concerns that were brought up. And so I think what I wanted to do is make sure that we had adequately, I think Councilmember Moulton, addressed my one concern about, people facing, potential insurance cancellations. Somebody else was concerned about timber harvest, which is why I asked about timber harvesting plans. Someone else was talking about concerns about fencing. So I wanted to make sure that we were addressing things in a way where that, so long as it's not causing some sort of, major detrimental issue or whatever, that people are going to be able to adequately fence things. And then I wanted to make sure that, I understood, what it meant by wheeled and that it didn't exclude mowers. And then the other thing was, clarifying commercial structures. Those were my concerns. Those were concerns that people either brought up in this meeting. And so that's why I'm trying to kind of figure out a way to how do we address those things so that people are not in this pocket? I just am not entirely sure how to
I think
clarify fencing language.
The reference to those guidelines would address the fencing issue.
So what we could do then is say that we're going to use those guidelines, that you guys are going to look at those and patch them into the spot. And I don't need to have the language right here for us to.
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll do our best to resolve the problem that you're raising with the inadequate description of fences and fence options and fence restrictions.
As well as the heavy equipment and the, forgot the other one.
Well, does Councilmember Moulton need to amend her motion to deal with those? I would suggest for the wheeled mechanized equipment, adding a definition of it to this ordinance that explains what it does and doesn't include, and then.
Okay, I'll take a shot at this. I'd like to make an additional friendly amendment to my motion to add a definition of wheeled equipment to clarify that restriction, as well as reference to materials that define certain kinds of fencing that are required or restricted and their locations in relation to the property and the corridor.
I accept your friendly amendment. And Councilmember Contreras-Deloach, did that answer your questions?
Yeah, I wanted to make sure as much as we could that we could address the concerns that had been brought to us. And I know this has gone on a while. I appreciate everybody taking a journey into the weeds with me and trying to work on this. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? I'd like to go ahead and call the vote. Okay, please vote.
3 yes votes, Councilmember Fernandez and Councilmember Bauer absent. Motion carries.
Okay. Thank you all, and thank you members of the public who have participated this evening. I have a process question. Do the members of council who have recused themselves, do they need to remain recused for this next item?
I don't think so, because I don't believe they're recused for any additional item tonight. I do think it's the case that because the ordinance that you just adopted has maybe some changes.
Introduced.
I'm sorry?
Introduced, not adopted.
Introduced, I apologize, yeah. That you have introduced incorporates some changes that weren't present. I don't know.
It might be safe for them not to join us if I hadn't thought about this whole idea of it's just introduced at this point. It's not adopted.
But what about, I think, so it's introduced, but that agenda item is now over with.
Yes.
Yes. The next agenda item, 1045, I think it is, ordinance, Bill 1045, is now before you. And the question is it in a condition that it could be adopted in relation to the various changes and amendments that are coming forward on 1044?
Yes. Those don't affect it.
Okay.
Okay.
So we can call other council members back.
Yes.
Okay, great.
That's my belief.
Thank you. If you're in the public, go ahead and stretch your legs. We're just gonna transfer the seats back to our recused council members.
Are they going to be allowing public comment on 1045? After they take.
Are we taking a break? This is 10:45 now.
Okay.
So I will present and then they'll take comment on 10:45.
So you're going to be here for a while.
Yeah.
All right, so this moves us
I have some comments that relate directly
to the second portion of this ordinance, Bill number 1045 CS. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I did this presentation assuming that the people that were not here hadn't watched the last one, but I will move through it quickly. So now we're dealing with 1045. 1044 was voted to be introduced with some suggested modifications. 1045 is the Associated Municipal Code updates. It addresses existing regulations we have for tree removal and landscaping that apply throughout the inland area of the city, so everywhere except the coastal zone. And then it also includes amendments to our grading ordinance that applies citywide. So with erosion control, which is our grading ordinance, it's in our building code. The proposed changes were actually developed by our building official, who separately from this effort felt the need to clean up the clarification on what triggers and modifying what triggers an erosion control permit, what the application requirements are, and what the exemptions are. Our current ordinance was adopted in 2008. And then tree removal, I'll go into more detail about that. Landscaping, right now we have a prohibition on planting invasive species, but it only applies to required landscaping. So for instance, if you're doing commercial or multifamily development, there's required landscaping, or if you're putting in a parking lot, there's required landscaping, and only those areas are you prohibited from planting invasive species. This would amend the ordinance so that even if it's just your own landscaping that's not required, that you're just doing voluntarily, you should, it would prohibit you from planting invasive species. It expands the definition of invasive species to include identification by Humboldt County Weed Management Area. That was a suggestion from a member of the public at the OSPR Commission. And it updates our water efficiency landscaping ordinance, which is a state law requirement that currently our code is out of compliance with. So we're just trying to come into compliance with state law. And then we would be adding reference to the Gulch Greenway overlay and permitting in other sections of our code. So the current tree removal regulations has a list of 23 species of protected tree, and they must be over 24 inches in diameter. And a tree permit is required if you're removing 5 or fewer protected trees, and a conditional use permit is required if you're removing greater than 5 trees in 10 years, and for commercial timber harvests. And conditional use permit findings don't really apply well to tree removal. They're more focused on people trying to put a use in a building. And there's exceptions. You currently, with zoning clearance, you can remove any number of trees within 15 feet of a footprint of a proposed structure or within the boundary of an associated access road with a zoning clearance and approved building permit. And you can remove any number of trees if an arborist or registered professional forester says they are hazardous or hinder sunlight to solar energy systems with a zoning clearance. Under the proposed tree removal regulations, protected trees would be any tree native to coastal Northern California. When working with California Department of Fish and Wildlife staff, and they reviewed our list, they were curious about it, and they thought it was there was issues with it, and they recommended that it just be simpler. And then outside of GGMA, nothing changes. They still must be over 24 inches in diameter to be a protected tree. Inside the Gulch Greenway management area, there's a 12-inch diameter threshold. Permitting outside of the Gulch Greenway management area would be the same as before, except that there'd be no conditional use permit trigger and a new exemption for CAL FIRE approved timber harvest plans. Tree permits would be required for greater than 5 trees in 10 years instead of a conditional use permit, and a zoning clearance would be required for everything else. Inside the GGMA, you would need a discretionary Gulch Greenway management permit for most tree removal, except you would only need a zoning clearance for hazardous trees, existing solar access easements, and CAL FIRE approved timber harvesting plans. So Planning Commission, they met on May 21st. They voted 3-1 with 1 recusal on both this and the Gulch Greenway Overlay Zone Ordinance, and they had 7 suggested modifications, 2 of which apply to the tree removal regulations. 21 members of the public spoke. The tree removal regulation recommendations they made, one was to add that exemption for CAL FIRE approved timber harvest plans, which staff added. And the second was they recommended changing protected trees from 12 inches in diameter to 24 inches throughout the city. And staff did not incorporate that recommendation because 12 inches matches the county streamside management ordinance. And it was quite a negotiation with CDFW to get to 12. They recommended any tree, and then it was 4 or 6. And so we felt like this was a fair compromise between parties on this issue. So can I continue to remove hazardous trees from my property? The answer is that removal of hazardous protected trees currently requires a zoning clearance and under the proposed tree removal ordinance update. No change. Will I need permission from the city to limb protected trees? No permission is needed for limbing of trees unless you are reducing the crown by more than 20% or taking any action that kills or destroys the protected tree. Otherwise, there's no city authorization required for limbing of trees, regardless of where you are located in the city. And then just the county streamside management ordinance that does not apply within the city but applies right outside of our boundaries, they have this 12-inch diameter tree exemption for their streamside management ordinance. Again, I just already said that. So CEQA, there's exemptions in CEQA for ordinances that are taken by actions taken by regulatory agencies for protection of natural resources and the environment. And then there's also a common sense exemption for things that are going to have an impact, such as non-substantial cleanup that we're proposing with some of the ordinances. And so we recommend, we noticed, I talked about this earlier, about the notice that was involved for these two ordinances. And we recommend that council hold a public hearing, find the project exempt from CEQA, and introduce Bill 1045.
Do we have any questions for Director Kenyon? Questions? Seeing none, we'll open this item up for public comment. Is there anyone here in the audience that would like to speak on this item? Welcome. Thanks for staying.
Charles Stoneman Forestry Services. This is basically reiterating the same issue that I commented on before. We're just addressing THPs, and I think you need to go further and address exemptions, CAL FIRE exemptions, because CAL FIRE exemptions are considered low impact and basically require the same protection of all the public resources, and it allows CAL FIRE to administer or basically approve those without going through a full CEQA process. And I'm not sure negative deck is the appropriate term, but it's basically considered no significant impact with an exemption. So I think a zoning clearance should apply to exemptions as well, because as my example before, if I'm trying to remove damaged timber and I have to remove it quickly, a conditional use permit is a long period of time for me to wait. The second thing is, you talk about insurance. I had a client who got a notice. The property, my client's property, butted up against them, and it was within 10 feet of their home property. And so we basically had to clear my client's property in order to allow them to clear their insurance issue. And I can see this right now within this 186 acres that we manage within the city, that the house is here and we're being asked to clear this area to eliminate insurance issue with that landowner. And again, that would be an exemption, and it would be nice to have a zoning clearance with that rather than go through a full conditional use permit. So I just wanted to reiterate that. Oh, the last thing is, please harmonize these ordinances that you did tonight with CAL FIRE, because the first one, the gulch clearance, you talk about horizontal distance. Forest practice rules talk about slope distance. So we have 100 feet slope distance with the forest practice rules. Your ordinance says horizontal, 100 feet.
Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Hello, once again, Stephen Strawn. Essentially, I think the most important thing that I want to address, I changed my notes from previously, are two sections. Well, one section I understand. It says section 150.202 that all property is included in this. And I understand that because you're really talking about existing codes, correct? Municipal codes. The one that I question, and I frankly hope someone can listen and just we talked about reasoning earlier tonight, okay? Compromise and reasoning and things. Section, most people I don't think picked it up, is that's section 150.202, which states that anyone starting a landscape, as I understand it, must include 75% native plants, and then it goes on Eureka and things, and I have no idea specifically, but I guess that's 155.328. Anyway, there is a section. It says 75% native plants minimum, or at least, I think the way it reads. Please, I've looked at what Freshwater Farms has, all 100 photos, they say. Frankly, I'm a guy that likes rhodies and azaleas. They're not there. And, you know, we do have a rhodie parade. I don't know how many years it'll last. If you say you can only have one rhodie and you've got to have three of something else and they have to be native, can we start at least, I'd like to see 10%. You've been making some amendments, okay? I would like someone to have the capability, if you will, to see what citizens would like to have. Let citizens decide. If they want to put in 30%, go ahead, but a minimum of 10. I'm not real happy with that 10, but it's a start. When you say 75 from the beginning, I believe you're really overreaching what the common people may or may not want. And I don't understand that you have any reason specifically for that purpose. You do have constitutional requirements, and I shouldn't have to remind you that it should be reasonable. What you do should be reasonable. And 75% native plants is not reasonable in most people's minds. They aren't here tonight. You've outlasted them. But 75%, please. 10.
Thank you for being here. Mm-hmm. Good evening, Mr. Bonino.
Joe Bonino, City of Eureka again. Regarding the tree width, once again, we had this debate 5 years ago. It was before your time. And we settled on 24 inches, which I think is too small. But this is not Reading. This is not Los Angeles. Trees grow like hell here because there's so much water, so much dampness. So a tree gets to be 12 inches very, very quickly. And so what you're going to wind up doing is having people cut down perfectly nice trees just because they're going to get, they're getting towards 12 inches and they're going to have to cut them down and plant something smaller. So you're actually going to be working against the tree cover and the tree helping the environment. So like I said, 5 years ago, we had this debate. We settled on 24 inches at breast height. And the Planning Commission just a couple of weeks ago affirmed that decision and again agreed at 24 inches. Okay, so this is Eureka. Like I said, this isn't Reading or some other hot area where trees grow slowly. They grow very quickly here. And like I said, the Planning Commission has now twice affirmed 24 inches at breast height as what needs a permit. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sue Parfit, and coming in the near months, I will be acquiring the home that I grew up in. My dad passed away, and I remember an instance when I was a child. As you know, redwood trees have very shallow roots, and the ground was moving. There was a storm, and the ground was moving around a tree, and we had to very quickly move out and get someone to take that tree out very quickly. It was right next to the house. Now, if that happens today, we have to come get a permit. And if it were to happen during the nesting season, what would we do? So you guys are opening yourselves up to a lawsuit if you are going to make homeowners jump through hoops to have a dangerous tree taken out that needs to be taken out that day or the next day type of thing. So I want you to think about that. Yeah, and make some changes for that, because that's unreasonable to expect people to come down and take, I don't know how many days to get a permit to take out a tree that's dangerous and is at risk of wrecking the house. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Alan Kepner, 3461 K Street. In speaking directly to council members' desire to make sure we preserve green belts, I have a couple of suggestions under the direction or under the jurisdiction of the city. One of them is I live right adjacent to one of the green belts, and we've had a significant problem with homeless people camping, littering, building fires, building shelters, and the accompanying pollution to the stream and damage to the green belt itself. And the city has jurisdiction on monitoring that and keeping that from happening. I don't know if that belongs in some kind of ordinance or not that prohibits that, but certainly green belts were not established for people to camp there or establish residence there. And so that is somewhat something we might want to consider. The other thing is specifically to the end of K Street where I live. There's significant water diversion, there's erosion, there are curbing issues and sidewalks and permanent drainage issues. They're all affecting the quality of water that's in that stream at the bottom of that gulch, and also causing significant erosion to the right-of-way that is there for the city between K Street and L Street. There's significant erosion taking place even right where they have improved that sewage system and taken out the lift station. So if those things can be addressed specifically, they're certainly going to help preserve the quality of the green belts. Thank you, and I certainly appreciate your wanting us to stick around this long as servants to the community. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Come on up.
Thank you for your time. I know it's late. I'll try to hurry, but we all love the environment. We all want to do our part, of course. I'm concerned that with this, I guess you could call it such an overreach. I'm concerned about the community, the citizens, and how they will feel about such actions being taken by people that we feel should be protecting us. Instead, it feels like the opposite is happening. So I really hope that you take that into consideration. Thank you all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers that would like to comment on this item? Seeing no one, is there anybody on Zoom? I'm seeing no one. Are you?
I see no one on Zoom.
So we'll bring it back to council for a motion in a second, and then comments and discussion. Councilmember Castellano.
I'm just wondering if staff could provide a little bit of clarification around planning related to fire and dangerous trees.
Yeah, I think that the public commenter was talking about there are CAL FIRE exemptions to timber harvest plans for removal of, and he could speak to it better than I can, but after a fire or damaged trees. And the question is, how do we regulate it now? Right now, if you have a protected tree and you want to remove it and it's because it's hazardous, you have to come in for a zoning clearance with documentation from a forester professional saying that it's hazardous. And we do have issues where, people do want to avoid a tree removal permit or a conditional use permit, and they get somebody who's not qualified to say that all their trees are hazardous, and they therefore need to remove them. And so then sometimes we do have to check up on the qualifications to get background on the documentation. So it can take more than a day, depending on the situation.
Okay, and before we speak to any further questions or comments, if we could have a motion in a second. Well, we have to do that as well.
The first one, then the other.
So we can do the motion. No, we can do that after. So if someone wants to make a motion on this particular item.
Oh, this is the wrong one. Don't look at this. Oh, sorry, I'm tired. Okay, here we go. Nope. Oh, they both say 44. This is the problem. This is the right one, but this is wrong.
I move the City Council find the project exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15307, 15308, and 15061, and waive full reading, read by title only, and introduce bill number 1045 CS, an ordinance of the City of Eureka amending Eureka Municipal Code, Title 15, Chapters 150, the Building Code, and 155, the Zoning Code, pertaining to construction, site erosion control, 150.200, zoning districts and maps, 155.116, tree removal, 155.304.140, landscaping, 155.328, administrative responsibilities, 155.404, specific permits and approvals, 155.412, and defined terms, 155.508.
Second.
So we do have a motion and a second. So we will further that discussion in one moment. First, we need to extend the meeting.
Move to extend time to 12:30.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
5 yes votes, motion carries.
Thank you. And now we can carry on the further comments and discussion on this particular item. Councilmember Contreras-Deloge.
Speaking to the example that somebody brought up, and here I am again about the emergency tree issue. I guess maybe this is a question for Attorney Black. If somebody, it's not unusual here to have situations with our trees because redwoods have shallow root systems. They hold each other up. And there's a number of places where there aren't an adequate supply of them to be holding each other up. So they're just kind of like, but by the grace of God, still in the ground. And we have areas that blow down during these high storms. So I am wondering in scenarios like this, and we have this process that requires, zoning clearance, and somebody needs to come out and say, hey, this tree is dangerous. 2 questions. One, are we opening ourselves up for liability to have this process where that it can take time, and in the meantime the tree can tip and do substantial damage on a property?
I don't think so. I think that we need to establish a reasonable process, and that would include an expedited process in which a tree that is demonstrably hazardous or can be shown to be hazardous in the planning department can be taken down relatively quickly. Does it have to happen within 4 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours? I think we need to be reasonable, and we need to respond to the emergencies. And if we establish that process in place and then follow it, I don't believe that the city is going to be liable for implementing its regulatory process.
Okay. Going through this and reading it, I didn't see where we have a process in place I saw a mention of emergency tree removal, and I saw that it was a ZC, but I didn't see where we had a clearly outlined timeline on how to address that, but I might have missed it.
It just says in this ordinance that a zoning clearance is required, but there's not a provision for how long that takes written into the ordinance.
Is there a way that we can put some kind of...
I mean, and this would probably take an ordinance change. I think there's situations where we may not necessarily need an arborist if there's something that's really like...
We could write in...
Attorney Black said at the discretion of...
We could write in like the building official or the fire chief or the
or even the or designee. You could say the development services director or designee has an ability to determine whether or not, without having an arborist say that. Because I mean, I could see we could send our park superintendent out there, and you could look at the tree and say that, yeah, this thing is about to do something really bad, and they can make that determination and help the development services director make that determination.
That actually makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Because I know our fire department sometimes is literally removing trees or trees that tip over, sometimes because of the hazard that it poses. Thank you.
Councilmember Moulton.
I'd like to address the issue of people who have a requirement, a timely requirement from their insurance company to remove vegetation or trees in this situation. Shall I make a friendly amendment? I'm getting very good at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be appropriate to add it here as well.
Okay. I'd like to make a friendly amendment to add an exemption. Would that be an exemption?
A zoning clearance provision.
A zoning clearance provision for properties who have been instructed or required to remove vegetation or trees by their insurance company.
Accept.
Anything further, Maria? I mean, Councilmember Fernandez?
Yeah, I was curious with what Council Member Contreras-Deloche had presented, if that requires a further amendment or if that's going to be clarified.
I think, yeah.
You made it. I'll second it.
I've been making Katie carry my water for me all night long with this. Okay. I'm not sure how that would sound.
I would say
another friendly amendment for the purpose of making sure there's expedited avenue in the case of emergency tree removal.
Yes.
Yeah, whether it's a
And
city.
let us work on that.
What Attorney Black said. That's what I was going to say, but you just got to it first.
I accept.
And then I was curious going back to I also accept it. I was curious going back to another public comment about the percentage of native plants, how that was determined. I was curious if maybe I'd missed that while watching this, or
no, that is from a previous zoning code cleanup amendment. It applies just to required landscaping, and no proposed change is occurring now, but it's something that you could change. It was added by council maybe 1 or 2 years ago, that where you are required to have landscaping, 75% of it by count has to be native.
I know I was here 2 years ago, but I do not remember why we had added that. So if you can help clarify that, how did we come to 75%, I guess is what I'm asking.
It was before I was dealing with it, so I don't know how maybe somebody on council remembers.
Well, it's recommended in a lot of landscaping provisions that they're trying to do it for water, use, all of those things related to stormwater, treatment of stormwater, the ability for it to. And
for clarification, there's a difference between required landscape and voluntary land, your free choice lands, like your home garden or things like that.
I know, but this will change that. We currently have one for required.
It won't. It only changes the provision for invasive species planting. That will now apply to both voluntary and required landscaping. But the provision for 75% native continues to only apply to required landscaping. And it's required in your parking lots, and it's required if you're a mixed use or commercial or multifamily residential. You have to plant between your building and the street any area that's not used for access. That's where landscaping is required by the city.
So I have a question about that. So when you're speaking to invasive species and you're saying across the board, all residential, all areas.
Correct.
So those are available at many of the local stores. How are you going to be able to, how are we as a city going to be able to because honestly, I would love to see ivy never ever entered into our community again. But how are we going to enforce or make this kind of thing happen when we have people like, the local businesses selling these very items that we are saying shouldn't be in our city?
Right. There's other cities where you're not allowed to harbor invasive species on your property. And that's easier to enforce because it doesn't matter if you planted it or not. If that pampas grass is on your property, it's your job to remove it. We didn't write that because we felt like that was aggressive, and we harbor invasive species on our property. And so instead we wrote, you can't plant invasives, and you're right, Mayor, that is difficult to determine if the thing was planted on the property or just flew there.
Well, just with the availability at local businesses, I don't know how you would get them to stop selling those species.
I think
It
that
would require a
That would be
law.
the
Yes.
harbor.
I think that's
Yeah.
a future agenda.
A future agenda item, maybe. We could add it to the nitrous oxide ordinance. No, nitrous oxide or
Councilmember
invasive
Moulton?
species.
I guess my question is about that, the difference between harboring and planting. I mean, I purchased a house that had a ring of ivy all the way around it, and we've done our best, but it can be really challenging. So I didn't plant it. So how do you tell the difference? And then is this a complaint-based enforcement sort of thing again, where somebody would have to say, hey, my neighbor just planted a row of pampas grass for some reason?
Yes, it would be complaint based.
So how can you tell if somebody just ended up with invasives on their property? I mean, by their nature, they are invading.
I visited a gulch recently where one property, it had clearly planted bamboo as a barrier, and that had escaped and entered the gulch, and it was pretty clear that it had been planted in rows in a purposeful manner on their property and then escaped into the gulch. But yeah, it's
So context. And then what is the remedy then? Remove it?
yeah.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay. So anything further? Okay, we have a motion and a second with 2 friendly amendments. Please vote.
5 yes votes, motion carries.
Great. And that takes us back to the annual rate review of service rate adjustment for solid waste. One back. Oh, I apologize. Yeah, I crossed that one off. Public hearing and resolution confirming and ordering special assessments for unpaid garbage and recycling collection fees with Environmental Program Manager Prasker.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Robin Prasker with the Community Services Department, and tonight is the public hearing for the assessment of unpaid garbage fees. I'm sure you're wondering why it's back. I know we had this at the last meeting, and we did discover we had a clerical error in the letters sent out with the wrong date. So we had to resend letters and rehold the hearing. No information has changed, but I will go ahead and provide the same presentation, but hopefully this will be quick. So background, mandatory ordinance since 2008, property owner responsible for securing the services and paying for them, not the tenant. A government code section establishes the procedure to record a lien against properties for unpaid bills. The unpaid accounts are from 2024, have been unpaid for a period of 60 days or more. Those new letters were sent out June 5th, which was not less than 10 days prior to today. And the property owners were also notified monthly up to that date. The list is the same as you last saw with 233 properties. Those who did not receive the final notice will not be on the final list. And folks who who have paid or paid 20 days after today will not make it on that final list to the county auditor. So with that, barring any questions or discussion, we recommend that you hold a public hearing to hear any objections or protests, make any adjustments as deemed necessary, and then adopt a resolution.
Any questions? Councilmember Fernandez?
I know you said none of the information has changed since last time, but I know that there were some concerns, particularly from public comment, about how they had bought that property and the lien should have belonged to the previous owner, or at least that bill in arrears. And so I'm curious if that has been, or at least if any of those properties have been remedied.
Yes, in the specific instance of the community member who phoned in that day, they have been dealt with and that's been handled. Shout out to General Manager Frank from Recology, who's been here with me all night waiting. He did call that customer the next day, and also touched base with the customer service agents to make sure that that is clear, that there is a process to remedy if the sale of the house occurred after that bill was accrued by the previous owner. So we have addressed that. Yeah.
And just to be
been
clear, that
removed
goes
from this particular item then, or that
Sorry.
that parcel, or at least that bill has been removed from this.
The list you are approving is only if they have not paid 20 days after today.
Thank you.
So yeah, voided in that.
And those people that were the previous owner goes into collections, and
Yes.
the new owners just get a clean slate.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything further? Okay, well, we will open this public hearing. Is there anyone from the public who is here to comment on this item? Seeing no one in chambers, let's look at Zoom. Seeing no one on Zoom, we'll bring
see no one.
back to council for a motion and a second, and then discussion comments.
I move
Councilmember Moulton?
to hold a public hearing and hear any objections or protests and make adjustments as seem just, and adopt resolution of the City Council providing for the collection of fees.
Second.
Any comments? Seeing none, please vote.
5 yes votes, motion carries.
Which moves us to AB 2561, the annual position vacancy rate presentation with Director Folger. HR Director Folger.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The adoption of a new law at the beginning of this year called AB 2561 requires all public entities to make annual reports on their vacancy rate throughout each fiscal year prior to the adoption of the budget, which of course is our next item up on the agenda. So it's a basic check-in on what our vacancy rates look like, retention and recruitment efforts are looking like, challenges that we have, and programs that we've run. And so today I'm going to introduce you all to Sarah Henriksen, who is our HR analyst in our office, and she manages our recruitment program. So we've put together a brief slideshow for you with some statistics on our recruitment and staffing efforts over this past fiscal year. And we'll be around for some questions, but she's got her fingers on the pulse of this all the time. She manages all of the incoming new employees, and so I thought it was appropriate to have her kind of speak to those numbers because she's in those weeds all day long. So I'm just going to hand it over to her. Thank you very much, Sarah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council and Mayor, for hearing us out tonight and for sticking around this late. I'm about to throw a lot of numbers at you, but I promise it will be brief, less than 15 minutes here. So first, we are going to start off with, do I control the slides or? Yes. Oh, there we go. Excuse me. All right. So first, we're going to start off with some basic workforce information and reiterate a little bit of what Will said, that the data presented here tonight will encompass the past fiscal year up till May 30th, 2025. where we had a total allocated 272.7 full-time positions. And those allocations make up the 9 departments that are listed here on this slide. We've had a lot of departmental reconfiguration over the last fiscal year. So for clarification, I'm going to highlight some of the divisions that have moved around since the beginning of the fiscal year. So that way we can be clear about which allocations are going to be reported under which department. So economic development is considered a division of the city manager's office, and that division does include the crisis alternative response of Eureka or CARE program. At the beginning of the fiscal year, the community access project for Eureka or CAPE and Uplift programs were moved to the finance department. So those numbers and allocation statistics will be included in that department. For half of this current fiscal year, engineering was a division of the Public Works Department, and even though now they are their own department, for simplicity's sake, I will include engineering allocation statistics for underneath Public Works data. And same with code enforcement. Now they are a division of the Development Services Department, but since we began the fiscal year with that division being part of Public Works, code enforcement allocation statistics will also be reported with the data for Public Works in this presentation. All right, so we have starting off with some citywide vacancy information with a chart here to demonstrate a couple different data points. We have number of vacancies beginning at each month during the last fiscal year from July 1st up till May 30th, including the number of separations we had, number of new hires, promotions throughout the fiscal year, really focusing in on the vacancy rates at the beginning of each month. So we have an average percent of vacancies at the beginning of each month of about 10%. So that means at any given time during the fiscal year, we had about 27 vacancies out of our 272.7 allocations. You can see in this chart that our highest percent of vacancies at the beginning of the month was 14% in July, and that is attributed to the fact that we had a new budget and we had 11 and change new positions that were added with the budget. So that added to our vacancy rate there. But the trend that you see through this chart shows that as the calendar year proceeds, that percent of vacancies does decrease as we get towards December, and then there's a little bit of uptick again in the new calendar year as we get into mid-year budget, different allocations that happen typically around the mid-year time frame. But you can see that the lowest percent of vacancies at the beginning of the month was in November at 8%. I have a breakdown here of different vacancy rates between different departments and our different labor groups. Starting off with our labor organizations, we have 2 at the city, our Teamsters Local 137 Union and the Eureka Police Officers Association, respectively at 7% and 14% vacancy rates. Listed at the bottom of the slide there shows the total number of positions within each union. Also listed out our non-labor agreement employees, which include management employees, department heads and mid-management employees, and our confidential employees that are not management. Then into vacancy rates by department there, lists out our 9 departments, showing that for some of our smaller departments, we have lower vacancy rates, of course, but some of those department vacancy rates that I think would be important to note are for EPD, we have about 14% vacancy rate, which does correlate to the amount of vacancies we have for the EPOA union, because almost everyone that works at EPD is represented by that union, so that tracks. About 10 or so EPOA allocations were vacant all year long. Almost the same number of positions were vacant in the Teamsters allocations, but with twice the membership, their vacancy rate, is about half of the EPOA. Some other department vacancy rates to note would be our other 2 largest departments, Public Works and Community Services, have 7% and 3% vacancy rates, respectively. Then some overall vacancy data points here to share with you. Our total number of vacancies created during the fiscal year was 35.8. That encompasses the amount of people or positions that were vacated throughout the fiscal year, plus the number of new allocations that were created with the new budget. Then we have percent of vacancies resulting from a staffing growth is 31.8. Moving on to percent of vacancies resulting from internal opportunities, which includes promotions and internal transfers, is 28%. Percent of vacancies resulting from attrition is 21.5%. That includes retirements and involuntary separations. And then we have a percent of vacancies resulting from just general turnover, 57.8%. That general turnover does include voluntary separations like those who retired. I included that data point in that percentage. So all of that amounts to an annual staffing turnover rate of 9% during this last fiscal year for the city of Eureka. Moving on to some recruitment information, I thought it might be helpful to kind of give you guys a high-level overview of our recruitment process and talk about what that looks like from start to finish. Although this is our standard recruitment process listed out here, we can and do flex this process to the specialized requests of the hiring department based on recruitments for different positions in order to address staffing needs that may differ based on difficulties for hiring for particular positions. But typically what happens once there is an approved vacancy, like a new allocation in mid-year or new year budget, or we are notified of an upcoming vacancy, then that is human resources cue to go ahead and open up a recruitment, get a job posted, start collecting public applications for that. Once that recruitment closes, I do my minimum qualifications screening for what the department has written in the job description as minimum requirements. And then based on the amount of eligible applicants we have after that step, at the direction of the department, we can conduct an oral or a written examination to help narrow down our candidate pool a little bit more in order to only refer the most qualified candidates to the department for their interviews and in order to establish an eligible list for them to consider. So once that list is established, names and applications are referred to the department for their interviews, then they direct us to write conditional offer letters, which include background processes or contingencies of employment, and that differs based on position. If the position is going to be working with vulnerable communities like the youth or the elderly or disabled, there is a live scan background process that has to happen before someone can start. Or if there is a manual labor component to the job, there is a pre-employment physical that they have to pass. And, you know, of course, for Eureka police officers and different safety positions, there's a much more thorough process that can include a psychological evaluation as well as what's it called? Lie detector test, basically. Anyways, yeah, polygraph test, thank you. So once all of those contingencies to their conditional offer of employment have been met, then a start date can be established and new hire paperwork is issued, and then I conduct an orientation with the new hire within their first week starting at the city. Some overall recruitment statistics that I thought would be interesting to point out. We had a total number of full-time equivalent vacancies filled of 51, and that number includes regular part-time hires in addition to full-time hires. And those vacancies can be filled a couple of different ways. Three of those vacancies were filled using an existing eligible list. And what that means is that we had a list for that same position come open within the next year, and we were able to refer back to that list to ask people if they're still interested in the job rather than opening up a brand new recruitment and starting from square one again. Then we had 43 of those vacancies filled with a brand new recruitment, and then 5 of those vacancies filled with promotional only opportunities, and that means only internal, full-time, and regular part-time employees were eligible to apply for that recruitment. We do have an average time to recruit of 32 days, so that is the number of calendar days from the time we post the job to the time that an eligible list is created, and we're able to share that to the department for their process. And an overall acceptance rate of 89%. That has to do with the job offers made relative to the job offers accepted. We only had 7 job offers that were made last year that were not accepted, but we were still able to refer to another person on that same eligible list to still fill those vacancies. Just a smidge of recruiting history to kind of give you an idea of where we've come, how far we've come in recruitment. I did a look back over the last 3 fiscal years previous to this one. So from July 2021 through June 2024, we had an average number of 64 recruitments run per year and an average of less than 40 recruitments run per year in the 3 years prior to this look back. So We had a record number of recruitments in fiscal year 2021 to 2022. We ran 76 recruitments. In comparison to this year, we've run 50, so that was a pretty busy year for our office, but that just shows how recruitment is increasing. We've had a 30% increase in applications received over the last 3 fiscal years, with an average of 43% of applicants that were considered eligible, which means that they passed the initial application screening and any examination the department wanted us to conduct, and they were invited for interview. So in the last 3 fiscal years previous to this one, we had an average staffing turnover rate of 8%. Just a fun little plug about all this recruitment we're doing. We do participate in a lot of job fairs, and I wanted to list out all the different kinds of job fairs we participate in. And it's not just Human Resources Department that goes and attends these events. We are often accompanied by staff from Community Services Department that have to hire for all the programming that they do. They come to a lot of job fairs with us. And same with EPD, they always have a wonderful presence at our job fairs and really get the community and students excited and hopefully be involved in the police department in the future. And really, it's great to be able to participate in these events to share with our community and help people understand and learn that the city of Eureka should be considered an employer of choice. Then lastly, just a little bit about retention, separated again by labor group and by department. So for our retention rates, we have pretty good retention rates throughout both statistics. For our labor organizations, Teamsters and EPOA, we have 89% and 94% retention respectively out of the 111 Teamsters employees that were employed with us as of July 1st, 2024, or out of the 125 that were employed with us as of July 1st, 2024, we retained 111 of those. And for EPOA, we only lost 3 of those employees that were employed with us as of July 1st, 2024. The only percentage that might look a little negative here for the labor groups is confidential employees. We only have 4 confidential employees that are not management, and we did have 1 retirement this last fiscal year, so that's why that retention rate of 75% is what it is. By department, there's a couple departments here that show 100% retention rate. That just means that it's typically the smaller departments, but all of the employees that were in that department as of July 1st, 2024 still are employed as of May 30th, 2025. With resulting in an overall citywide retention rate of 92%, which is really, really great. Above a 90% retention rate is considered a great retention. And that concludes my presentation for AB 2561, Annual Vacancy Retention and Recruitment Rates. Any questions?
Okay, are there any questions? Councilmember Fernandez.
Did I hear that we still use polygraph tests?
Yes.
In what capacity?
For police officers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We
Something
may
else
start
for another
using them
day.
for council members too.
And then moving to our reorganization, do we know how that may have impacted vacancies or any changes in the departments?
Are you referring to the Public Works reorganization?
Yeah.
That's occurring this next fiscal year? I did not consider that data. This data only includes up to May 30th, 2025.
Okay.
I believe there are a couple new allocations in that reorg. So that will increase our vacancy rate until we can fill those.
Were you talking about the ones that are being proposed, or the ones where care went to finance and
Care into finance, or any of them really? So just like how, if there usually is a consolidation, maybe positions are consolidated as well. So was it that someone couldn't find another role, those type of things, or were they moved into another department? That's what I'm asking about in that capacity.
So in the instance of care, they were moved over into that department just for kind of logistical reasons and also for organizational reasons. We were getting a lot of grants. As council is aware, the vast majority of the funding that administers that division is coming from grants, and putting them in finance was helpful so that they could help with some of the reporting and auditing that we go through as a part of those grant processes. And so there was no real staffing changes because of that organizational change, but there were staffing changes because of the success that they had gotten in grants. They had received more grants, and so we received more funding for outreach workers that were implemented after the fact, but it wasn't related to the change in organization.
And then the last piece I had is that you had touched on the fact that we have a 92% on average retention rate. And so I'm curious how that might compare to other municipalities or even the county.
And I can speak to that a little bit. That retention rate, it's a really hard moving target to hit because people don't report on those, not until this year. So that 92% retention rate is reflective of this past fiscal year, just the recruitments that we've run so far this fiscal year. And that by comparison for us is quite good. It's trending up. What I can tell you, and it's anecdotal, is that it is definitely a high number in general, and it's definitely a high number within our local labor market among other public entities with their for recruitment statistics.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Further questions? Okay, well, thank you. We will open this item up, or this public hearing up we will open this public hearing for public comment. Is there anyone here in chambers that would like to comment on this item? Seeing no one over on Zoom.
No one on Zoom.
Seeing no one, we'll bring it back to we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for a motion. Any comments? Oh, it's just receiving a report. Great. Thank you. Thank you. Great job. Moving on to E6, the fiscal year 2025-26 budget adoption with Director Millar. Good morning. Indeed we are.
Good morning. This item is the fiscal year 2025-26 budget adoption. And if you don't mind, I'll just skip to the end if that's okay. Just kidding. It's not a very long presentation. I'll give you some background. Changes since the budget study session, an updated 5-year forecast, and then adoption. So background, in the months of March and April, this was when departments met with the finance department to develop their budgets. And then we introduced the budget, I think around midnight that night, on May 20th. Then on the 27th of May, we had a budget study session with the City Council and the Finance Advisory Committee. And then again on June 11th, I met with the Finance Advisory Committee, and they recommended approving the fiscal year 25-26 budget. Changes since the budget study session. So we removed the position of assistant police chief and added a police sergeant position. So we had the assistant police chief on the position list, but we didn't fund it. So what happened here is this change increased the budget because we added the sergeant after removing the assistant and then added the dollars for that position. We also replaced the Fresh Start CalPERS plan with the current unfunded liability payment schedule. This decreased the budget, but essentially it almost net out to zero with adding that position and the funding for that position. I'll show you in a minute the effect on the budget. And then on that position list, I forgot to adjust a zoo activities coordinator or reduce zoo activities coordinator by 1 FTE and I forgot to add the community services supervisor in place of that position. The money was in the budget. It was just not reflected on that list. So there was no impact to the bottom line. So here's an updated 5-year forecast. Back in early May, I had a presentation on a financial forecast. I've updated that model with the current budget. And I also have updated my estimate for 6/30/2025. As part of the bond process, we've been engaging with S&P, and they wanted a projection for this fiscal year. So I looked at the numbers, and it looked like our deficit is gone. And in fact, we should expect a surplus of roughly $800,000. So that will start us off in a good position next fiscal year. We still have a deficit of about $761,000. That red number is the deficit prior to those changes that were made between now and the study session. So you can see it's about a $15,000 difference. It wasn't much impact. But to go back to the fund balance, we're going to start off with about 12.2 million, and if the deficit materializes, we'll end the year at about 11.5 million. But the good news is that keeps us above our policy level of about 25% of expenditures. So that's good news. The bad news is, given the current forecast, we are showing a structural deficit. So between now and the end of fiscal year 25-26, we'll be looking into strategies to hopefully change that outlook. That said, the current outlook also shows that we will remain within the policy level at the end of fiscal year 26-27. So that's good news, but of course things can change between today and next budget adoption. So that is all I have for tonight, and here is my recommendation.
Do we have any questions? Councilmember Castellano.
At our last meeting, I brought up changing the community services. It's like the parks, public spaces maintenance position from part-time to full-time. That's not included in the budget we have before us, but we could still include it tonight if council was amenable to that.
That's correct, yes.
And the position is a parks maintenance worker, is the RPT that's currently there.
Okay. Councilmember Fernandez?
Going back to the projections, again, that deficit, that takes into account the potential bond payments that we would be looking at too, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And just as a note, currently it's in the transfers line. Once we issue the bonds, then I'll know the true payment schedule, and I'll be able to break out the principal and interest payment portions, which is typically what you see when you have a debt service payment.
Okay. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, we will. Oh, Councilmember Moulton.
Actually, my question is, why would, to Councilmember Castellano, why do you believe that position should be full-time rather than part-time?
One of the primary, even many public commenters mentioned it tonight, just the impact that, abandoned trash, has on the public, on the public good. And so I personally think that we need more hours in that position rather than less. I think it's one of the things that creates the most struggles within the community, just in terms of maintaining public spaces. So I think it's a valuable position.
Can I ask City Manager Slattery, why is that position part-time and not full-time?
For this budget, what we did is we actually, it was this budget, not mid-year, that we made it an RPT, correct?
Believe it was mid-year.
Okay, yeah, so I believe it was mid-year. We're in the process of recruiting, but at mid-year we made that position. We took some temp salaries money and made it a regular part-time position. Some of it had to do with the Old Town maintenance worker. You guys approved a new Old Town maintenance worker that's a part of the park staff. We're doing a lot of cleanups with EPD and addressing the issues that are in that area. And so this kind of helps with the weekend portion of that, and also helps with some of our volunteer trails efforts and volunteer cleanups. And so we expanded that so that we'd have more coverage in that area. That was the reason why we went from regular time to a temp employee, seasonal, to a regular part-time employee.
Okay, we've gone from temporary to part-time, and the suggestion now is to go from part-time to full-time.
Yeah, and just so you know, when it was temporary, we base that on 20 hours a week. It's a very limited role, and then when we were proposing regular part-time, it doesn't increase it. That goes to about 30 hours a week. I think that's 0.65. 29, 29 hours a week. And so it's only adding 9 hours a week by going to the RPT. The significance of it is when you go from a temp employee to a regular part-time employee, you do start receiving benefits and CalPERS. So I hate doing this, but Director Millar is here to help me. If you were to look the difference between an RPT employee in a maintenance worker position to a full-time maintenance worker position, I would say conservatively you're looking at about $40,000 with the increase in salary for the time. The salary is the same, it's just more hours, as well as the benefits that you'd be paying. Would that be approximately right, Director Millar?
Councilmember Castellano, did you hear? I'm sorry. Excuse me. Okay.
Oh, sorry, is the cost comparable for adding another part-time position?
The temp salaries we're pretty flexible with. It's not really set. I mean, if you do a 20-hour a week and you work them throughout, typically what we do in parks is it's seasonal. And so when we have these temporary employees, we have a bigger, higher season when we're going in the spring and summer months, and we have a lot more maintenance to do. So what we'll typically do is we'll hire temporary employees during that really heavy season and then lay them off during the winter months because we don't have the same amount of work. That's how it's typically worked in parks. But when we do that and you look at it's 999 hours that you pay a temp employee throughout the whole year, whether you work them temporally throughout the year or, 20 hours a week throughout the year. And you're looking at probably 25, 30 or something like that. The issue that we have is the training that you have to do, and you go back and you train them, and it costs money to train them to do these things. And we used to have a more stable stock of temporary employees that would leave during the wintertime, find other work, and come back during that summer. That's not happening anymore. So it's going out and finding another employee each season that we have that.
Well, and thank you for the information on the temps. I was specifically asking about a part-time.
How much does it?
Instead of making a part-time a full-time, add a second part-time.
Oh, okay. So just so we're clear, a regular part-time so a temporary employee is just hourly, no benefits.
Yeah.
Regular part-time is over that 999, and you do pay a portion of benefits. If we had two of them, it would cost more than the $40,000 that would cost to make them a full-time. It would 50, 60 maybe.
It could be a margin of like 10,000.
Yeah, 10 to 15.
It's tricky to predict because The health insurance is the thing that kicks in, and that can be, anywhere between 7,000 and 20,000 a year.
It would cost more to have 2 regular part-times, no matter what, than it would to cost to make a regular part-time a full-time.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Fernandez.
I'm curious, without getting too far into the weeds and the work that's done, whether or not increasing the hours to 40 then for this particular position would also lead to increased hour for the public restrooms.
So what we do during the summer times is the 2 restrooms that we add time to are, and we do this for events too. So for for Friday night markets and for Arts Alive, we extend the hours at the Old Town Gazebo to think the parks and responsibilities are the parks restrooms, so they don't oversee Samoa Boat Launch. They don't oversee the boat launch at the marina. They do oversee the Old Town Gazebo, and they do oversee Sequoia Park. And so that's what we've done in the summertime months is we've extended the hours. Instead of from 8 to 4, we go from 8 to 6 or 7. So we have a shift come on that's later. I don't know how they exactly do it, but what we used to do is we used to extend a shift for a particular employee to be here an extra 2 hours during that time. We could look into that. It wouldn't be, we can maybe go 8 to 8, I would guesstimate, at those 2 locations, because they still have their routes to do, not just closing the restrooms.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, we'll open this public hearing. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to comment on this item? Seeing no one in chambers, do you see anyone on Zoom?
I see no one on Zoom.
We will we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for a motion and a vote. Motion and comments. How's that? Councilmember Bauer.
Oh boy. I'll make a motion to hold a public hearing to consider the fiscal year 2025-26 proposed budget and adopt the resolution of the City of Eureka adopting the budget for fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025. Am I doing this? Am I on the right one? And adopt the no.
Yeah, there's 2.
Oh, yeah. And adopt the resolution of the Eureka Public Financing Authority adopting the budget for fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025. Right?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further comments? Councilmember Castellano?
Would you consider a friendly amendment to extend make the part-time parks and maintenance worker position into a full-time?
Absolutely.
Agreed.
Absolutely. Sorry.
Okay. So with that, if there's no further comment, please vote.
5 yes votes, motion carries.
Thank you. And that moves us to the consent calendar. Notice to the public. Excuse me.
This is just late.
It really is late. Okay. Yep, there's more. Okay. Notice to the public. All matters listed under this category are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion. Pursuant to City Council Resolution 2011-22, if a member of the public would like... It's really late. Would like an item on the consent calendar pulled and discussed separately, the request shall be made to a council member prior to the meeting. Unless a specific request is made by a council member, or the consent calendar will not be read. There will be no separate discussion of those items. And I haven't heard any requests.
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Great, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Five yes votes. Councilmember Contreras Deloche is yours. 5 yes votes, motion carried.
Thank you. And that brings us That brings us to legislative action correspondence. Do we have any? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to ordinances, resolutions, which we have none. Future agenda items. Councilmember Castellano.
I've been speaking with some folks who are interested in renter support and just renter protections and things like that. And recently, I was able to see a presentation from the city of Arcata around their. They have a rental registration program, and so I did reach out to Nitra at the city of Arcata to see if he would be willing to share that presentation with city council if we were interested. And he said yes. So I guess I'm interested in the city of Arcata presenting their rental registration program to us.
Okay, great. Unanimous?
And I apologize, Councilmember Castellano. Is it Netra?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Thank
sorry,
you.
I think I said it, mispronounced it. Netra, yep.
Anything further in future agenda items? Seeing none, we have moved Avello to a different meeting and will not be having city manager reports. So with that, at this late hour of 12:24 a.m. on June 18th, we are adjourned.